Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Call to the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures number 1, Bill 2025.
Call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I present the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures number 1, Bill 2025, and the explanatory memorandum.
Order if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and for related purposes.
Call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Australian Government is committed to maintaining a migration system that is robust, effective and in the national interest. Among other things, this means ensuring that where a person has no lawful basis to remain in Australia, our laws operate to facilitate their timely and lawful removal. Procedural fairness is a fundamental principle in many areas of decision-making. However, these provisions can and are being used by non-citizens to delay and frustrate their removal at cost to the Commonwealth in circumstances where it is neither necessary nor appropriate for it to continue to apply. The amendments in this bill are largely directed at non-citizens who have come to the end of any visa processes and who are on a removal pathway. The bill makes targeted amendments of the Migration Act to expressly exclude procedural fairness from applying to the exercise of specific powers that deal with the taking of action in relation to third country reception arrangements, the disclosure of information about removal pathway non-citizens or certain former removal pathway non-citizens to foreign governments, and the issuing of removal pathway directions to removal pathway non-citizens to require them to take certain steps to facilitate their lawful removal from Australia. These provisions are primarily directed to non-citizens who have exhausted all legitimate avenues to remain in Australia and for whom removal is the only remaining outcome under Australian law. In such cases, the purpose of the law should be clear: to give effect to removal as swiftly and effectively as possible. Importantly, this bill will make clear that any actions or things done in relation to third country reception arrangements are not conditioned on an obligation to afford procedural fairness to an affected person. The amendments in the bill and the associated validation provisions reflect the law as it was declared by the Federal Court to be in TCXM and Minister for Immigration and Multicultural Affairs 2025, FCA 540, a case that the government won. In that case, the Federal Court held that entry into a third country reception arrangement and doing things for the purpose of that arrangement were not conditioned by the requirement to afford procedural fairness. The amendments in this bill merely put that legal position beyond doubt to reflect the intention when the third country reception arrangement provisions were introduced into the Migration Act in late 2024. These amendments will support the government's efforts to resettle members of the NZYQ cohort. Let me be clear, these amendments do not remove procedural fairness from the processes that support decisions whether to cancel or refuse the grant of a visa, neither do they affect merits review. These amendments are largely directed to the final steps in the removal process where non-citizens who are on a removal pathway have had all claims to remain in Australia considered and rejected. The bill also responds to a recent decision of the full Federal Court in AJN 23 and Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. In AJN 23, the full Federal Court set aside a decision of the Minister to refuse the appellate's protection visa application on the basis that the decision had been made on the understanding that refusal of the protection visa would result in the appellant remaining in detention indefinitely. That was the law as stated in Alcatab and Goodwin, which the High Court overturned by its orders in NZYQ made on 8 November 2023. Although the Minister's decision, the subject of AJN 23, was made before NZYQ and reflected the law at the time the Minister's decision was made, the Court found that the Minister's decision was materially affected by an incorrect understanding of the law. This decision has created legal uncertainty for a range of decisions made by the Minister, the Minister's delegates and the former Administrative Appeals Tribunal, where the decision-maker relied on the Alcatab understanding of the law. The provisions in this bill will validate relevant visa decisions, so they are taken for all purposes to have always been valid, as if they had been made in accordance with the current law established by NZYQ. These amendments do not seek to alter the current law on immigration detention following the High Court's decision in NZYQ. They ensure that past decisions, that is relevant visa decisions, made on or before 8 November 2023, are not invalidated on the narrow procedural ground identified in AJN 23. All individuals affected by these decisions will already have full access to already had full access to visa application processes, merits review, judicial review and ministerial intervention opportunities. Speaker, the Australian community rightly expects that our immigration laws are upheld and that those with no legal right to remain in Australia will depart or be removed as soon as possible. This bill is an important step in ensuring that this expectation is met without unnecessary and avoidable delay. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. Call to Member Fisher.
Adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Amendment of resolution of appointment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
You can call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the proposed amendment on the resolution of appointment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. For the information of members, we did what we normally do with every committee, which is to use the same resolution as was used during the last Parliament. But most committees have been around for some time, so they automatically have the clause contained within them about the committee being able to use the work of previous parliaments. Because this is a new committee, that wasn't included in the original resolution, and this is to correct that.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, proposed amendment to Standing Order 215.
I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move notice number 3 in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. For the information of members, there was an agreement, as I understand, made between the opposition and members of the crossbench to alternate some of the structure of committees in terms of who might be eligible for deputy chair and how many crossbenchers would be eligible to be on different committees. This change is to give effect to what the opposition and the crossbench have asked the Parliament to do.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
Speaker, I declare that the following order of the day government business is referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. Address in reply to the Governor-General's speech.
Just before we get to that matter, I'll just conclude that earlier matter by moving the standing order.
I apologise. Speaker, I move the proposed amendment to Standing Order 215 in accordance with the resolution agreed by the House.
I thank the Leader of the House. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Now with the declaration, the Leader of the House.
Yep, I'll give it a second go. Speaker, I declare that the following order of the day government business is referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. Address in reply to the Governor-General's speech. Resumption of debate.
I have received messages from the Senate informing the House that Senators Cash, Ciccone, Grogan, MacDonald and Murray L. Smith have been appointed members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. Informing the House that Senators Polley and Walker have been discharged from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission, and Senators Darmanin and Walsh have been appointed members of the committee, and returning the Defence Housing Australia Amendment Bill 2025 without amendment. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. National Health Amendment, Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Dickson.
Mr Speaker, thank you, Mr Speaker. Let me take you back. It's 2004. Aussie classic Shannon Knowles' What About Me is playing on the radio, although personally I prefer the original. Sorry, Shannon. Along with other hit songs like Britney Spears' Toxic and Usher's Yeah, a new social media platform launched, a little-known website called Facebook. All the kids want to play Super Mario on the brand new Nintendo DS gaming console. Shrek 2 is in the cinemas. Australia's Ian Thorpe wins the race of the century, defeating Michael Phelps at the Athens Games. Crocodile hunter Steve Irwin feeds a crocodile at Australia Zoo with his baby son Robert in his arms. Remember that one? And PBS medicines cost no more than $25. Mr Speaker, 21 years later, and the Albanese Labor government is reducing the cost of medicines to 2004 prices. When we came to government in 2002, the cap on PBS medicines was $42. In 2023, we dropped that to $30. And now, as promised during the election campaign, we've dropped the cap price to $25, the biggest cuts to the cost of medicines in PBS history. From the 1st of January, the maximum co-payment for patients under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, our PBS, will drop from $31.60 to just $25, more than a 20% cut in the maximum cost of PBS medicines. And for our pensioners and concession card holders, we're keeping the cost of PBS medicines frozen at $7.70 until 2030. This matters. It matters to me. I've spent the equivalent of a flat deposit on medications over the last 15 years after I lost my leg and in trying to save my son during his battle with leukemia. Literally thousands. The last thing you want to think about when battling serious and chronic illness is, how am I going to afford the treatment? This will make a difference to so many people across the country. My electorate of Dickson has already saved $9.3 million as at 31st of July this year. We know when family budgets are stretched, it's everyday essentials that hit hardest. Groceries, rent, bills, and yes, medicines. For many people managing a chronic illness, it's not optional, it's a daily reality. We don't want people pushed into impossible choices, skipping doses, delaying treatment, selling the family home, cutting back on the food bill. It means parents can focus on caring for their kids, not worrying about how to pay for the next prescription. It means older Australians can manage their health without dipping into their savings. It's about making sure that no one in my electorate of Dickson or anywhere in Australia has to choose between their health and putting food on the table. It's not just a headline, it's practical, it's a meaningful step that will save Australians over $200 million every year. This change is a key part of our cost of living plan. It's money that stays in your pocket. We made a promise to deliver cost of living measures prior to the election, and I'm incredibly proud that we are delivering on this. We made a promise. This builds on our work we've already done to make medicines more affordable. We reduced the number of scripts concessional patients need before the PBS safety net kicks in by 25%. We introduced 60-day prescriptions, saving time and money for millions of Australians with ongoing health problems and health conditions and chronic health conditions. These are real changes. They're helping real people, and they're part of our broader commitment to strengthen Medicare and make healthcare more affordable. We've also made sure that pharmacies can continue to offer discounts, that you can still take advantage of discounts at your local pharmacy. This legislation includes protections to ensure that discounting remains available so that all Australians can benefit from competitive pricing and local support. Our cheaper medicines are good for your hip pocket and good for your health. The Albanese Labor government is committed to strengthening Medicare because Medicare is Labor's heart. We are delivering more bulk billing for all Australians, making the single largest investment in Medicare ever. We are investing in women's health, making contraceptives cheaper, funding more treatments for menopause, and helping women suffering from endometriosis and complex gynecological conditions. We're opening endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics to help Australian women access the care they need closer to home. This includes expanding the clinic's focus to also provide specialist support for menopause and perimenopause, something that women over the age of 45, 50 have been crying out for a long, long time. And we're opening more Medicare urgent care clinics and Medicare mental health centres. Walk-in, no appointment or cash needed. This includes the new Medicare Mental Health Centre at Strathpine, which I was lucky enough to visit on Friday with the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention. The new Medicare Mental Health Centre at Strathpine will help thousands of locals in Dixon. It will allow access to much-needed psychological and psychiatrist appointments. When we reduce the cost of medicines and provide more bulk-billed healthcare, we're also reducing the pressure on our health system. People stay healthier. They avoid hospital visits. They avoid the accident and emergency department, and they get the care they need earlier. This is in stark contrast to the devastating record of those opposite. Who could forget their proposed mandatory $7 co-payment for GP visits, pathology and imaging services, which they tried and failed to implement when they were in government? Their record on Medicare and healthcare speaks for itself. The former coalition government abolished the Australian National Preventative Health Agency. In doing so, they slashed investment in preventative healthcare, like targeting obesity, smoking, increasing physical activity and improving healthy eating. They also terminated payments to the states for preventative health. They reversed public hospital funding, putting pressure on our hospitals and hard-working frontline doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals. And they froze Medicare rebates to GPs for over 5 years and watched while the price of going to the GP soared. They left GPs with the tough decision about whether to absorb out-of-pocket costs or pass them on to patients, leading to fewer bulk billing practices and higher out-of-pocket costs. Critics at the time described this as a co-payment by stealth, disproportionately affecting low-income and vulnerable Australians who rely on regular doctor's appointments, and in particular those with chronic health conditions who need to go to the doctor on a regular basis. Those opposite might say this was from a budget more than a decade ago, but they're still singing the same tune. The member for Lindsay said yesterday that a Medicare card is nothing more than a political prop, but I know firsthand that is not true. That little green card is the difference between getting treatment or not getting treatment. It is the difference between getting bulk billed mental health support or not getting immediate support. The Albanese government will never stop strengthening Medicare, and making medicines even cheaper is just one part of how we're delivering on this commitment. We've also delivered for Australians, and we are delivering for Australians who want cheaper energy. We are giving, over the next few months, $150 off electricity bills. We are also boosting the amount of bulk billed GP appointments. We have done, in terms of the cost of living, we're also spending an enormous amount on housing, ensuring that young people get the opportunity to own their own home. Yesterday we announced 5% deposits for all first-time home buyers, which we know will make a big difference to those struggling to get into the housing market. In terms of the cost of healthcare, I remember back when I worked at a palliative healthcare charity after I lost my leg. I spoke many times to patients who were in palliative care, this is over 10 years ago, who were having to consider selling their homes, having to consider selling their cars, having to consider downsizing and into a cheaper rental because they couldn't afford to pay their medical bills. They couldn't afford to pay for their cancer treatments. I know that this measure is going to make a huge difference to those patients. I know myself walking away from the hospital 2 years ago and looking at the bill for medications, which sometimes was over $500. This will make a difference to so many people's lives, and I am so pleased that we are able to deliver cheaper healthcare, we are able to deliver cheaper medicines, and we will continue to do so because Medicare is Labor's heart. We will always fight for Medicare. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme is a critical component of Australia's health system. For decades, it has ensured that Australians can access affordable medicines and treatments when they need them most. Under the PBS, patients make a co-payment towards the cost of their medicine, and the Commonwealth covers the rest. For this year, that patient co-payment sits at $31.60 for general patients. This bill seeks to reduce that co-payment to $25. It is an important change and one that the Coalition supports. In fact, this bill reflects the Coalition's commitment at the last election to guarantee cheaper medicines and lower the PBS co-payment to $25. Right now, Australians are under extraordinary pressure. Labor's cost of living crisis has forced families into impossible choices. More and more Australians are delaying or avoiding refilling their scripts because they simply can't afford it. Last year alone, 8% of Australians delayed or went without their prescription medication due to cost. No Australian should ever have to make that choice. This bill is a step towards easing that burden that has grown increasingly heavy under the Albanese Labor government. It ensures Australians have more affordable access to the medicines and treatments they need at a time when healthcare has never been more expensive. and it builds on the Coalition's proud record of supporting a strong PBS. When in government, the Coalition made around 2,900 new or amended listings on the PBS, an investment of $16.5 billion. That investment ensured Australians had affordable access to potentially life-saving or life-changing medicines that would otherwise have cost them thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. We also maintained our commitment to list every medicine recommended by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee. This stands in stark contrast to Labor. When last in government, Labor stopped listing new medicines on the PBS because they ran out of money. That despicable decision meant Australians missed out on treatments for severe asthma, chronic pain, schizophrenia, blood clots, IVF, endometriosis and prostate conditions. And sadly, history is repeating itself. Late last year, almost 50 medicines were deferred from consideration because of the PBAC imposed a cap on the number of medicines they could review. Why? Because the government has not provided adequate resources and the Health Minister has turned a blind eye. Patients were again left waiting for access to new treatments at an affordable price. We've already seen the consequences of Labor's delays with the PBS. For example, for women living with endometriosis. The government announced the listing of Rieco on the PBS before the election, but that medicine had been recommended for listing more than a year earlier. An entire year of avoidable delay for women suffering with chronic pain. That is simply not good enough. The Coalition also initiated the Health Technology Assessment Review, an important opportunity to look at how we can improve timely access to medicines for Australian patients. The findings of that critical review were released last September by the Albanese Labor government, already delayed, and yet this government has done nothing. We say to the government the time for reviews has passed. Patients are waiting and action is overdue. So while we support this bill, we call on the government to do more, to properly resource the PBS listing process, to end the delays, to deliver on the Health Technology Assessment Review, and to ensure that Australians have timely, affordable access to the medicines they need. The Coalition will always back Australians when it comes to affordable medicines. We led on cheaper medicines at the 2022 election. We committed to a $25 PBS copayment, and we will continue to hold this government to account for its record of delays and failures. I move the amendment circulated in my name, which highlights the need for the government to progress the Health Technology Assessment Review. It is very disappointing that we have not seen any movement since the already delayed release of the Health Technology Assessment Review in September last year. Furthermore, the Coalition believes in our PBS, and we note the Prime Minister's failure to secure a meeting with the President of the United States to advance Australia's interests in relation to possible pharmaceutical tariffs and other issues. And I commend the bill to the House.
Is the amendment seconded? And I give the call to the member for Lynn.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Okay. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved an amendment that all words after that be admitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. Access to universal free healthcare is one of Labor's greatest legacies to Australians. I don't know how my parents, with their 8 children, could possibly have managed without free access to healthcare via Medicare and subsidised medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. My pensioner grandparents who lived next door to ours in Paddington certainly also relied on Medicare and PBS in their later years. Medicare and PBS are Labor legacies that have helped millions of Australians receive the quality healthcare they deserve. Healthcare is in Labor's DNA, and this bill is another example of how we continue to improve and expand on our commitment to this fundamental right. It's important to recognise during this discussion that reducing the cost of prescriptions is one of the cost of living measures Labor took to the last election. These measures have been overwhelmingly supported in my electorate of Brisbane and across Australia. Speaker, the PBS benefits so many Australians. As of last year, 930 different medicines were listed on the PBS across more than 5,000 brands. It is critical that all Australians can afford the medicines and the medicine-related services that they need. This is particularly important for people with multiple health conditions taking multiple medicines, people with low incomes, and individuals or families experiencing high out-of-pocket healthcare costs. During the campaign and before, as I door-knocked and held community events, the cost of living and healthcare were consistent themes raised in all parts of my electorate. I heard the real stories in my community of the difference cheaper medicines make for people. While door-knocking one day, I met one young woman who told me she didn't know who she was going to vote for yet. She raised a number of community issues that she was concerned about, but there were two key ones that were on her mind. One was cost of living and the cost of medicines. We talked about the cost of medicines, and she described how those that she relied on, like antidepressants, continued to become more and more expensive for her and therefore out of reach. She also talked about how young people like her understood how important it was to manage their mental health and how our health system needs to be responsive and tailored to help people with mental health needs. When I mentioned Labor's commitment for cheaper medicines, she wanted to know more. She soon realised that this would help lower the costs of her scripts. Labor's promise would help lower the cost of her scripts and give her a little bit more flex of a financial buffer to pay her rent, her electricity, groceries and other costs. She, like many Australians, recognised the effective and immediate relief this would bring. She then said that she had made up her mind and that she would go to the polls and vote for Labor. She did what millions of other Australians did. But across my electorate, there are many people like this young woman that will benefit immensely at the chemist checkout with cheaper medicines. And this story shows how reducing the cost of PBS medicines matters to all Australians, including young Australians. As I mentioned in my first speech, I've heard many stories from constituents about how affordable healthcare is the difference between living a decent life and not living at all. I just want to repeat one of these stories. While door-knocking the other one day, one lady, she cried. She cried and she thanked me, and she asked me to pass on her thanks to our Prime Minister because her best friend will now live because her cancer treatment is on the PBS and she can afford it. I also heard stories of other people in our Brisbane community not taking their prescribed medicines because they cannot afford to buy them. They talked about cost of living pressures, including an increase in healthcare costs. Sadly, this financial pressure to delay or not get prescription medication disproportionately affects women and young people, not just the elderly, as many may assume. I hear stories from young people in my electorate with diagnosed ADHD putting off buying their mental health drugs. This is debilitating in some instances, or for some, it actually just made it a lot tougher for them to go about their daily lives. In 23-24, delaying medication prescriptions was most prevalent for those aged 15 to 24, with around 12% of this cohort not having their medication in time or at all. That's a lot of people. There is a significant flow on to the person's health, as well as healthcare costs if these barriers are not addressed quickly. Not taking medicines can clearly negatively impacts the health of the individual, but it does also lead to higher government costs due to worsening health, therefore increased healthcare. Things happen such like increased likelihood of acute unavoidable hospitalisations and slow growth in the burden of chronic diseases. Ensuring people can access the medications they need also allows our children to continue to go to school, to learn and to grow up and be productive members of our society, for adults to work, which is important again for our workforce participation, and that word on the top of everyone's mind at the moment, increased economic productivity. Medication adherence, though, can be difficult and complex, I acknowledge that, but given the significant and increasing impact of health costs on Australian budgets, reducing the cost of prescriptions has to help. Deputy Speaker, this bill also builds on Labor's previous measures to reduce the cost of medications. The Albanese government, in its first term, cut the general patient co-payment for the first time in 75 years. This reduction from $42.50 to just $30 has since saved general patients around $770 million. And thanks to this government, patients with a stable treatment plan for ongoing conditions can receive 60 days medication for the cost of 30 days and only pay a single co-payment. This also helps a lot in health savings as it reduces the number of times patients need to see their GP for simple medication prescriptions. In fact, patients with a 60-day prescription for PBS medicine may save up to almost $190 a year per medicine if you're a Medicare card holder who does not have a concession card, or if you do have a concession card, just over $46 a year per medicine. Now, if you add that up for some people, that's a lot of money. This bill before the House makes medicines even cheaper than that, though. Once this bill takes effect, it will mean a prescription on the PBS will cost Australians no more than $25. The last time PBS medicines cost no more than that was in 2004. As a number in this House will remember, 2004 was the year of Shrek 2, Shannon Knoll, and the Brisbane Lions unfortunately losing the grand final. Not only are these prices a classic throwback to 2004, but this is more than a 20% cut in the maximum cost of PBS medicines, which will provide immediate cost of living relief to Australians doing it tough. This will save Australians over $200 million each year. And of course, concession card holders will continue to pay just the $7.70 co-payment. Reducing the general co-payment provides the highest level of savings for the most patients, and it targets people within this group who are likely to have little access to government or other financial support, such as social welfare payments. The central pillar of Australia's national medicines policy is equitable, timely, safe and reliable access to medicines and medicine-related services at a cost that individuals and the community can afford. Affordability is exactly what this bill is aimed at. This bill builds on our support for women's health and medicines. From 1 March, contraceptive devices became cheaper. Some of the most commonly used contraceptive pills were recently listed on the PBS, including Yaz and Yasmin. This is the first listing of these new types of oral contraceptives in decades. From 1 July, a new Medicare rebate for menopause health assessments was introduced. After more than 20 years, 3 new menopausal hormonal therapies were listed on the PBS. Women with specific low levels of reproductive hormones will have earlier access to the combination of therapies through the PBS. The 4 pens of this therapy would cost more than $3,500 without PBS. There are a lot of women which will be much better off as a result. From 1 July, 2 new Medicare benefit schedule items were introduced for gynecological consultations of 45 minutes or longer, helping those facing complex conditions such as endometriosis and pelvic pain. And there will be more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics treating more conditions thanks to the Albanese Labor government. Deputy Speaker, as I said, PBS and Medicare is in Labor's DNA, so I cannot fail to mention here today that my electorate will also benefit from a broader package of Labor health policies that we took to the election. Thanks to the Albanese government expanding the Medicare urgent care clinic and mental health clinic networks, I've already started to hear the wonderful stories and real stories of people across my electorate getting the immediate care that they need. Once Brisbane locals start to access those $25 PBS medicines, we will hear even more similar stories. Stories of people who might have delayed their care in the past who are getting their care now. The nearest Medicare urgent care clinic to my electorate is actually in Kedron, and it's one of the busiest in Australia, which is tangible evidence of just how effective this policy is. And one of my volunteers gave the urgent care service a trial run earlier this year when her son came off his e-scooter and broke his collarbone. He was seen by a doctor within 30 minutes, entirely free of charge. He was patched up in no time thanks to the clinic and its hard-working frontline staff. I'm sure there are many stories just like this of people across Australia being helped every day. The Albanese government is continuing to deliver on its commitment to further expand the Medicare urgent care clinic network, and I'm excited to say with the tender process underway to identify providers to operate a new Brisbane urgent care clinic. I'm incredibly proud that this Medicare mental health clinic network has expanded as well in my electorate, and just last week we did launch the new Medicare mental health clinic in Lutwyche. This inner North Brisbane clinic is commissioned by the Brisbane North Primary Health Network and operated by Communify Queensland. I met many young people on the campaign trail, in addition to who I spoke to about earlier, who said they were overcoming mental health challenges. My community will get to see a doctor and mental health professionals for free, closer to home, and they won't have to wait. This will mean residents of Brisbane will now have access to free, walk-in mental health care. No appointment or referral is needed to access the services. This will encourage more people, especially young people, to get the care they need when they need it. They'll be able to walk in and they'll only need their Medicare card, not their credit card. Labor really is the party of accessible and affordable health care. Labor introduced Medicare, we're expanding Medicare urgent care clinics, and we're now reducing PBS medicines to just $25. The Lutwyche Medicare Mental Health Clinic, again, will provide immediate help for people in distress, as well as ongoing care for those with more complex mental health needs. I met with the incredible service delivery team, which includes expert practitioners and people with lived experience. That lived experience is really important. People will get a warm welcome when they go to that clinic, a much-needed conversation and clinical care as needed. Sometimes people facing mental health distress just want to talk to someone and to know that they're not alone and that help is there. They don't necessarily need to visit a psychologist or other clinicians, but it's available to them if they need. In closing, I began my working career in the health sector, so this is an area that I'm very passionate about and where I have a great deal of interest in always looking at ways for us to improve access to healthcare, affordable healthcare for our community. In other countries where I've lived and worked, I've seen what the lack of access to affordable healthcare can do, and frankly, it's not pretty. The inhalers that my twin sister and I both use daily costs well over $100, for instance, in the US, a place where I did live for a while. And instead here, they'll be $25 when the PBS reforms kick in. As I've said, this is one of the reasons that I stood for Parliament. I want my community and all Australians to have access to universal health care, but the best health care and the best medicine system in the world, which is what I believe we have and we're growing towards here in Australia. And as successive Labor governments have demonstrated, we are the only party that continues to deliver the needed reforms to expand and improve our world-class healthcare and medicine systems that we are all proud of. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking today in support of the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. This is a bill that aims to ease the financial burden on Australians and improve access to essential medicines, which I commend. The bill also implements a key pre-election promise from the Labor Party, which was matched by the Coalition. So we're unlikely to see much opposition to this bill from the Coalition. This election promise matching is good for swift outcomes, but maybe more broadly could be bad for critical analysis of new laws. That said, reducing the PBS co-payment from $31.60 to $25 for patients with a concession card is a meaningful step. For many Australians, particularly those managing chronic conditions or supporting families, this change will result in hundreds of dollars in annual savings. It's estimated to save patients nearly $800 million over 4 years, which is a big number with a huge impact on individuals. Lower cost medicines means fewer skipped doses, fewer delayed treatments, and fewer people forced to choose between their health and their household budget. The bill also expands access to vital treatments, covering conditions like breast cancer, endometriosis, menopause and rare diseases. These are not fringe issues. They affect thousands of Australians, and this legislation will make a real difference in their lives. But while I support this bill, I do so with a clear understanding of its limitations. This is a step in the right direction, but there are still plenty of people struggling with the cost of medicines. The general PBS safety net remains high, requiring nearly $1,700 in annual spending before additional subsidies or support apply. And that's a threshold far above what we see in countries like New Zealand or the UK, and it leaves many low-income patients still vulnerable to high out-of-pocket expenses. The bill's impact assessment might have benefited from broader stakeholder consultation. The Office of Impact Analysis noted that while the assessment was adequate, it lacked a detailed implementation plan and input from some key groups. And thirdly, we must remember that affordability is only one part of the equation. Medication adherence is influenced by many factors: access to pharmacies, health literacy and continuity of care. And if we truly want to improve health outcomes, we must continue to address those systemic challenges. But it is a step in the right direction. It reflects a commitment to equity, to preventative care and to easing the burden on everyday Australians. On a related issue, I'm frequently contacted by constituents about vital medicines they require that are not listed on the PBS. And this includes medication for heart disease, cancer treatment and menopause management. And a 2020 House Committee inquiry showed that Australia is starting to lag behind in access to new medicines. It takes an average 466 days from when the Therapeutic Goods Association says a new medicine is safe and when it's actually added to the PBS. The assessment process for new medications is outdated. It's 30 years old and it doesn't consider many broader benefits like keeping people out of hospital or in school or longer-term benefits. It could involve patients earlier and more deeply to ensure that the full patient experience is considered. And I'm aware that Minister Butler has committed to reform and to implementing the 50 recommendations that came out of the health technology assessment. And I appreciate that commitment, but note that it's coming up to 3 years since those recommendations were made, and it's time to get on with it. Now, just before speaking, I saw that there's an amendment put by the member for Lindsay on this legislation, and I will be supporting that amendment, the first half of which really draws attention to this delay on implementing the health technology review assessment. I will be supporting that amendment, even though I don't really agree with the second half of it, which says that the national interest would be progressed by a meeting between the Prime Minister and Donald Trump. I'm not convinced that a face-to-face meeting with the US President would actually further Australia's interest in relation to pharmaceuticals or other issues based on what we've seen from other meetings. And it is a bit of a gratuitous attack line of the week, but I think the member makes a really good point in the first half of that amendment that we do need to get on with implementing the 50 recommendations that came out of the health technology assessment. So in conclusion, I support this bill and the amendment, and I urge the government to treat it as part of broader ongoing reform of our healthcare system and to focus on timely access to new medicines as a high priority. We need to continue to build a health system where no one's left behind and where access to medicine and healthcare is not a privilege but a right. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for more.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. This bill is about fairness, it's about dignity, and it's about ensuring that no Australian has to choose between paying the bills and filling a prescription. Labor built Medicare. Labor built the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, and Labor will always act to make healthcare affordable. This bill continues that legacy. Across Australia, households are under real financial strain. The cost of living is high, and families, pensioners and workers are searching for certainty in their household budgets. Medicines are a quiet but constant part of that pressure. Unlike electricity or groceries, the cost of prescriptions is often hidden from debate, but it is an unavoidable reality for millions of Australians. Pensioners may stretch their tablets to make them last longer. Parents may delay filling a child's script until after payday. Apprentices may skip doses so they can cover the rent. These choices are not trivial. They mean chronic conditions go untreated, recovery times are extended, and minor illnesses can become major problems. When Australians skip medicines, they get sicker. They end up in emergency departments. They require hospital admissions that could have been avoided. They miss shifts at work, and their families carry the burden. This creates a ripple effect. A skipped blood pressure tablet can lead to a stroke. A missed antibiotic dose can lead to sepsis. A delayed insulin refill can result in a hospital admission. Each of these outcomes is preventable, and each is more expensive than the script that was skipped. This is why this bill before this House, that is why this bill is before the House. It is about prevention rather than crisis. It is about certainty rather than anxiety. It is about ensuring that essential healthcare is a right and not a privilege tied to the size of the household budget. Let me turn to the pharmaceutical benefit schemes, or the PBS, because that is the mechanism at the heart of this bill. The PBS was first established in 1948 and expanded under successive Labor governments. Its purpose is simple but profound: to ensure all Australians have affordable access to essential medicines. Under the PBS, the government subsidises the cost of medicines. Patients pay only a capped contribution called the co-payment, and the government covers the rest. For many medicines, this subsidy is the difference between a script costing $20 to $30 at the counter and costing hundreds and sometimes even thousands of dollars if left to the open market. The PBS is one of the great pillars of our health system. Alongside Medicare, it ensures universal access. It means a child with asthma in Joondalup can access the same inhaler as a pensioner in Kalgoorlie or a young worker in Sydney, regardless of income. But the co-payment matters. When it rises too quickly, people feel it directly. For families filling multiple scripts each month, even small increases compound into a significant burden. That is why co-payment freezes and reductions are so important. To illustrate the point, consider insulin. Without the PBS, insulin can cost several $100s a month. On the PBS, the patient contribution is capped at $31.60 this year. And under this bill, it will fall to $25 from 2026. For concession card holders, the cost is $7.70. That is the power of the PBS. In countries without a scheme like this, families can be forced to ration medicines or even turn to online crowdfunding to afford essential drugs. That is not the Australian way. This bill takes several practical steps to reduce costs and expand access. First, it freezes PBS co-payments for 5 years. Concessional card holders will pay no more than $7.70 until 2030. General patients will pay no more than $31.60 throughout 2025. This matters because without that freeze, annual indexation would push costs up automatically year after year, regardless of wage growth. The freeze delivers certainty in an uncertain time. Second, from January 1st, 2026, the PBS general patient co-payment will fall to $25. That is the lowest level in more than 20 years, rolling back 2 decades of price creep. This represents a 20% cut in the maximum cost of PBS medicines, saving Australians more than $200 million every year. 4 out of 5 PBS medicines will become cheaper under these reforms. Importantly, pharmacies will continue to have the ability to discount below the co-payment, ensuring patients benefit from competition as well as government policy. Third, this bill strengthens price negotiations with pharmaceutical companies, ensuring taxpayers receive value for money while patients gain timely access. Fourth, it expands access to high-cost medicines, particularly for rare conditions where breakthrough drugs have been out of reach for too many Australians. Finally, it removes unnecessary regulatory delays that add costs without adding value, streamlining access so patients can start treatment earlier. Each of these measures has a single purpose: to ensure cost is not a barrier to access. Why are we doing this? Because every dollar saved at the counter makes the difference between a prescription filled today and one left on the shelf. Because medicines that remain unaffordable are, in effect, medicines that remain inaccessible. Deputy Speaker, for me, this is not an abstract policy, it is personal. In 2009, I was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease. From that moment, my life was defined by declining kidney function, regular medical testing, and the knowledge that one day I would need life-sustaining treatment. Chronic kidney disease is relentless. It brings fatigue, dietary restrictions, and the constant knowledge that dialysis or a transplant will one day be necessary. It is not a condition that can be ignored. For over a decade, I lived with that uncertainty. Every blood test brought new anxiety. Every medical appointment was a reminder of the limitations imposed by the illness. Dialysis loomed in the background, and for many Australians, that means hours every second day in a dialysis chair, tethered to a machine, exhausted before and after treatment. It means the inability to travel freely, to work full-time, or to live independently. In 2020, I received a kidney transplant. That gift came from my brother, who gave me one of his kidneys, and with it, a second chance at life. But a transplant is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of lifelong management. Patients must take immunosuppressants every day to prevent rejection. They must take antibiotics to reduce infection risk. They must attend constant monitoring, with every missed dose carrying a risk. The medicines that sustain me, tacrolimus, prednisolone, mycophenolate, pantoprazole, are all on the PBS. Without the PBS, those medicines would cost thousands of dollars a year for most families, and that is simply unaffordable. Because of the PBS, their cost is capped and manageable, month after month, year after year. Without them, the transplant could have failed. Without them, my brother's extraordinary gift could have been lost. That is why I know firsthand that affordable medicines are not a matter of convenience, they are a matter of survival. And that is why I am proud to support this bill, because it will ensure Australians who need medicines, whether for kidney disease or any other condition, can afford them. And let me turn to the impact in my electorate of Moore. As at the 31st of July this year, the savings from cheaper medicines policy in Moore already are over $12 million. And that is not just a number, it is direct relief in household budgets across Perth's northern suburbs. It means seniors on fixed incomes are paying less for their regular prescriptions. It means families managing chronic conditions are no longer as heavily burdened. It means workers balancing rent, mortgages and medical expenses have greater certainty. Predictable co-payments also assist pharmacists. They are both frontline health professionals and small business operators. Predictability allows them to plan stock, invest in staff and provide better services. When communities that have strong local pharmacies, healthcare becomes more accessible. For many people, the chemist is the first doorway into the health system. This bill strengthens that doorway by making it more affordable. Nationally, more than 17 million Australians will benefit. The freeze on co-payments will save thousands, if not hundreds of dollars a year for families managing multiple scripts, with the cumulative saving being substantial. Combined with 60-day prescriptions, Australians will also save time. Fewer trips to the pharmacy, fewer days off work, fewer hours spent waiting for appointments. The government has allocated $3.2 billion in the budget to fund these reforms. That is not simply expenditure, it is investment in health, in productivity and in the dignity of households. Because the alternative is always more costly. When people cannot afford medicines, they delay treatment. They present in emergency wards with advanced conditions. They take longer to recover and they leave the workforce earlier. Prevention is cheaper than a crisis. That is the economic logic behind this bill. Every script filled on time is a hospital admission avoided. Every affordable dose taken is a step towards a healthier community and a stronger economy. Let me make this concrete by turning to some of the major health challenges Australia faces. For diabetes, affordable access to medicines prevents complications such as kidney failure, amputations, blindness and heart disease. Each complication avoided saves lives and reduces the cost to the health system. For cardiovascular disease, affordable blood pressure and cholesterol medicines reduce the incidence of heart attacks and strokes, which are among the leading cause of death and disability. For cancer patients, timely access to chemotherapy, pain management and adjunct medicines mean better survival rates and reduced suffering. For people with mental health conditions, access to antidepressants and antipsychotics allows them to remain connected to work, to study and community. For those with respiratory diseases like asthma, affordable inhalers prevent hospital admissions and reduce emergency call-outs. For people with arthritis and other chronic pain conditions, access to affordable anti-inflammatories and biologics makes the difference between mobility and immobility, between working life and disability. And for people with dementia or Parkinson's, access to the latest medicines to help maintain function and independence for longer, reducing the pressures for carers and aged care. In each of these cases, cheaper medicines do more than treat illness. They protect productivity, reduce avoidable emissions, and strengthen the fabric of society. Cheaper medicines are not just good health policy, they are good economic policy. They keep apprentices on the tools by ensuring injuries and infections are treated properly. They keep seniors active and independent, contributing to community organisations, volunteering and caring for grandchildren. They keep small business owners at work, managing chronic conditions while continuing to employ staff and serve customers. Affordable medicines reduce avoidable hospital admissions, ease the pressure on ambulances and keep people engaged in study, work and volunteering. They also reduce reliance on disability support pensions and carer payments by keeping people healthy enough to remain in the workforce. They support parents by reducing the number of days taken off work to care for sick children. In short, healthier Australians mean a stronger economy. That is why this bill matters, not only to health policy, but to national productivity. This bill is part of a consistent Labor story. Whitlam had the vision to create Medicare. Hawke and Keating strengthened the PBS. The Howard government attempted to increase co-payments, and it was Labor that resisted and restored affordability. Today, the Albanese Labor government is cutting the cost of medicines for millions of Australians. Every time Labor governs, healthcare becomes more affordable. Every step is about opening the door wider, not narrowing it. Every step is about fairness, dignity and security. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about fairness. It is about dignity and is about giving Australians one less thing to worry about when they are sick. I'm here today because medicine was affordable, because my brother made a gift and because public policy helped protect that gift. I want every Australian to have the same chance. That is what we're doing with this bill. It backs the people of more. It backs families across Australia. It invests in prevention, protects health and strengthens the economy. Let us pass this bill. Let's make medicines cheaper. Let us give Australians certainty and peace of mind. I commend this bill to the House.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and the member for Moore has just outlined the critical nature of the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025 and given us a deeply personal insight into why it is important. I commend him for that revelation. I also know another former colleague, Nola Marino, the member for Forrest, and her deeply personal crusade about endometriosis. And these are important. These are important, and I recognise and acknowledge the effort that the member for Moore is going to in his brief career so far in this place, and I wish him well. And certainly on his health crusade. This bill is being supported by the Coalition, although I note that it has been enhanced by an amendment put forward by the member for Lindsay, and I hope that is very much carefully considered by the Parliament. This bill is consistent with the election commitment of the government. Importantly, though, need to note that that was matched by the coalition. The bill amends the National Health Act of 1953, the National Health Act, to reduce the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme general co-payment, that general patient charge, by $6.60 from the current amount of $31.60 to the new amount of $25. And if passed, that will begin on New Year's Day next year. Now, I know that during the election campaign and since, and I appreciate that the government has a mandate, but there's been a lot said about how Labor is the party for good health outcomes and the Liberal National parties are not. And this is just simply not true, simply not true. And I also know that what is not true is the fact that Labor talks about healthcare being free, that the coalition would have pulled apart Medicare. Healthcare is not free, and the coalition was in no way ever going to tear down Medicare and what it stands for. And it's all well and good for the Prime Minister to produce his Medicare card, that green card, which many people use, and you know, it's a great health system we have. And if you don't think my words are genuine, then go overseas and get sick. See what other people who aren't lucky enough to be born Australian, see what they have to contend with when they do get ill. We've got a great health system. We've got great health professionals. Is it perfect? No, by no means it is. But let me tell you, it's better than anywhere else in the world, and we're very lucky. We've got people who genuinely care about health services and health provisions. The member for Moore was not here when the Health Minister was forced, kicking and dragging, was to the table to sign the 8th accord for the pharmacy agreement. I did note that the member for Moore quite correctly pointed out that a chemist is, as he said, the first doorway into the health system for many Australians, and indeed it is. And for many of those regional centres, the friendly pharmacist is the only point of call into the health system they have. And we should be very, very mindful of the role that our chemists play in the first-class health system Australia boasts. And we should never forget that. Not just when the accord needs to be signed, but indeed at all times. Now, under this government, the cost of health has increased 15%. In the last term of the Labor government, bulk billing rates dropped 11%. They are not insignificant numbers. They are not. And I know that the Health Minister from the leafy suburbs of Adelaide came out and said, well, if you can't find a doctor to bulk bill you, just make another appointment. Pick up the phone and see if you can find another appointment and go with that doctor. Might all be well and good in Glenelg and Torrens and West Torrens and anywhere else in Adelaide. Might all be well and good in Brisbane, in Sydney, in Melbourne, any other capital city you care to mention. But I tell you what, when you live in remote Australia, and the only doctor in town, if you're lucky enough to have a doctor, the only doctor in town is not bulk billing, you can't pick up the phone and then just get another doctor, because that other doctor might be 5 hours away, and that's by plane. We're not blessed with that many doctors in regional, rural and remote Australia, particularly remote Australia. Now, everybody would like cheaper medicines, and I acknowledge the government's push to have cheaper medicines. But let me just also tell the House of a few of the things that we did as a government, which are often scorned by those opposite. which maintained that when they came to office there was $1 trillion worth of Liberal Party debt. Well, that's not true either. It was nowhere near that. But nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. I'm sorry, it was not anywhere near that. Probably is now, but it was nowhere near that then. And we did have a global pandemic to deal with. We did. But over 93% of Australians were protected with vaccines under the former coalition government. Over 93%. And I know there are a lot of people out there who are scaremongering about vaccinations at the moment. I tell you what, it would do well for people who decry the value of vaccines. Go and visit a cemetery and look at the number of headstones with infants' names and ages on them prior to the 50s and 60s, before vaccinations were made mandatory, and see the number of bubs who weren't able to make into adolescence or let alone adulthood because they passed away too soon because there weren't vaccines available. The other thing that the former coalition government was praised for by the John Hopkins Index, no less, was the fact that we were ranked second in the world for pandemic preparedness. And that's something I think we should be very proud of. Second in the world. There were 502,413 people on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And we see now the problems with the NDIS. And there are issues with the NDIS. My office deals more with NDIS issues than any other single matter or concern which comes before us via email or any other means. And there are issues with the NDIS, not least of which is the cutback to pricing and payments, which means that those NDIS providers who are travelling are now cutting back their services to people who need it outside the major regional hubs, because the travel cost is being absorbed into the overall cost being allowed for by this government. And that is coming into place on 1 July. And when you talk about health outcomes, that is of critical importance, because what it means is that those most vulnerable of society, people who have disabilities, are now not going to receive the allied health that they need, whether it's podiatry, physiotherapy, speech therapy or the like. And that's cruel. That's sad. It's unnecessary. It truly is. And as a regional member, I will continue to fight for those people who aren't being given those services. There were more than, under the former coalition government, 94 million telehealth consultations through Medicare to 16 million patients. Now, telehealth will never replace, or should never replace, face-to-face consultations. But when you are in a remote or regional part of Australia and you don't have that face-to-face professional care, then telehealth is the next best thing. And that number, more than 93 million, increased under our watch. Now, there were 857 new medicines listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme since 2019. 857. That's a significant number. And I praise and I welcome any listing on that. I realise it's got to go through PBAC. I realise there's a process that is required for a listing, and I appreciate the pharmaceutical companies want to get their pound of flesh too. I do. But anything that can be done, and I heard the member for Moore talking about kidney medicines and drugs and treatments, but anything that can be done, particularly to ease the suffering for cystic fibrosis. I appreciate the government has done something in that regard, as we did for heart health, for any sort of health. I say thank you, I do. I truly acknowledge that. Headspace. More than 128,000 Australians supported by Headspace, and I welcomed Regional Minister McBride to Wagga Wagga just recently, visited the walk-in clinic in Baylor Street. I know when I was in government we were able to bring Headspace to town, just like I was able to bring it to Griffith. It's like I was able to fund it for Cowra. And again, anything that can be done in the Headspace space has got to be valued and praised. And to that end, I thank former member for Sturt, Christopher Pyne, for the pioneering work he did for Headspace in its early years, when the genesis of Headspace was being brought to this parliament. 1,400 additional nurse placements for the regions also came about under the former coalition government. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. And we should be acknowledging that work that we did. And I also want to, in the time remaining, thank the government. Here you go. Thank the government for the work that it's done to fund the Maddie Rewald Vision service that is being provided. Maddie Rewald, of course, passed away all too young from bone marrow failure syndrome. She passed away in 2015, all too young, as I say. And her very famous AFL relatives, Nick and Jack, and her family, her wider family, are very much supporting what that does, that vision that she had and that they have to continue the work in this regard. And I know my niece Elizabeth Shaw, who suffers, well, she's actually she's married now and has a little baby Max, and I know that the future that she has because of Maddie Rewald's vision is going to be so beneficial for her. And now with her doctor husband, Dr Burns from Wagga Wagga, I know they're going to have a bright future, and I do thank the government for that, but I'm very disappointed that the government didn't see fit to fund the colorectal centre in Melbourne that we funded. I do wonder why that wasn't funded for the few $1 million that it would have cost to prevent that vital work that they were playing to help particularly babies who were born in that condition. That colorectal centre was providing great hope, an opportunity for those children, and it's now just been taken away for the few $1 million that it would have cost, and I will continue to work cooperatively with government to see that that may be funded in the future, because it's all too vital not to. But look, at the end of the day, if people can get cheaper medicines, if people can acknowledge the role and responsibility that our pharmacies play, particularly in regional Australia, then that has got to be seen as a good thing. If we have a healthy nation, we have a happy nation, we have a productive nation. And I know we had a productivity roundtable last week, not too sure how much health was part of that, but health is vital. We get our health system right, we get the distribution of medicines right, we will increase productivity. And we'll have a better nation besides. And certainly we need to ensure that those rollouts of vital medicines and vital health services are done in rural and remote and regional Australia, where so much of the heavy lifting for this nation is done.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to speak on this legislation, which is part of the Albanese Labor government's dedication to more affordable and accessible healthcare for all Australians. It is also part of the extensive raft of cost of living measures that this government has initiated. The cost of living relief initiated by the Albanese Labor government is extensive. Tax cuts, then more tax cuts, combined with energy bill relief, reduced higher education and VET debt, a record and welcome investment in women's health, plus more bulk billing are all part of the suite of measures designed to help Australians and their families. Nothing, however, Deputy Speaker, is more important than affordable and accessible healthcare. A good job, cheaper prices at the supermarket, lower energy bills and reduced education debt are welcome, but cannot be leveraged by the average Australian if they are unwell. And in a country such as Australia, everyone should be able to take advantage of the opportunities that this great land provides, the opportunity to live a productive and meaningful life. Having lived around the world, I can say that our healthcare system is the envy of the world, and this government is determined to protect it. Good health is everything, and a critical enabler of achieving good health is being able to access healthcare, and that is why the Albanese Labor government is making cheaper medicines even cheaper by delivering on the government's 2025 election commitment in relation to the cost of medicines. From 1 January 2026, the cost of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme General Patient Co-payment will reduce from $31.60 to $25. The last time the PBS medicines cost no more than $25 was over 20 years ago in 2004. Under this government, we know that downward trends are becoming increasingly common. Inflation is going down. It had a 6 in front of it when we came to government, now has a 2. Interest rates are going down. The unemployment rate is going down. And the cost of medicines is going down. We know that under this government, some things go up, like wages for low-income workers, like paid parental leave, like superannuation on paid parental leave. But we know that the cost of medicines is going down. This reduction of the co-payment to $25 is a critical cost of living measure delivered by the Albanese government. The largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme was in 2023, again on this government's watch, when the cost of medicines on the PBS was lowered to $30 from $42.50. And as a result of this, as of 31 July 2025, the savings in my electorate of Sturt in Adelaide's East from the government's action on cheaper medicines has been just over $13 million. Sturt will also be a beneficiary of the Albanese Labor government's health initiatives in that a Medicare mental health centre and urgent care clinic will also be delivered to the electorate. But now we go even further. Importantly, the reduced costs of medicine will include medication newly listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme to help address women's unique health needs. Take, for example, the contraceptive pill Slinder, which was first listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme on 1 May 2025, one of the first listings of contraceptives on that scheme for incredibly more than 30 years. That announcement was made by the Federal Health Minister, the Honourable Mark Butler, in my electorate of Sturt in May 2025, when we heard from women that for them, sometimes Slinder is the only option because of specific and unique medical circumstances. They cannot take other more cost-effective forms of contraception. So this listing meant that the annual cost was reduced from over $300, which is frankly prohibitive for some women. If you are a young woman or a low-income earner, perhaps a retail worker, a disability support worker, an aged care worker, $300 is prohibitive. But now, from 1 January 2026, the cheaper medicines legislation means the cost will be further reduced to $25 for non-concession card holders, making it more accessible and affordable to all women who should not be financially disadvantaged just because of their unique health needs, or in other words, just because they are women. At the same time as the announcement about Slinder was made, the announcement about Progovis was also made. This is a fertility drug, and we know that women with their unique complex health needs require medication from the early family planning stages of life until they desire to start their first family. On this occasion, we met with women who had fallen pregnant because of this drug, now listed on the PBS, and affordable. What really struck me about this was that an announcement about contraceptives and fertility drugs at the same time underscored the complex and unique health needs that women have, and that the Albanese Labor government is listening to and will continue to listen to. What this cheaper medicines measure equates to is a more than 20% cut in the maximum cost of PBS medicines, which will save Australians over $200 million each year. 4 out of 5 medicines on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme will become cheaper, resulting in more affordable and accessible healthcare. And we know that healthy economies only occur when there are healthy populations. A healthy population drives productivity. It drives a healthy economy. So health is an economic proposition. Slashing the costs of medicine is a move to promote better health for all Australians, but it is also an economic imperative. Cheaper medicines are good for the hip pocket, good for your health, and good for the economy. If medication is skipped, a condition worsens. If a visit to a GP is skipped, a condition worsens. Skip another course of medication, take a few sick days, all of a sudden you cannot work, your condition has worsened, maybe you require hospital treatment. This is all about preventative health care, allowing Australians access to affordable health care when a condition arises, not when it has escalated. In Australia, the statement, "I couldn't afford to fill my script," should never be uttered. In Australia, the statement, "I couldn't afford to see my doctor," should never be uttered. In addition to the $25 regime, pensioners and concession card holders will continue to benefit from the freeze to the cost of their PBS scheme medicines, with the cost frozen at its current level of $7.70 until 2030. And as a child of now elderly parents on a raft of different medications, this is very welcome. Australia has an ageing population, and we need to ensure that our elderly Australians have access to affordable healthcare that they deserve. All of these initiatives further grow and develop action the Albanese Labor government has already taken to deliver cost of living through cheaper medicines, including 60-day prescriptions that save time and money for millions of Australians with an ongoing health condition. Cost of living relief is the bread and butter of the Albanese Labor government. Cheaper medicines for all Australians is a critical part of this. Cheaper medicines are good for the hip pocket of all Australians, good for the health of all Australians, and good for the Australian economy. Australians are passionate about healthcare. During my campaign for the seat of Sturt, my team and I door-knocked over 10,000 doors. We talked education, we talked trade, we talked housing. We had great conversations with the engaged voters of Sturt. But a number of weekends jumped out to me as being particularly significant. The first was in November 2024, when the Albanese Labor government announced its policy to wipe 20% of HECS, VET and apprenticeship student debt, which has had an impact on over 25,000 residents of Sturt. The second biggest weekend was when the Albanese Labor government announced a $587 million investment into women's health. This was welcomed by men and women, because both men and women know that women's health is good for the family and an economic proposition. As part of this health announcement, the government indicated that it would be funding more treatments for menopause and helping more women suffering from endometriosis, which is a complex condition. There are many women out there who have been unable to work because of the condition, unable to get out of bed because of the condition, or even unable to get a diagnosis. The Albanese Labor government has heard you and will be making further investments to ensure the women of Australia get the treatment that they deserve. Another big weekend of door-knocking was the announcement that Sturt would be the beneficiary.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, so the debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we see that billionaires have been set up to make even more money out of you sooner because we have to change the environmental laws to allow them to build more intermittent power precincts quicker, removing environmental protections that would otherwise send sections of the political class and the environmentalists and the media into meltdown. But no more, apparently. Wow, what a deal. Secret capacity investment schemes to guarantee a financial win with the taxpayers' money, changing the laws that no farmer could ever get away with so they can build their cash cows toot sweet, laws demanding that their intermittent power product has to be purchased, putting massive upward pressure on the essential item for the dignity of life, electricity, a price of electricity that is at a historical record high, a licence to desecrate the land with wind turbines, solar panels and transmission lines with no responsibility to clean up the mess and obsolescence, a clear understanding that the reason given to it, net zero, is impossible to achieve. And here's the kicker, a chair squad in Canberra of those who otherwise would pride themselves as asking the hard questions and giving voice to the powerless against the powerful. Let's be honest, these boys need 10 out of 10. Basically, the premise that if you don't buy their ticket, you're a bad person. Even if you inquire, you're a climate apostate. These boys have pulled the wool over your eyes and taken you to the cleaners. And there is absolutely nothing that this chamber is currently doing to stop them.
Member for Canberra.
Deputy Speaker, my constituents, Abby and Lockie, both just 23, recently bought their first home in Lawson in my electorate. And I want to thank them for welcoming myself, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Housing to come and see their home yesterday and hear about what it means to them to be paying off their own mortgage rather than someone else's, and also to meet their very cute puppy, Chili, who they've been able to welcome now that they have their own home. This has been possible because of the Albanese government's 5% deposit scheme. And we were there yesterday to announce that our election promise to expand the eligibility of the 5% deposit scheme to every first-home buyer will be brought forward to 1 October this year. This is a game changer for countless young Australians who have been diligently saving to buy their first home, who might be living with their parents, as Abby and Lockie were, who see us saving a 20% deposit as an almost insurmountable task. This will bring them a step closer than ever to having a place that they can call their own. Since coming to office in 2022, Labor has helped over 180,000 first-home buyers get into a home of their own with a lower deposit. And this is just one part of our housing agenda. We've invested $43 billion in our Homes for Australia plan as we work towards our target of 1.2 million new homes by 2030. We're fast-tracking the approvals of 26,000 homes that have stagnated. We're freezing changes to the National Construction Code so that builders can get on with the job.
I'll give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government is the worst government in the last 20 years on emissions reduction. You know who achieved a greater emissions reduction than this government? Tony Abbott, Malcolm Turnbull and Scott Morrison. Emissions have gone down less under Anthony Albanese and Chris Bowen. I think I've discovered finally why Chris Bowen goes so red in question time. Because he's embarrassed, and he should be. He should be, because prices are up.
I'll remind the member to use correct titles when referring to members in the House.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, I withdraw that. Prices are up, emissions are flat, and they're nowhere near the renewable energy target. But don't worry out there. Who can we trust to set a 2035 target in just a few weeks' time? the worst performing government in 20 years on emissions. That's who we're entrusting Australia. That is who we are asking to legislate a 2035 target. The people who promise a lot but deliver zero. And it's no wonder they want to talk about batteries. And I've got to admire this government for their politics, because when you jack energy prices up sky high, you then realise batteries aren't economical to sell to them. So actually you subsidise those batteries with the money Australians pay you to reduce the electricity prices that you've jacked up. The politics is astounding. Congratulations, and no wonder you want to talk about the coalition, because a look in the mirror, it's pretty ugly.
Yeah. Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. During the election campaign, the thing I heard most often from young people in my electorate of Banks was that they wanted to see a government that would help them get into their first home. I heard many stories in Banks of people who were paying a similar amount in rent to what they had worked out they would be paying for a mortgage, but were unable to get enough saved to get over the deposit hurdle. It is why I am so pleased that this Labor government's 5% home deposit initiative is being introduced, which will open the doors of home ownership to so many more hard-working Australians, especially our young people. From 1st October 2025, first home buyers can get into a property with only a 5% deposit, cutting years off time required to save for a deposit and saving first home owners thousands in lenders' mortgage insurance. The housing crisis is a complex beast that has been decades in the making. While the former government didn't even see fit to have a housing minister in most of their term, this Labor government is getting the job done with an excellent housing minister and an ambitious agenda, including to both boost housing supply with targets and programs that makes it easier for Australians to get into a place of their own, making sure the next generation are able to have somewhere to live and somewhere to build a home for generations to come.
Member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to speak today about the huge rallies we saw over the weekend in support of the Palestinian people. This is what hope looks like. Hundreds of thousands of people rallying across the country, calling for an end to the genocide, for the government to sanction Israel and end their arms trade with them. 50,000 in Brisbane alone, an incredible cross-section of the community, all united because they see what this government won't, that when a genocide is happening, you do everything in your power to stop it. This is a powerful movement that can win, part of a powerful global movement that can stop the genocide. But Labor and the Liberals don't want you to think that's possible. They want you to think it's okay to continue exporting crucial parts of F-35 jets that allow Israel to drop bombs on Gaza. They want you to think it's okay not sanctioning Israel, as we did Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. They want you to think it's acceptable to maintain diplomatic and trade ties with a state committing genocide, to continue to refer to them as friend and ally. Hundreds of thousands of people sent a message to the government over the weekend. You cannot hide from your complicity in Israel's genocide in Gaza.
Member for Brisbane.
Speaker, housing is a human right and it is an important foundation in anyone's life. I saw as a child growing up in Brisbane with foster siblings how a safe home can be life-changing. The challenges we face in housing are complex, but they are the result of decades of inadequate attention. But this Labor government has made the biggest single investment in housing since World War II. Our $43 billion plan sees investment across homelessness, social housing, home ownership support and additional rental assistance. We're working to deliver 55,000 social and affordable homes and support for more than 100,000 first home buyers to own a home of their own. In Brisbane, we've delivered almost 1,200 homes using the 5% deposit scheme. There are 9,000 recipients of the Commonwealth Rent Assistance Program, 80 social homes under the Housing Australia Financing Program, 12 new dwellings for crisis accommodation and 2,800 dwellings as part of the Build to Rent program. Meanwhile, those opposite continue to undermine these programs. We all remember they teamed up with the Greens to block important housing reforms and they still can't figure out a credible housing policy. Shame on you. Meanwhile, Labor's getting on with the job, we're getting on with the job of delivering more homes sooner.
Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on behalf of the Milson Point, Kirribilli and Lavender Bay communities who are shocked and deeply disappointed by the decision to close the Milsons Post Office. Milsons Point. This closure will have serious welfare impacts, particularly for elderly and disabled residents in the Greenway, James Milson Village and the Port Jackson Tower housing complexes. The closure was not part of Australia Post modernisation program. Instead, it was triggered by Transport New South Wales' refusal to extend the lease, increasing instead the rent to levels that's simply uneconomic for Australia Post. Transport for New South Wales did not permit community consultation or take into account the impact on community needs. I've met with Australia Post to discuss our community's concerns and will be writing to New South Wales Government to ensure there's greater accountability from them. We need to find a way to balance the need for Australia Post to maintain economically viable outlets and access to essential services for communities, and that should be provided by national institutions like Australia Post. I commend the Kirribilli, Milsons Point and Lavender Bay precincts for their joint advocacy efforts to fight the closure or find acceptable solutions. I want to thank Australia Post for their engagement on this issue with me, and I look forward to continuing to engage on the issue. We need for the community, this is important for the community to access essential services, and so a solution and a compromise needs to be found.
Member for Gorton.
Deputy Speaker, housing is everything in the western suburbs of Melbourne, and Gorton is one of the youngest and fastest growing electorates in the country. Throughout the election campaign, like my friend the member for Banks, I had thousands of conversations with young people living with their parents or renting. They would tell me how they felt owning a home was out of their grasp. We know that those opposite think raiding our superannuation for a house deposit is the way to go, but we on this side of the House, we care about the future of our young people. And from the 1st of October 2025, first home buyers will only need a 5% deposit. Young people aren't an afterthought here. This policy is for us. We're delivering this election commitment even earlier than we said we'd deliver it. This will cut years off the time it takes to save for a deposit. It will help young people into first homes sooner, meaning they'll be paying off their own mortgages, not just their landlords. This is real cost of living relief for those out west. Since we came to government in May this year, more than 1,800 people in Gorton have been able to buy their first home with a 5% deposit or less, thanks to Labor's expanded home guarantee scheme. And this 5% deposit is not in a vacuum. We're tackling the housing crisis from every angle. We're building more homes. We're supporting our skilled construction workforce with more than 400 construction trade apprentices in Gorton benefiting from incentive payments. Building more homes, making it better to rent and easier to buy, because young people shouldn't be locked out of the housing market.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week on Vietnam Veterans Day, we paused to reflect on a conflict that shaped a generation and to honour the courage, sacrifice and enduring spirit of all who served. I was privileged to join many Vietnam veterans and their families at the Coxcomb Veterans Bush Retreat for a moving service. Together we remembered not only those who made the ultimate sacrifice in Vietnam, but also those who in the years since have lost their own battle in different ways. The bonds of mateship remain strong, more than 50 years on, and it was deeply humbling to witness. Following the service, I spent time with many of the veterans, sharing in the solidarity that is so unique to the veteran community, and reflecting on the incredible work Coxcomb does to support those who have served. It was a reminder that the strength of our veterans is not only found in their service, but also in the way they continue to look after one another. Since 1997, the Coxcomb Veterans Retreat has been a place of solace and healing for Vietnam veterans. Today, it continues to serve as a place of reflection and peace for veterans of more recent conflicts as well. It's a sanctuary where the silent battles faced by many are, if only for a while, quietened. To the veterans of Vietnam and to all who have served since, your courage shaped our history, your sacrifice safeguarded our freedom, and your legacy will live on through every generation of Australians. We honour you not only in ceremony but in our actions, and we pledge never to forget the price you paid for this nation, lest we forget.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. Too many young people in Melbourne work hard and save what they can, but home ownership feels further out of reach every year. That's why I welcome the Albanese Labor government's announcement that from 1 October, every first home buyer will only need a 5% deposit. This will cut years off the time it takes to save, and it means buyers won't pay a single dollar in mortgage insurance. In suburbs across the electorate of Melbourne, from Carlton to Collingwood and Docklands to Fitzroy, young people are being locked out of the market. Cutting deposits requirements is practical, immediate relief. And by building 100,000 homes exclusively for first-time buyers, we are levelling the playing field. This comes alongside Labor's 20% reduction in HECS debt. For many in Melbourne, graduates balance rent, rising bills and student repayments. This will free up real money to put towards a first deposit. It means more for our teachers, nurses and hospitality workers can see a pathway to buy their own home. The Liberals sat on their hands for a decade, letting the crisis get worse. I am proud that this government is tackling it head on, cutting the time to save, reducing student debt and building the homes our city needs, because everyone deserves the chance to have a place to call home.
Member for Hume.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to raise serious concerns about a decision that will affect thousands of Defence Force men and women over the years to come. In its wisdom, the Albanese government has decided to scrap funding from the Salvation Army's Sallyman program. The Sallymen and Sallymans have provided Australian troops with comfort, care and Christian chaplaincy for more than 125 years during conflict and peacetime on bases around the country. Whether it's a hot cuppa, sympathetic ear, their presence has been a constant source of strength and reassurance. And Speaker, this has been more than just a service, it's part of our Defence Force culture and heritage. Generations of Australian soldiers have relied for support on Sallymen and Mams during their toughest moments. Since this announcement, I've heard from many ex-service people, not only from my electorate but right across the country, veterans like James. And James said, as a veteran, I recall on many occasions where this service brightened me and the boys' days when they were doing it tough in the field. Given the defence budget, it's more than $50 billion a year and the Sallyman program needs only $1.5 million to continue, it's not like it's about the money. Cutting the Sallyman program is not the answer. I call on the government to reconsider this decision and ensure that this vital service continues for our serving men and women, veterans and their families.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under the Albanese Labor government, first home buyers are now able to buy a house with just a 5% deposit from October 1st this year. A 5% deposit and no mortgage insurance saves money, reduces ongoing costs and now has been brought forward to help more Australians realise their dream of home ownership. Unlike the policy of those opposite, this 5% deposit policy allows first home buyers to get into home ownership without having to mortgage their retirement by raiding their super. Combined with other cost of living initiatives such as a 20% reduction in HECS debts, disallowing HECS to be taken into account while applying for loans, more affordable healthcare and childcare, better access to education, this delivers a holistic response to ensuring Australians can live in their lives in a piece of Australia that they own. When I returned to the electorate after HECS debts were reduced, so many people came to me and they were excited because now they felt they could start saving for a home. Well, this is great news for them because that house just got a little bit closer. We were elected to help Australians and were given a mandate to reduce the imposition of the deposit on first home buyers to get them into the game sooner and allow them to live their best lives in their own home, and we are delivering. These are the kind of changes that people expect to see from their governments. We're getting more Australians into their home quicker while saving them money along the way. A huge win for first home buyers around the country and just another way the Albanese Labor government is delivering on our commitments.
Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our children are our nation's best asset. They are the future of this great country, and this is why we must protect them. We must nurture them and give them the best possible chance in life. This is why we must conduct a Royal Commission into childcare. Nothing less will suffice. The appalling string of charges laid against an appalling string of offenders in the childcare system in recent times demands action. As well, the incidence of some childcare centres putting children's lives at risk in the pursuit of profits is obscene. We are now seeing the industrialisation of childcare. It is simply not right. Let's not mince words. The predators who do the wrong thing, buy babies, and they are babies in childcare, ought to be locked up forever. They should never, ever see the light of day again. How these evildoers manage to slip through the system is anyone's guess. No more. Let's put the system under the microscope. A full and exhaustive Royal Commission is what is needed for the sake of our most precious of people, our kids. You see, with aged care, the older people were able to at least give evidence. Our babies can't. They can't speak for themselves, and we should do the right thing by them.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This country hasn't built enough houses for 40 years, and this meant prices have gone up both for purchase and to rent. This Labor government has got cracking on a number of strategies to address this. We're making it better to rent through strengthening renters' rights, increasing rental properties through build to rent, 80,000 more homes, and a 45% increase to Commonwealth Rent Assistance, helping 1 million households. We're building more homes through the Housing Australia Future Fund. We're training more tradies, providing more infrastructure and reducing red tape. We're also making it easier to buy through shared equity with Help to Buy and a 20% cut to student debt and excluding it from mortgage assessments. And now we're expanding the 5% deposit scheme. 175,000 Australians have already bought their first home on this scheme. And this means first home buyers can get into the market faster and avoid having to pay mortgage insurance. Mortgage insurance is very rarely called on and costs the average mortgagee $23,000 a year, money they could be putting into their home equity. Alongside increasing affordable housing supply, the 5% deposit scheme means housing will be more affordable for first home buyers, many of whom are in the younger age groups. The Liberal National Party left a housing disaster for our next generation, and they've tried to block our housing strategies at every step. This government is working hard to make housing affordable for all Australians.
Member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic announced by the Albanese government in the March budget to be located in my electorate of Flinders in Somerville, but now apparently shifted to Hastings without any consultation. A recently published open tender from the South Eastern Melbourne Primary Health Network makes this clear. They're seeking a site on the Mornington Peninsula with a preference for Hastings. Now, I do welcome this much-needed investment in our area from this government, and I have a long list of items which I constantly raise with government ministers. Hastings is well deserving of greater medical facilities. It's 15 minutes drive from Somerville and 30 minutes from Frankston Hospital. But when governments make big undertakings to our community, locals deserve to see them delivered where and how they were promised, or at least to be consulted on such a significant change. Somerville has high need. 33.2% of Somerville residents have one or more long-term health conditions, compared with just 27.4% Victoria-wide. It is an area that is experiencing rapid urban growth, with 20,000 people now calling the township home. Last Friday, Health Minister Mark Butler put out a press release reiterating the plan to establish an urgent care clinic in Somerville. The Health Minister insists the clinic is still coming, and that's good. But so why does the tender point elsewhere, and what are the possible proponents supposed to do? Trust the Minister's press release or the tender documents? This government talks about transparency. This might be a good place to start.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let's be clear about what those opposite did in government. They looked after their mates. They left first home buyers and young Australians completely screwed. Shame. They created a housing crisis, fuelled inequity and walked out without a plan. Shame. And now their big idea, make young Australians raid their super. Nothing on supply, nothing on affordability, nothing to fix the mess they created, just another Liberal cash grab forcing young people to choose between a home today or dignity in retirement. And the Greens, I'm glad there's one in here too, Speaker. They showed their true colours as well. They spent the whole term blocking Labor's housing reforms, voting with the Liberals to lock young people out. At the election, Australians delivered the verdict, 3 seats gone, including their leader. While those opposite play games with people's futures, our government is delivering, Speaker. From the 1st of October 2025, first home buyers can purchase with a 5% deposit and no mortgage insurance. That's real help, cutting years off the time it takes to save for a deposit. Speaker, that is the difference. Young people in the Hunter tell me they are working harder and saving harder, yet home ownership feels further away than what it ever has. I tell them this: help is on its way under the Albanese Labor government. We are here to help you and we'll be listening to you along the way. Thank you for your support. Cheers.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Salvation Army has been helping people since their formation in the 19th century and doing tremendous work to improve the lives of others, and that work extends into my electorate of Wide Bay and Noosa, where together Sharon and I and 160 other people attended the Noosa Coolum Salvation Army breakfast at the Sunshine Beach Surf Life Saving Club. The breakfast theme was Hope Rising, and the $20,000 raised will raise hopes for many. The event's guest speaker, Olympic medalist Natalie Cook, spoke about the importance of hope and how that connects us all, and it could be that the hope of winning a gold medal at the Olympics, or simply the hope for a night's sleep in a safe place. We also heard from some very brave women who spoke about their lived experience of homelessness and how the safe sleeping place that is run by the Salvation Army has changed their life, not only giving them a safe place to sleep, but also they've followed on and become volunteers and helping others at the same time, which is so tremendous. My thanks and appreciation go to the Noosa Coolum Salvation Army volunteers led by Captain Matt Gyers and the fundraising committee members Penelope Lena and Donna Frey for their commitment to helping others.
Member for Solomon.
Young Territorians are working hard and trying to save, but feel like the dream of home ownership has never been further out of reach. Of course, we, Labor, are making it easier for you Territorians, young or old, to buy your own home. From the 1st of October, every first home buyer will only need a 5% deposit. This will cut years off the time it takes to save for a deposit, helping you to own your home sooner. And you won't have to pay a single dollar in mortgage insurance either. Yes, first home buyers only need a 5% deposit, while single parents only need a 2% deposit. Housing Australia provides a guarantee to the buyer's bank to enable a home buyer to borrow up to 95% or 98% for single parents of the property's value. So, for those Territorians seeking to apply, you need to be over 18, need to be a first home buyer or a home buyer who has not owned a property in Australia for the last 10 years, be buying or building a residential property to live in, and have saved a minimum deposit of 5% or 2% for single parents. This is fantastic support from our federal government to Territorians that want to own their own home.
Member for Gippsland.
Speaker, RSL Australia has sent a very clear message to the Albanese government. The Defence and Veterans Services Commissioner should be established as a Commonwealth statutory agency through purpose-specific legislation as recommended by the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. It's the same message, Speaker, from veterans advocates like Julianne Finney and the respected interim head of the DVSC, Michael Manthorpe, who has told the Senate inquiry it would be highly desirable to create a stand-alone act. Now, Speaker, this government needs to listen for a change. The RSL has said Australian veterans who have made unique sacrifices in service of our nation deserve to know their interests are being protected by an oversight body that will act without fear or favour. Now, the RSL says the Commissioner should be established under a separate Act of Parliament as an independent body. In opposition, the Prime Minister liked to play politics with our veterans. He even accused the coalition of ignoring grieving parents like Julianne Finney. Prime Minister, why is your government now ignoring the pleas of Ms Finney and the RSL for a truly independent Commissioner? We know that true independence is the key to establishing the trust and the confidence of the veteran community. Prime Minister, why won't your government listen to veterans, listen to their families listen to veterans advocates, listen to mental health experts and listen to the Coalition and give our veterans a fully independent
Member
commissioner.
For McNamara. Member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When it comes to affordable housing, Australians know they can rely on the Albanese Labor government to deliver homes for more people. It's not our government that said in 2017, if you want to buy a house, get rich parents. It wasn't our government that said, if you want to buy a house, get a better job. No, it was our government that said to young Australians, we want to help you get into your first home, and we've done so through our 5% deposit scheme. Nearly 1,300 people in McEwen have benefited from this, and we know right across the country more Australians will get access to that Australian dream of owning their own home because this government actually went out and supported Australians. We went out and said that we need to get more homes for people fleeing domestic violence. We've fast-tracked our support for tradies to get more people building homes and getting into the housing sector. We've also delivered more homes for defence veterans, and we've also gone and done the work that's actually about unlocking the opportunities for young people to get a new home without relying on, as those opposite said, getting your parents to fund you or getting a better job. We know times are hard, but it's our government that is standing up consistently for Australians and making sure that every opportunity there is to get into your own home is being done courtesy of us. A $43 billion plan that is not just there about the dollars, it's actually about making lives better for families, making lives better for younger people and older people, and giving the safe security that they need to deliver a better future for themselves.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. It's a great honour to welcome our 2025 Australian of the Year, Neil Danaher, to the House. I was able to meet with Neil earlier today, and it was a delight, just as it was absolutely a wonderful evening at the Arboretum, where Neil was designated as a very worthy Australian of the Year. Since Neil was diagnosed with MND in 2013, he has inspired all Australians with his battle against what he calls the beast. Neil, I know that you are fond of saying, when all is said and done, more is said than done. What you have done is truly extraordinary. Through Fight MND, those iconic beanies and the famous Big Freeze slide on the King's birthday at the G, over $117 million has been raised to fund research into a cure. And I know this whole parliament is proud to support those efforts, as governments from both sides have over many years. Neil, yours is a message of hope, a message of courage and a message of determination. It has touched the lives of so many Australians. You lift us all up. Welcome to our parliament, and thank you, mate, for what you do.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and may I rise to join the Prime Minister to acknowledge Australian of the Year Neil Danaher, AO, who joins us in the Parliament and in the Chamber today. Many of us remember with great fondness Neil's footy career, playing with the Bombers and later as coach with the Demons. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate you on being named Australian of the Year, Neil, in the company of your daughter Rebecca, and I want to recognise, as does all of the Coalition and of course the whole Parliament, the tremendous contribution that you continue to make fighting MND, because every day in Australia 2 people are diagnosed with MND and we lose 2 people from the disease. Many of us know the Fight MND brand, which is the annual fundraising campaign, the Big Freeze with the AFL. It is a tremendous Australian organisation that, as the Prime Minister has said, has raised and invested over $115 million. And I remember, Neil, attending with you and your family a Fight MND football netball fundraising event in my hometown of Albury just a few years ago, where it was very clear to me that you are universally loved and admired. Your commitment to fighting the beast is a testament to your vision, your courage and your sense of community. Welcome.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I call the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Moments ago, Australians learned of the most egregious acts of foreign interference against our nation and our people since the Cold War. The expulsion of the Iranian ambassador from our country and the listing of the IRGC as a terrorist organisation are entirely necessary actions that the Coalition has previously called for and supports. Can the Prime Minister update the House on these developments and the actions the government is taking in the national interest?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question and for the Parliamentary's bipartisan support for the actions that we have taken. We know that since those terrible events by the Hamas terrorists on October 7, we've witnessed a number of appalling anti-Semitic attacks against Australia's Jewish community. We've been clear that these attacks have no place in Australia. And the government asked ASIO and the AFP to investigate as a priority. And I do want to thank the extraordinary work that has been done to get to the bottom of what has been quite a complex issue. ASIO has now gathered enough credible intelligence to reach a deeply disturbing conclusion that the Iranian government directed at least 2 of these attacks. Iran has sought to disguise its involvement through the use of criminal elements being paid here in Australia. ASIO assesses that apart from these 2 attacks, it is likely that there are more as well. These were extraordinary and dangerous acts of aggression orchestrated by a foreign nation on Australian soil. They are attempts to undermine social cohesion and sow discord in our community. And it is totally unacceptable, and the Australian government is taking strong and decisive action in response. The Iranian ambassador is being expelled. We were briefed by ASIO yesterday. We went through our appropriate processes and ensured that the Australian diplomats who are based in Tehran were able to get safely to a third country before these revelations became public because of concern for their safety, and I confirm that that has occurred and we've suspended operations at the embassy in Tehran. The government will legislate so that we can list Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, as a terrorist organisation. The actions of my government send a very clear message to nations like Iran who seek to interfere in our country that your aggression will not be tolerated. As we face those who seek to do us harm, Australia must stand together. We briefed prior to the press conference the premiers of Victoria and New South Wales as well. I spoke with Rabbi Shlomo Khan of the Adass Israel Synagogue. We also spoke with the restaurant and the member for Wentworth electorate as well that was impacted by this. There is more investigations going on, I must say, so there was a limit to what the information that the ASIO Director General and the officials will give. Obviously, our priority is making sure that the perpetrators of this, direct and indirect, brought to justice, and we don't want to engage in any talk that potentially disrupts the investigations which are ongoing. As I said, ASIO is very clear, the Director-General, that there's at least 2 accounts. The government has been briefed, and certainly I would hope that the Leader of the Opposition and appropriate people on the other side as well take advantage of a briefing as well. This is the case that this is the most serious response that any Australian government has given. We don't expel an ambassador lightly because of the consequences of that, which aren't obviously all upside. But we do think that it is an appropriate response given the extraordinary behaviour and the direct link that they've been able to draw through a direct chain to individuals and to the IRGC.
On indulgence, to associate her remarks to the Prime Minister's.
Speaker, I rise on indulgence to associate the opposition with the Prime Minister's remarks. We are all disgusted to learn of the serious and chilling foreign interference which has been perpetrated by the Islamic Republic of Iran on Australian soil. As the Director-General of Security explained today, the Iranian government has been confirmed as having directed at least 2 attacks against Australia's Jewish community, including the firebombing of the Adass Israel Synagogue. To Australia's Jewish community, our message has been abundantly clear throughout this period of heightened anti-Semitism. All Australians have a right to practice their faith, free from persecution, free from violence and free from fear. These acts of egregious foreign interference are brazen attempts to cleave apart our social cohesion, to turn neighbour against neighbour and Australian against Australian. I therefore want to make it abundantly clear on behalf of the Coalition that while we sit opposite from the government in this chamber, we are entirely united behind the measures announced today to expel the Iranian ambassador and list the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organisation.
The call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. How has the government responded today to those who seek to spread hatred and undermine social cohesion in our country?
The call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Robertson for the question. I want to pay tribute to the work, first of all, of ASIO, to the Australian Federal Police and to all the state and territory police forces. In particular, all members of Parliament are thinking of the Victorian State Police Force today as well. I know the significant amount of work and there's analytical rigour that goes into ASIO assessments. They do not reach these conclusions lightly. This is an unprecedented attack on our society. It is aimed at creating fear, at stoking internal divisions and eroding our social cohesion. And while after the attacks it was described in the media that no one was injured, that's true, but people were harmed. The people who are part of that community at the Adass Israel Synagogue were harmed. The owners of the Lewis Continental Kitchen and all their customers were harmed. The local communities around were harmed, the Jewish community was harmed, and we as a nation were harmed. There is anti-Semitism in Australia. It is real, it is ugly, it is debilitating. And while this particular attack commenced with anti-Semitism originating in Iran, nothing changes the fact that these were anti-Semitic attacks, and the impact was identical. The impact on our communities, the impact on our nation. For some anti-Semitic elements in Australia, as a result of these attacks, they felt emboldened. But any anti-Semitic attack, in fact any attack that relies on any form of dehumanising bigotry, is an attack on Australia. This extraordinary attack which occurred on our soil means we have to adapt our response to a changing threat. That's why, as the Prime Minister said earlier, the government intends on changing the criminal code so that we can list the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. This sends the strongest possible signal that this conduct has reached a new and totally unacceptable low. The existing criminal code clauses, which were designed decades ago, were intended to deal with different threats to what we are now facing. The anti-Semitism which drove this attack, as I said, began in Iran, not Australia. But importantly, we must not allow the blame to fall on Australians of Iranian descent. That's exactly the kind of disunity and division that these attacks were designed to create. Instead, Australia stands together. These attempts at division will fail. They already have. We stand together as a nation in unity and strength.
I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. During the government's three-day talkfest, the introduction of a new housing tax, new death tax, new wealth tax, new tradie tax and new levies on Australian businesses were floated. Is the Prime Minister aware of any work the Treasurer has commissioned on these proposals?
There's far too much interjections. Minister for Agriculture and others, there will be absolutely no interjections when people are asking questions. Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for her question and for a question about tax policy, not from the government but by people who attended a round table. Maybe it was the Shadow Treasurer who was raising these things. Because there were people that the Shadow Treasurer, I heard him actually say that everything was up for review and that they had an open mind. I do know this, that 2 days before the last election, the member for Hume, former Shadow Minister, snuck out the coalition costings and they revealed a $75 billion higher figure in personal income taxes. That's what they went to the election on, including the former Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Vote for us, you get 75...
No, we're just going to pause that. We're going to get the member for Hume to quickly withdraw that so we can continue. I thank the member for Hume. The Prime Minister in continuation.
Hands up, Mr Speaker. So they had $75 billion in personal income tax increases over there. They had higher taxes on the resources sector and on the manufacturing sector because they wanted to abolish production tax credits, which reduced taxes for the resources sector. They had higher taxes on motorists through the abolition of the EV concession that was put in place. Oh, this will be good.
Order. Order. The Minister for Infrastructure is just going to pause, so the manager is under the standing order is entitled to, and he's going to do so.
I didn't want to be there. Why would I want to go to that?
You may not be here if this continues. So
the PM's hectoring me.
That's okay. Just get to your point.
He's hectoring me, not the other way around.
Get to your point of order.
All right. So, look, Speaker, I take a point of relevance. In no way was he asked about coalition policy. The only thing he has answered this question about, the Prime Minister, is coalition policy.
Well,
so he was asked about modelling. Is he aware of any modelling that the Treasurer had done on any policy, any of the socialist policies? Yes, I wasn't invited. You're correct, Prime Minister.
Resume your seat. It's not an open mic session, Manager of Opposition Business. Resume your seat. Order. Order. Okay. People are entitled to raise the point of order. It was a very broad question, and the question was about any modelled views by Treasury on these proposals. The Leader of the Opposition, just going to dial it down. We're just going to get the Prime Minister to be directly relevant to the question. He can talk about opposition policies, but in terms of his answer, he's got to be directly relevant to the policy he was asked about.
I'm being directly relevant to what I was asked about, which was policies from non-government members raised last week. Now, I know that after their party room, things are a bit difficult there, but we saw the manager of opposition business just say he didn't want to go to the round table. Well, the shadow, talk to the bloke next year, because he was there. He was there, he got an invite, and he was keen. Mr. Speaker, he even came to drinks at the lodge, and he was very welcome. 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 And they also had, of course, a policy that they're trying to implement tonight, the higher taxes on the housing construction industry by abolishing build-to-rent. We want to assist the building of more homes. They want to abolish those concessions. They also, of course, went through with higher student debts for more than 3 million Australians, not proceeding with the 20% cut, bigger mortgages for tens of thousands of Australians because they said that abolished Help to Buy, higher power bills with the abolition of the cheaper home battery scheme, and more expensive training courses with the abolition of free TAFE. Those opposite actually went to an election arguing for higher taxes and bigger deficits.
The Prime
That is
Minister's
some
time
achievement.
has concluded. The call to the honourable member for Blair.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the Albanese Labor government making it easier for Australians to get into home ownership, and what are the obstacles?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Wonderful. Thanks, Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Blair for his question. He is such a big supporter of giving his community better opportunities for home ownership. And he tops the league table, Speaker. Since our government was elected, 3,416 people in his local community have got into home ownership with the backing of the Albanese government. And I know that the member cannot wait to get back to his beautiful part of our country to tell potential first home buyers that even more support is on the way from the Albanese government. Now, Speaker, housing is very tough in Australia today, and that's why our government has built a $43 billion agenda with policies that are making a real difference to the lives of Australians. Just since we were elected, 180,000 people around our country have bought their first home with our 5% deposit program. More than 1 million households, Speaker, have gotten a 45% increase to Commonwealth rent assistance. 500,000 homes have been built, new housing approvals are up 30%, and we've got 28,000 social and affordable homes in planning or construction today. Now, Mr Speaker, we know that the key to addressing Australia's housing crisis is to build, build, build. We've got to build more homes more quickly, and that's why the majority of that $43 billion package is aimed at improving supply. Alongside those measures, our party has a strong view that we should be doing more to help first home buyers to get into the market now. Yesterday, our Prime Minister announced that from the 1st of October, every single first home buyer around the country can get into the housing market with just a 5% deposit. Now, Speaker, I know it's not just me. All of us speak to younger people in our community and hear about the fact that that 20% deposit is the main barrier for the next generation getting access to home ownership. The expansion of this 5% deposit scheme will change lives. Speaker, this will mean tens of thousands of additional Australians who will get the security, the stability and the joy that owning your own home brings. The PM and I both talked yesterday about our fantastic visit to Abbey and Lockie and Chile. And they spoke to us about this experience they have of spending their 20s paying off their own mortgage, not someone else's. Well, we're fighting to give more Australians that opportunity. And, Speaker, they're just one of so many families that I meet whose lives have been changed by our policies. We want to expand the opportunity for home ownership to more young Australians. We can do it, Speaker, and Labor believes that we should. Now, Speaker, we know that housing is a real challenge for people right around the country. That's why you're seeing our government step up and tackle this crisis from every single angle. We are building more homes, we're helping renters get a better deal, and we are bloody proud to be helping more Australians realise their dream of home ownership.
Just remind the Minister not to use that language during her answers. Before I call the member for May, I have a number of acknowledgements I'll do together now for the House. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation from the Republic of Fiji led by the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Binman Prasad, and they are joined by His Excellency Mr R.J. Bamaret, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Fiji, Bulavanaka. I'm pleased to also inform the House that we are joined by the Most Honourable the Marquess of Salisbury, former Leader of the Opposition in the House of Lords and Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Defence, and also members of the Australian Union of Jewish Students are in the gallery today, and Ms Selina Ubo, the Leader of the Opposition in the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly, and Anthony Marsh, the Mayor of Mornington Peninsula Shire, Mark Stormer, the CEO of the Mornington Peninsula Shire, and Josh Sinclair, CEO of the Committee for Frankston, the Mornington Peninsula, as guests of the member for Flinders. I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. On 31st March, 87,597 older Australians were assessed and waiting for home care at their approved level. As of today, that figure is estimated to be over 100,000. Older Australians are dying while waiting for aged care. What justification does the government have for delaying the promised additional home care packages from July to November this year?
The call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, and I acknowledge her legitimate interest and commitment to ensuring that all older people across her community can access safe, dignified and high-quality aged care. In the last term of Parliament, my predecessor, the now Minister for Communications, worked across the Parliament to pass the new Aged Care Act with bipartisan support from the opposition and constructive contribution from the crossbench. And we're preparing to implement that new Act on the 1st of November, along with the Support at Home program, which is the updated program replacing the current home care packages program. These are once-in-a-generation reforms, and they will deliver world-class aged care services to the older people who worked so hard to build our country and to whom we owe the very best care. Support at Home will deliver a system that helps older people to stay at home for longer by making a higher level of care available in the home. This is an entirely reformed program. It is not an extension of the current program. It is an adapted model of care in the home. As our population ages, we've seen demand for in-home care grow very, very fast. There are now more than 300,000 people accessing home care packages today, compared to just 150,000 people back in 2020. Mr Speaker, as I've said before, we are currently delivering more care to more people than ever before. When Support at Home starts on the 1st of November, we will roll out an additional 80,000 home care places in the first 12 months. Until then, my number one priority is ensuring that older people continue to receive care and services. And until November, we'll continue to assign packages every single week. The average since September last year the weekly average is 2,700 packages a week. And I can assure the member that people who are assessed as high priority will continue to receive their packages within a month. Mr Speaker, the brief deferral of the commencement of the new Aged Care Act is to ensure that programs like Support at Home are ready for older Australians and their families. The Labor government continues to deliver more care for more Australians, and we've given aged care providers more time to prepare their clients, support their workers and get their systems ready for these historic changes.
A call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the government delivering on its commitment to help Australians get into secure housing, and what have been the responses?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Moreton for her question, and of course we have a $43 billion Homes for Australia plan, something that is helping more first home buyers, something that's helping to expand home ownership, something that is assisting renters, but also supporting people by an expansion of social housing as well. And the figures are in. New home starts are up strongly. New dwelling commencements were up 17% in the March quarter. Completions of new homes are up 3.7% compared to a year ago. All up, nearly 500,000 new homes being added to stock since we came to office. Housing approvals are up 30% compared to a year ago, And in 2023-24, almost 9,000 more firms entered the building industry than exited. Importantly, construction cost inflation has fallen from a half-century high under the former government, which were at 17% when the coalition left office, fallen down to 1.6% under Labor. And yesterday we announced our fast-tracking of the 5% deposit plan. But I note the support that's received from first home buyers means wiping years off the time it takes to save for a deposit and saving thousands of dollars in mortgage insurance. Overwhelmingly, this has been welcomed by young Australians who dream of home ownership. But I regret to inform the House that it hasn't been welcomed by everyone. Yesterday morning, the Coalition's housing spokesperson went on 2GB and said, "Why should the children of billionaires get access to a government program?" The children of billionaires he was talking about. But by the time he got on the Radio National, the class war was advancing. I mean, this is what he said. "I mean, this is an uncapped scheme which is available to billionaires," he went on to say. Now, the idea that if you are a billionaire, you're out there worried about whether you get a 5% deposit or a 20% deposit probably isn't the objective of the people this is aimed at. It's aimed at people like Abby and Lockie, who we met yesterday, 23-year-olds trying to get into their first home, who've stayed with Abby's mum and dad in order to save a deposit. But it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary that those opposite just don't get it. Just don't get it. And yesterday they were going to have the vote on it in the Senate, but it's been postponed for a day because he was in his second home at the Sky News studio. He was on Credlin being interviewed by Steve Price because not even Credlin was on Credlin last night.
Order. When the House comes to order, we shall hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said, quote, "The only tax policy that we're implementing is the one that we took to the election." However, when asked about possible tax changes, the Treasurer was open-minded, saying, quote, "It's a matter for Cabinet." Can the Prime Minister confirm that having successfully eliminated the members for Chifley and Isaacs from Cabinet, the Treasurer is now working on eliminating Australian savings with a fresh round of taxes?
Order. Order. The member for Bruce. There's far too much noise, particularly in the corner. The Prime Minister has the call and we heard in silence.
Well, credit where credit's due, Mr Speaker. It takes some guts to talk about division in a party room. From people who've just come from a room over there where they were queuing up. The Leader of the Liberal Party in the Senate, led the charge to abolish net zero in the party room today. And they were queuing up, one after the other, one after the other. They are all over the shop, Mr Speaker.
Order. The member for Forest.
All over the shop. So we now have two former Deputy Prime Ministers getting together. I mean, one of the great romances we've ever seen in this place, Mr Speaker. The member for Riverina and the member for New England.
Order. The member for Solomon. He's laughing. Order. The member for Canning. I'd like to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. Unsurprisingly, this is on relevance. Every question the Prime Minister is not addressing anywhere near the subject matter of the question. He seems obsessed with the coalition and its happenings, but he's been asked about matters affecting the government and its policy, and he refuses to answer. The last answer, he didn't even get to the question. This time he's following the same pattern.
You did say there was division, which clearly...
Look, order. I agree with the manager, but when there is a pretty broad political brushstroke through a question, as this one was, it wasn't a fact, a figure, which I know sometimes is the theme of a question, but this one was in any objective terminology was a very broad, political structured question. So I'm just going to invite the Prime Minister, now that he's had the preamble, to perhaps not focus on the opposition's policy, but he can also compare and contrast, but that can't be his whole answer.
Speaker, I missed the question. I just heard the sledge, and I'm responding to it as I respond to the sledges across the chamber.
Order,
Mr. Speaker. But what it boils down now, I mean, it's hard to follow the plots over there. The Liberals fighting each other, the Nats fighting each other, the Liberals then fighting the Nats, and when they go to their party conferences, it's everyone fighting the leadership of the Liberal Party and the National Party. I mean, they go to a party conference up in Queensland. They say that you should argue in favour of modernisation, and we should support net zero, and we need to learn the lessons of the past. But what we see is just division. No policy being put forward, and now we're reduced to just sledging.
when the member for Hume finishes. When you finish. Yep. Great. The manager on another point of order.
The Prime Minister is defying your ruling.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. And the House comes to order. Order. We're going to hear from the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Treasurer. What progress has been made in the housing market, and what are the next steps informed by the Economic Reform Roundtable? And are there any other approaches the government's being asked to consider?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I thank the wonderful member for Macquarie for her important question. Housing is a big focus of this Labor government, and it was an area where much welcome and meaningful progress was made at the Economic Reform Roundtable last week. I pay tribute to the Housing Minister again for the work that went into that and the work that has followed that as well, because the housing challenge was ignored in a wasted decade of missed opportunities and messed up priorities under our predecessors, where they racked up mountains of debt and deficits and still made no meaningful investments in addressing this housing challenge. Now, we're working very hard to turn that around. We've seen some progress, and that's welcome, but we know that there is much more for us to do to hit our ambitious targets. But just today, Mr Speaker, the Reserve Bank, in their meeting minutes from August, released the minutes that said this: dwelling investment was showing clear signs of strengthening, Mr Speaker. And as the PM said a moment ago, there are a number of ways that we are seeing this progress. Building approvals are up almost 30% compared to a year ago. When we came to office, they were going backwards by 20%. Dwelling commencements are up 17.3% in annual terms. They were falling 28.5% when we came to office, the biggest fall in 2 decades under those opposite. Dwelling investment now growing at 5.6%. It was going backwards 5.1% when we came to office. Importantly, the key driver was investment in new builds, which rose 6.3% compared to falling 8.4% when we came to office. Cost growth in construction has also moderated substantially. That part of the CPI grew 0.4% through the year. It was growing 19.4% when we came to office. And so we're investing more in this challenge than any government in the nation's history. We've added to that plan in the past couple of days. We are blitzing the approvals backlog. We are building more homes. We are pausing and streamlining the National Construction Code. We are fast-tracking assessment of more than 26,000 homes. And today we've announced that we are also accelerating our reforms of national environment laws, Mr Speaker. We will introduce legislation here before the end of the year to deliver this. So the Reform Roundtable has provided important consensus and important momentum around these next steps: blitzing the backlog, pausing the code, streamlining environmental assessments will all help to clean up the mess that was left to us by those opposite when it came to housing, they had a wasted decade in housing of missed opportunity and warped priorities. We are turning that around. We're seeing some progress. We know we've got more to do.
Call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is to the Assistant Treasurer. Minister, family trusts are a vital tool for farming families to manage their businesses. Will the government rule out tax changes to family trusts?
Give a call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
What I'll say to those opposite is that this government held an important forum for people from right around this country to put their ideas towards the government so that we can look at productivity, resilience and sustainability going forward. What we can also say is that this government is focused on delivering our election commitments. Our election commitments include sustaining tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer. And what I can say is that those opposite went to the last election saying they would vote down those tax cuts. There is a direct contrast when it comes to tax between those opposite and what we're putting forward. What we've said is that we have not changed any of our positions on tax. We have clear tax policies that we took to the last election, which included that one, which included a 20% reduction in HEX, which was our very first bill that we brought to this parliament and which was the first bill that we passed through this parliament in both this chamber and the Senate. That was a critical part of our tax strategy. And we will be bringing forward another important tax policy when it comes to payday super.
The minister's concluded. Okay. Order. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting access to housing in regional Australia and cleaning up the housing mess the government inherited?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thanks very much, and can I thank the member for Leichhardt for the question. He's just an extraordinary advocate.
Minister will pause. The Minister's been speaking for 7 seconds, and the member for Fisher thinks it's appropriate just to be yelling across the chamber at her. So, no more from the member for Fisher, and he's going to show her respect while the minister is addressing the House. She has the call.
Thank you, and I'm sure the member for Fisher would agree just what a fabulous member the member for Leichhardt is in representing regional Australia and particularly the fantastic parts of regional Queensland. Well, of course, when it comes to housing, for too long, regional Australians were doing it tough. Under those opposite, housing affordability and availability in the regions was frankly left to slide. Families were priced out, renters had no security, and essential workers couldn't live in the towns or couldn't afford to live in the towns where they needed to work. Now, this government knows that our regions deserve much better than this, and we are taking real practical action to support access to housing in regional Australia. Of course, the announcement we made yesterday, from the 1st of October 2025, more regional Australians will be able to access Labor's 5% home deposits. All first home buyers in regional Australia will be eligible to qualify. We know the difference that paying a 5% deposit will make to regional Australians and without having to pay that lender's mortgage insurance. From the 1st of October, not too far away, there will be no income limits and the property price caps will better reflect the cost of a home across Australia. And those living in the regions will be able to access more housing and sooner because of this decision. Since this government changed the home guarantee scheme when we came to a government, we've issued over 23,500 home guarantees in the regions, and we've supported some 38,500 regional Australians into home ownership. That would not have happened under those opposite. This builds on our existing $1.5 billion that we're putting into the Home Support Program to build the enabling infrastructure to deliver more homes where they are needed. It means we're speeding up planning processes, funding new infrastructure, including in the member for Capricornia's electorate, down to the member for Riverina's electorate as well, and across in Western Australia. We know that for many young Australians particularly, it is too hard to get into housing and get into their first home in the regions. We are getting on with the job of getting regional Australians into the housing market, and these changes will give a real shot in the arm to those young people, to those other people across our communities who are desperate to get into their first homes, particularly in the regions that we represent.
The call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. Will the government make any changes this term to the tax treatment of farming families?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services. Order.
I thank the honourable member for her question. And what I would say is that when it comes to the tax system, the Shadow Treasurer made some interesting comments in the lead-up to the roundtable where he said, well, let's be fair dinkum here, we shouldn't be taking anything off the table. So when it comes to their spokesperson on tax, he said that we shouldn't take anything off the table, and he said there's no doubt that the entire tax system needs to be reviewed. So we are here for a serious discussion about the future of this country when it comes to productivity, when it comes to resilience and when it comes to budget sustainability. But what I can stress again is that we took a range of tax policies to the last election. Implementing those tax policies is our priority. That remains our priority, and that is something which those opposition should have a think about when it comes to their own policies, which were rejected roundly at the last election. It'll be interesting to hear what their policy is.
Order. Order. The House comes to order. We're going to hear from the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting veterans at risk of homelessness get into housing? What delays were there to delivering this important support?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the marvellous member for Macon for this important question, because when it comes to the very important issue of veteran homeless, which I wouldn't have thought I'd be receiving any interjections about, we know that every year there are around 6,000 veterans that are at risk of homelessness. During the 2021 census night, there were some 1,500 Australian veterans that found themselves homeless. Veterans are 3 times more likely to experience homelessness over their lifetime than the general Australian population. And that's why, in the lead up to the 2022 election, as part of our election commitment for a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, we included setting aside $30 million to assist veterans who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. And not just to provide the buildings, but to make sure that they were provided with the necessary and important wraparound support services to get them back onto their feet as well. You would think that the support for such a program would have been entirely bipartisan and rushed through the parliament to make sure that we could provide that housing support to veterans that found themselves at risk of homelessness. But what we actually found was that the Liberal Party and the National Party and the Greens Party decided to work together in a coalition, blocking that legislation in the Senate, holding up the rolling out of that essential funding to support our veterans. So what was the impact? Well, it meant that $24 million for capital works. It meant that $6 million for specialist services to support our veterans were held up. But in June of last year, we were finally able to roll that funding out to support our veterans. It meant that 8 organisations around Australia have been funded for capital works programs to build more homes to support veterans that are experiencing homelessness. And importantly, 5 organisations around Australia have been funded to provide those wraparound intense support services to better support veterans who are experiencing homelessness so they can get back on their feet, which is what I would have thought all party members in this parliament would want to see happen. But instead what we saw was those services being held up by those opposite. Veterans who are experiencing homelessness, not able to get access to the services that they need in a timely way because that funding was being held up by the Liberal Party and the National Party and the Greens. We are a government that is committed to supporting people getting into a home, whether that's through buying a home, whether that's being able to access a rental, or for people who need to be able to access that emergency and transitional housing when they need it, including our veterans, who quite frankly we would have thought would be the people most likely to receive the support from those opposite when they find themselves on those hard times, but that's not what we saw, Mr Speaker.
Call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
This question is for the Prime Minister. The last summer was one of the hardest in memory for my Jewish community when it was terrorised by anti-Semitic attacks, including on the Lewis Continental Kitchen. Today we learned that the Iranian government was behind the Lewis Kitchen attack, the Atta synagogue attack and potentially more. The security concerns of my community are real and justified. Will the government work with the community to keep them safe?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question and for her constructive engagement on behalf of her community about these issues. And I think all Australians have been concerned about the rise in anti-Semitism and the rise of social division that has occurred. And I have visited the synagogue in Bondi Junction there and spoken directly with the community. I have visited the Jewish Museum in the members' electorate where we announced additional funding for an expansion and indeed met some wonderful survivors of the Holocaust who went through their personal experiences as well. The information that ASIO has determined is quite shocking. This is a serious attack perpetrated essentially on behalf of a foreign government on Australian soil. And the fact that the intelligence agencies, as well as the Australian Federal Police, have undertaken this work. They've worked very closely with the Jewish community and with other communities as well. We informed the Jewish community leaders prior to the 1 o'clock press conference that was held this afternoon as well, so that they could watch what the Director-General of ASIO in particular, Mr Burgess, had to say, because that was so important. The attack on the Lewis Continental Kitchen, of course, occurred on October 20. There was another attack that we saw on a restaurant in Melbourne in more recent times as well. People can have different views about the Middle East, and it's absolutely legitimate for people to put forward those views. What is not legitimate is to blame Jewish Australians if they disagree with the policy of the Israeli government, or to blame Arab or Muslim Australians for the actions of Hamas or other people. What we need to do is to make sure that we advance peace and security for people in Israel and Palestine. But what we certainly can have control over here is making sure that we don't bring conflict here, that we promote social cohesion. And I congratulate the member because that is something I know she has been undertaking as the local member for Wentworth. We have, of course, a range of programs, including the increased security arrangements around schools, around synagogues, the increased support that we have put forward. Will continue to have dialogue with the community and to work with them in order to ensure that, like other Australians, every Australian should feel safe. And yesterday I spoke with the Australian Union of Jewish Students, who are here, somewhere here, again, as I have every year for a long period of time. They tell stories about harassment on campuses, just like students in your area have been impacted because they're easily identifiable because of their school uniform. That's not the Australian way. The Australian way is to respect each other regardless of people's faith, regardless of their origin, and to engage in constructive dialogue about issues, not to engage in the sort of activity which we have seen. We've taken strong action against Iran as a result of this. My government stands by it. I know it's received the support of the opposition. I'm sure the member for Wentworth as well, and I would hope every member of this parliament supports the strong action which we have taken, which is entirely appropriate given the revelations and the findings that the ASIO Director-General and the Australian Federal Police have found.
Call to the honourable member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. How is the Albanese Labor government creating new jobs and building Australia's future by growing our critical minerals industry? What proposals might threaten Australia's resource sector?
Call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bullwinkle for her terrific question. Australia has all the critical minerals the world needs to reach net zero and all the rare earths we need for our national security. The Albanese Labor government is committed to creating new jobs by boosting this all-important critical minerals industry. We want to mine, process, concentrate and refine more critical minerals and rare earths here in Australia, and we're making that happen every single day in this place and around the country. We've introduced $17 billion of production tax credits for critical minerals to process more here and create thousands of jobs in the process. Well, one of the proposals that might threaten that, of course, was the opposition's continuing opposition to that production tax credit. We've invested $3.4 billion in resourcing Australia's prosperity so that Geoscience Australia can keep accumulating that all-important pre-competitive data for industry. Combine that with contributions from the Critical Minerals Facility, Export Finance Australia and the National Reconstruction Fund, and that all adds up to a $28 billion investment in the future of Australian resources sector, which will create new jobs and new opportunities. Mr Speaker, no government has done more for the resources industry than the Albanese Labor government. If I can turn to the NAIF for a moment, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility has invested $735 million in critical minerals projects right across Northern Australia. Alpha HPA's high-purity alumina project in Gladstone, Arafura's project in Alice Springs in the NT, Element 25's Butcherbird manganese project in the Pilbara, the Thunderbird mineral sands project in the Kimberley, Pilbara Minerals lithium project in Port Hedland.
Order.
All of these projects will add up to jobs in the north. The NAIF has also supported great projects like BCI Minerals Mardi Salt project and the Perdaman urea project in the Pilbara, which will produce fertiliser for our farmers. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about proposals that might threaten the resources sector and therefore the critical minerals industry. And, you know, I've got one. I've got one proposal that I've heard of, and that was made in April this year, and that was about making gas a critical mineral. Yes, Mr Speaker, that's what these opposite proposed way back in April. They wanted to make gas a critical mineral. Of course, it can't be because it's not a mineral. But those opposite, they might have thought that everyone forgot about that little thought bubble. Well, absolutely, we did not. But I tell you what, no one has forgotten about. No one has forgotten about how they opposed the production tax credits, which is the single biggest investment in the critical minerals and rare earths industry in this country, which will drive our national security, which will drive our energy independence, which will drive our resources independence, and those opposite opposed it all the way.
The Minister's time has concluded. The call to the member for Forest.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Housing. With the government failing to deliver on its commitment to build 1.2 million new homes, new taxes on the family home were raised at the government's three-day talkfest. So will the minister rule out slugging Australians with new taxes on their spare bedrooms?
The call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Speaker, I don't know what bizarre fantasy land those opposite have been living in. what on earth are they talking about? Now, I've heard that these questions are getting asked over in the other place today, and I thought, God, the housing minister, the shadow housing minister's, hasn't had his Weet-Bix for breakfast this morning. I mean, I don't know what he's going on about, but the fact that we've got people in the House of Representatives asking ridiculous questions like this, get a clue, guys. Get a clue, guys. Yes, let me talk to you about our government's tax policy, Speaker, because they're absolutely clear, Speaker.
No, the minister will pause. The member for Forrest, it's not going to happen that way. You've asked the question. It's not just then a free-for-all after that. So you're just going to show respect to the minister while she's on her feet. Order, just as you were shown respect when you asked the question. Order, the manager of opposition business is also not helping this situation. Well, just cool it. The minister in continuation.
Speaker, our tax policies are absolutely clear. We stand for lower taxes that we've delivered to the Australian people, and lower taxes that were opposed by those opposite, Speaker. Now, not only did they go to an election saying that they did not want lower taxes for every Australian taxpayer, but they said that they would come into the parliament and legislate for higher taxes for every Australian taxpayer. Now, let me come to the matter of housing taxation, Speaker.
No, the minister is addressing your question. Resume your seat.
Yeah. So let me come to the question of housing taxation, Speaker. What a day to ask a question about housing taxation when our party has lowered taxes on new build-to-rent locations, and you are in the Senate today trying to raise taxes on new housing in our country. Now, Speaker, I wish I could say that I was surprised by the unbelievable incompetence. I do not know what the opposition are doing on housing this term and any other. But what I would remind the House, Speaker, is that the very last people that Australians should listen to when it comes to housing policy are those who sit opposite, Speaker. Remember that for almost a decade they sat on these Treasury benches and did nothing about a housing crisis which was building before their very eyes. They then spent 3 years, Speaker, being housing hypocrites, complaining about things going wrong in housing and then coming into the parliament and voting against measures that would fix the problem. And here they are now asking ridiculous and nonsensical questions about policies that don't even exist. Get a clue, people.
Give the call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to ease cost of living pressures for Australians and tackle challenges in the social services portfolio?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Corangamite for her question and for the wonderful local member she is. Of course, we are proud on this side of the chamber of the economic management that's seen the creation of more than 1.1 million jobs. We're proud of the fact that for those on the minimum wage, they've seen that minimum wage increase by around $9,000 since we came to government. But we're also proud of the fact that when people can't work, we stand up for them and we help them out. And that's particularly true for aged pensioners. That's why I'm so very pleased to say that from the 20th of September this year, we'll see increases again for more than 5 million social security recipients in what they will see in their bank accounts each fortnight. That includes 2.5 million aged pensioners. So those people who are on the full rate of the age pension will be about $30 a fortnight better off because of those increases coming on the 20th of September. And that means that someone on the full rate of the age pension is about $5,000 a year better off since we came to government. It's also true of people on JobSeeker, about $4,000 a year better off since we came to government. Rent assistance, as the Housing Minister continues to remind us, has also increased by about 45%. So if you're a single-rate age pensioner paying $550 a week rent, you're about $1,800 a year better off because of the increase to Commonwealth rent assistance on its own. And that comes on top of all of the other cost of living measures, the cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, energy bill relief, cuts to student debt, free TAFE, and of course the $43 billion Homes for Australia plan. On the 20th of September, we'll also see another change for social security recipients, and that's a change to our approach on deeming. Some social security recipients with financial assets will see a change to their payments as a result of the unfreezing of deeming rates. Now, during COVID, we on this side supported the Morrison government to freeze deeming rates. They were frozen by the Morrison government for 2 years, and on coming to government, we added another 3 years to that freeze of deeming rates. But as other COVID measures have come to an end, so it is time to gradually unfreeze deeming rates as well. That freeze has saved people affected by deeming about $1.8 billion over the period. But as people do a few hours of paid work, it's not fair for them to be punished in comparison to people who receive income from their investments.
Order.
So we'll be unfreezing those deeming
has
rates.
concluded. The call to the honourable member for Warringah.
To the Environment Minister. Australian plastic use has doubled since 2005 and Australians are one of the world's largest users of single-use plastic. Without intervention, this figure will continue to rise. With only 14% of this waste recycled, the majority of it is sent to landfill or ends up in our oceans, rivers and waterways. Plastic pollution harms the environment, human health, exposure to chemicals impacts everyone. With the negotiations on the Global Plastic Treaty not finding consensus, will the government update our National Plastics Plan as recommended by the Drowning in Waste report?
Give the call to the Leader of the House representing the Minister for the Environment.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for Warringah for the question. The issues around plastic pollution are huge, and it was some time ago that the data was put out that I think every Environment Minister subsequently has used, which is by I think it's by 2050. The weight of plastic in the ocean is expected to be more than the weight of the fish. And so plastic pollution is something that is a global problem. Our oceans are a global asset. And to deal with this is going to require global solutions. Australia has a strong ambition to finalise a global plastics treaty. We've played a key role during those negotiations. When the Albanese government was elected, we joined what's known as the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution, and we're continuing to work with other nations, businesses, NGOs and civil society. Plastic pollution is still set to triple by 2060. Experts predict plastics in oceans, I've mentioned outweighing the fish, by 2050. We're working towards an agreement that would globally ban problematic plastics and harmful chemicals, create universal standards and end plastic pollution by 2040. We know that that involves action which needs to also happen at home. This government has already delivered over $1 billion with governments and industry to boost recycling by 1.4 million tonnes each year, including $60 million for soft plastics and creating over 3,000 ongoing and construction jobs. This is something, and we're, as I say, fighting on the international stage for a binding treaty to end plastic pollution by 2040. All members are concerned about this, but obviously members like the member for Warringah have a very special relationship with their communities, have a very special relationship with this because people see it at the beach. People see very directly what is there at the beach and want to know that the government and their local members are raising the issue and acting to deal with it. The government is committed to being part of that international action, and I acknowledge the long-standing commitment on this issue from the member for Warringah.
Give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. How is the Albanese Labor government getting on with the job of delivering its clear and consistent climate and energy policy agenda? How does this compare with other approaches to energy policy?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
I thank the member for Menzies for his question, and I'll get straight to the point. 38,921, Mr Speaker. That's how many cheaper home batteries have been installed in Australia since July 1. That's how Australians respond to clear policy direction from the Australian government, and regional Australians in particular. I told the House yesterday I think that the member for Gilmore has the biggest take-up in New South Wales, the member for Indi has the biggest take-up in Victoria, the member for Wright has the biggest take-up in Queensland, the member for Canning has the biggest take-up in Western Australia, getting on with the job of the transition to net zero, and the member for Mayo has the biggest take-up in South Australia, and in fact the biggest take-up in Australia does the member for Mayo of cheaper home batteries. Now, this is, as I said, how Australians respond to clear policies. And the honourable member asked me if there's any alternative approaches. I'm glad he used the plural. I think that was a very well-worded question, because we are replete with alternative approaches from those opposite, and that's just the leadership group. Within the leadership group, we are replete with alternative approaches to the question of climate change. We saw in the Liberal and National Party room this morning a push to get straight to abolishing net zero. Senator Canavan said they shouldn't wait for the Canavan review. He wants to get straight on to abolishing their support for net zero. He said on Sky News last night that net zero is, and I quote, a great socialist plan. He is on to us.
Morrison government.
It's about time somebody stood up to those socialists in the Morrison-Joyce government who embarked on the policy of net zero. I'll convene an urgent meeting of the Socialist International to discuss this matter. We're just waiting on the availability of Boris Johnson and Theresa May, Friedrich Merz and Angela Merkel, and the two-thirds of Australian companies who are dedicated to net zero. Mr Speaker, we're waiting on their availability, then we'll have a meeting. And in the Liberal Party room, the leader of the Liberal Party in the Senate said there's no time to waste to abolish net zero. I saw it on Sky News. It must be true. You shouldn't deny it. It's on Sky News all day that Senator Cash has led this charge, trying to keep up with the leader of the National Party who went to the conference on the weekend to undermine the leader of the Liberal Party, who said they're out of the coalition unless they have their way. You know, Mr Speaker, what we have is two parties, one coalition, and many, many ways of killing net zero. And all that leads to net zero plan for the future of Australia. Net zero plan for Australia's regions who are relying on the Australian government to deal with the challenges of climate change and the impacts of drought and flood. Net zero plan for Australians who need the jobs of the future to be created by a sensible plan to achieve net zero, which the Morrison-Joyce government once believed in. That's the replete alternatives we have from those opposite. Meanwhile, the Albanese government and Australian households, 38,921 of them, get on with the job.
Call the Prime Minister.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
And I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, this document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly, we shall move to the MPI. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Hume proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the importance of the AUKUS agreement and greater defence spending to Australia's security and prosperity. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, authoritarian regimes around the globe are flexing their muscles. Mr Speaker, they are flexing their muscles. We saw it with Russia's attacks on Ukraine. We are seeing it with the unprecedented military build-up driven by the Chinese Communist Party to our north. We saw it with the attacks on Israel on October 7 by Hamas. And we have seen it with the support that Iran and the IRGC has given to Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and others to attack democratic countries, in fact the only democratic country in the Middle East, Mr Speaker. And that brutal attack on Israel on October 7, the beheading of men, the raping of women, that absolutely brutal attack by them, those monsters, we know that the IRGC has supported, has funded, has armed and has trained Hamas for many years, Mr Speaker. And that is why 2 years ago, in 2023, we called for the IRGC to be listed as a terrorist organisation in this country. Now, Mr Speaker, when that brutal attack occurred a couple of years ago, which we were all shocked by, I think everyone in this House will say that, Deputy Speaker. When that brutal attack occurred, it was hard to imagine that one of the sponsors of that attack, one of the funders of that attack, one of the supporters of that attack would participate in the kind of activity we have heard about in this country in the last couple of hours. But that is exactly what has happened. And we know the Iranian government and the IRGC has sponsored, has driven, has been part of these attacks in Australia on Australian citizens, an attempt to harm Australian citizens. And as I take the point of the Minister, that it has harmed Australians. It has harmed Australians. He's absolutely right about that. And we appreciate that the government and support the fact that the government has now made that decision that they have to list the IRGC. But there was good reason to do that 2 years ago, Deputy Speaker, and it is important to make that point. Now, Deputy Speaker, this does raise the broader point of the importance of free and democratic countries at a time like this working together in alliances against these authoritarian regimes. These regimes who want to destroy our countries, destroy our democracies, who do not believe in the values that we hold dear in this great country of Australia. And alliances with countries like the United States and the UK at this time are more important than ever, Deputy Speaker, because we faced the most dangerous environment we have faced since the Second World War, Deputy Speaker, and we need to behave in a way alongside our allies that reflects the danger of that environment. Now, Deputy Speaker, central amongst that is our relationship, as I said, with the US and the UK, and that relationship has long been formalised in arrangements, the Five Eyes arrangements and ANZUS and so on. But we have also, more recently, formalised it in the very important arrangement under AUKUS. Now, Deputy Speaker, AUKUS is important not just because it's about nuclear submarines that can project force at a time when we need to be able to do that, Deputy Speaker, because the Chinese Communist Party, let's face it, is militarising at an unprecedented rate. This is about peace, not war. This is about deterrence. This is about making sure our region, the Indo-Pacific, stays in peace. We all want to see that. But peace is achieved through strength, and strength is achieved through alliances, and the AUKUS alliance is central to that. It is also crucial because of the technology that it brings to bear. And Tranche 2 of the AUKUS agreement is all about those technologies, and they are incredibly important. But the AUKUS agreement is also about the relationship between our countries and leaders of our country. And it is incredibly important at this time that our leaders work together to make sure that AUKUS is successful. And we learned today that the Minister for Defence has failed to get a meeting with the Secretary of Defence, Pete Hegseth, in the United States.
No meeting.
He's failed to get a meeting, Deputy Speaker. He's gone all the way over there. He's not here this week, so we can't ask questions of him. And he hasn't even got a meeting with the Secretary of Defence. He certainly doesn't have a meeting with the President of the United States, Deputy Speaker. And, of course, at a time like this, you would think that the Prime Minister of Australia would have had, after I can't remember how many days, we must be getting close to 300 days now, close to 300 days, you would have thought that under these circumstances the Prime Minister of Australia would have had a face-to-face meeting with the President of the United States. But no, Deputy Speaker, he has had 3 meetings with the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party.
He's a handsome boy.
3 meetings with the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, but no meeting with the President of the United States. We have fought in every major war, every major conflict with the United States since Federation. They are our greatest friends. And you can have whatever opinion you like about the leadership of the United States at any point in time, but the US-Australian alliance is absolutely crucial to peace in the Indo-Pacific, security of our part of the world and prosperity of our part of the world. So in fact, our prosperity, let's face it, is built on peace in our region that has been achieved through our relationship with allies and in particular the United States, Deputy Speaker. Now, it is also crucially important that we properly fund defence at a time like this. And a defence budget near 2% of GDP is just not up to scratch. Now, Deputy Speaker, there's no shortage of experts who are telling us exactly that. John Story, Director of Law and Policy at the IPA, has said Australia's defence budget is not sufficient to rebuild capability and arm the nation to provide a credible and effective deterrent from foreign aggression. Beck Shrimpton from ASPI, as a nation we need to accept the need for higher defence spending. Hoping that conflict won't come is not a viable strategy. If we are prepared for war, we have a better chance of deterring and hence averting it. Now, Deputy Speaker, Kim Beazley, former leader of the Labor Party, and I'm quoting here, Deputy Speaker, I'm quoting here, we can't afford to run our own game. People are full of piss and wind on that. We have to be mindful that we've got to our limits. We have to up our spending to 3%, Deputy Speaker. Colourful language from a former leader of the Labor Party, a former opposition.
Member for Hume, notwithstanding the fact you're quoting, that is unparliamentary and it is not to be repeated and sought protection by putting it in a quote.
He is a very good man and he made a
that
major
is not for
contribution to our
debate, but
country.
it is unparliamentary language and wouldn't have been used in the House.
I accept that his language is occasionally a little too colourful for this place,
So
Deputy Speaker.
I'm asking you to withdraw that and then move along, please.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
I withdraw. So, Deputy Speaker, colourful language, but nonetheless, I think Kim Beazley is absolutely on the money on what he says there, Deputy Speaker. But it's not just funding for the submarines or for the technology, it's also for all the complementary investments we have to make AUKUS work. We need to have submarine bases that can support submarines. We have to have that at Stirling, for instance, in Western Australia, but also on the East Coast. And we've seen those opposites say they're going to have an East Coast base, but we wait month by month by month. Where's it going to be? Deputy Speaker, no answer on that. No answer on that. We've got to have places to build and sustain these submarines. Well, I was over at Henderson in Western Australia just last week, and what we have committed from this government so far is $127 million to building the facility at Henderson that's going to build and sustain the submarines, and yet we know from Bechtel the actual cost of what's required here is 100 times that, Deputy Speaker. None of that funding is there. So it's no wonder, Deputy Speaker, the Americans are worried. They should be worried because we are not serious about defending our great nation. This government is not serious. We are on this side of the House, sorry. The government is not serious about defending this great nation. They are not serious about AUKUS. They are not serious about the importance of the US alliance, and that puts the prosperity and security of our great country at risk.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since our first day being elected in government, we have worked hard making Australia stronger in the world and safer at home. And this has been manifested in the investment in our capability, in our development assistance, our diplomacy and our defence. What I call the 3 Ds, Deputy Speaker, which work together as tools of statecraft. And Australia does have an important role and a responsibility to engage in our region and the wider world. We have a responsibility to collective deterrence and to ensuring we have the defence capabilities to protect the stability of the Indo-Pacific, the security and the stability of our region. from which our prosperity flows as a trading nation. And I agree, Deputy Speaker, and I think most of us in this parliament would agree, that we make no mistake here, we are in a global strategic contest. It's currently underway. And AUKUS is a trilateral exchange that is so important, it's actually critical into that strategic contest, giving us the capabilities to be able to engage in that contest. The work that we do with the United States, with the United Kingdom, to enhance our defence capability makes us an even more capable security partner, and we will be able to make a better contribution to collective deterrence so that both state actors and non-state actors, adversaries, are deterred from pursuing their objectives with force or violence. AUKUS substantiates, it not only symbolises, I think it substantiates the strength, the unity and the joint commitment to securing the peace and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific. And it is also, I think, a substantive joint commitment to democracy as a governance model, a model increasingly under threat in the contest that is underway against authoritarianism. As the National Defence Strategy reconfirms, we confront the most challenging strategic circumstances since World War II. And we do so at a time as well where Australia's economic connection with the world has never been greater. We need to support, because of that, clearly, we need to support the ADF with a much greater capacity to project so we can defend our nation and contribute to regional security and stability. Now, the AUKUS Pillar 1 investment, Deputy Speaker, in conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines is fundamental to this. It will ensure our ADF has a much greater capacity to project. And similarly, the fundamental purpose of Pillar 2 is to enhance our joint capabilities and our interoperability in what is also a massive scope. It spans technological, commercial, communication spheres. We're talking about undersea capability, quantum technologies, AI, autonomy, advanced cyber capabilities, hypersonic and counter-hypersonic capabilities, electronic warfare and so on. Now, our defence capability, Deputy Speaker, is about enhancing deterrence and avoiding conflict. The investment is to avoid going into conflict. I'm not sure how many in this place would know what the percentage of GDP's defence spend was during World War II. Anyone? I'm looking for a heckler. I don't have one. You don't know. 38%. Because in the midst of war, your nation, in the midst of war and conflict, all of the efforts and resources go into defending the nation. So an investment now in defence and defence capability and deterrence is an investment in avoiding conflict and avoiding war, because it deters others from seeking to change the strategic circumstances based on their force or their use of force. Now, the more we strengthen, Deputy Speaker, and enhance our defence capability, the more we can build that global collective deterrence, and which lessens the possibility of the factors that may lead to conflict, as I've said. But also importantly, Deputy Speaker, is a safeguard to what is beneficial to us in our national interest, and that is the liberal rules-based order, the set of rules of the road and international law which we abide by and other countries abide by, and which is beneficial to all of us as we trade with each other globally. Now, we're delivering AUKUS. Well, I heard I take that interjection. I heard, get on with it. We are delivering AUKUS, Deputy Speaker. Since the announcement in March 2023, I'll answer that interjection.
Just order for a moment.
Here is the tangible...
Minister, just take a moment, please. Goading of interjections is problematic. Responding to them is even worse. So let's calm that down and get back to the debate.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, for reining us in. We were formerly good colleagues on the PGCIS. Still are. But I will go to that point, because since March 2023, Deputy Speaker, we have seen tangible progress on a number of fronts, and we recognise a very significant investment that we've made. AUKUS is one of the greatest industrial endeavours Australia has ever undertaken, supporting industry, jobs, infrastructure over a number of decades. And it's an opportunity to build a future made in Australia by having Australians be involved in record numbers in defence, skills, jobs and infrastructure. It is a whole-of-nation undertaking. And that tangible progress, Deputy Speaker, is real. We've bridged that capability gap that we inherited, and we will acquire the conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines a decade earlier than the timeframe we inherited. and the lift that Australia will have into an elite group of internationally as one of the only 7 countries to operate a platform of this calibre and capability. This year alone, Deputy Speaker, we announced the Geelong Treaty between Australia and the UK, which will underpin bilateral cooperation and deliver the SSN AUKUS. We've invested $480 million in our shipbuilding and submarine workforce with the build of the Skills and the Training Academy in South Australia. We built a new industry-led supplier qualification program with the largest military shipbuilder in the US, including Australian companies now qualified and entering the pipeline. And we've started an AUKUS submarine industry strategy. In March last year, Deputy Speaker, we announced the selection of the ASC and BAE systems to build Australia's SSN AUKUS, and they are working in Osborne. I was just there recently. I saw the infrastructure build that's occurring. The getting on with it that we've heard is actually happening, and we've seen that with jobs as well, with the Jobs for Subs program, Deputy Speaker, enabling around 200 new entry-level recruits from the ASC to positions for graduates, apprentices, trainees in critical skills in engineering, in electrical, machining and fabrication trades and project management. It's significant, it's happening, we are getting on with it. All you have to do is go down and visit Osborne shipyards and you'll see the work in progress. And as I said, I was there recently with Premier Malinowskis as well as a number of US congressmen looking at the work that's being done. Over 4,000 jobs created in South Australia to build the infrastructure. An additional 4,000 to 5,000 jobs in the direct shipyard jobs as well to create the build for the nuclear-powered submarines in South Australia. We have invested at least $2 billion in South Australia to support infrastructure. And this is happening in Western Australia as well, Deputy Speaker, investing up to $8 billion to upgrade HMAS Stirling, creating around 3,000 direct jobs, ensuring 500 direct jobs for the Submarine Rotational Force West. And there's about 200 entry-level positions in the ASC as well, upskilling those positions, and around 200 of our people over in Pearl Harbor learning on the job around maintenance of the Virginia class. Now, I know the opposition wants to play political games with defence spending and national security. Let's be really clear, Deputy Speaker. We have invested, this government, an additional $10.6 billion over the forward estimates and almost $58 billion over the decade in defence. We've brought forward billions of dollars in our budget in March in the forward estimates as well. Now, this is based on the work through the Defence Strategic Review as well as a National Defence Strategy, and we've gone through our proper processes. We are a government that decides on what we spend on defence based on the needs that we have, on the capability needs that we have. And that's exactly what we're doing. We are committed to ensuring that our Defence Force capabilities meet the strategic challenges of the moment, of the time. And it's not about playing political football with this because it's too important, Deputy Speaker. We have had the largest increase in defence spending in peacetime since World War II. Some historians might want to correct me, but that is a fact, and you can't change those facts. And then over on the other side, Deputy Speaker, you have even your own, at the time, Shadow Defence Minister, the member for Canning, saying, things like the coalition's coalition's position. It became very difficult, and I quote, "It became very difficult to talk about defence during the campaign without a policy." Without a policy, Senator Henderson said on defence at the election during the campaign, "It looks like we're talking about it as an afterthought." That's coming from their own members, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I will say this. Our job over the coming years is clear. We are laser-like focused on ensuring that we make the commitments and the investments in defence capability that we need to ensure the stability and security of the Indo-Pacific, our place in the world, and the prosperity that flows from that. We are laser-like focused on that endeavour, and that's why we are delivering every day when it comes to AUKUS and our Defence Forces.
Member for Durack.
Deputy Speaker, Australia's strategic environment is at its most dangerous level since World War II. They aren't my words, they are the words of the Prime Minister, the Minister for Defence and every national security analyst across Australia. We debate all manner of things in this place, but let's remember the first duty of the Australian government is to keep Australians safe and our nation secure. This duty only intensifies when the government declares the situation is so dire. So the intent behind this matter of public importance is to call on the Prime Minister to match those words with action. As a former Minister for Defence Industry, I was proudly part of the team that secured the AUKUS agreement. I'm proud of this agreement because it is more than just about submarines. It is about strengthening ties with our closest of allies. It is about securing peace through strength. And it's about anchoring Australia's prosperity in a world where authoritarian powers are testing the resolve of free nations. Madam Deputy Speaker, AUKUS is the most strategic, significant bequest our country has ever received. It gives us access to technology that only the closest of friends would share. This agreement matters for all Australians, but especially for West Australians. WA will be the beating heart of Australia's naval capability. HMAS Sterling, the Submarine Rotational Force West and the Henderson Precinct, they are central to AUKUS delivery. While we may not get our first submarines until the early 2030s, US and UK submarines are set to begin rotating through HMAS Sterling in 2027. So that means that WA carries a national significant responsibility. But I have to say, I do not have confidence that the Albanese government is going to meet that initial test, because it is a test. And I'm very disappointed that we may fail that initial test. So despite repeated promises, Henderson's planning runs only to 2027, and Commonwealth funding is a fraction of what is required. Housing for allied personnel under SRF West is still not locked in. 2027 is just around the corner. With the United States now reviewing aspects of AUKUS, the question our allies are asking is simple. Can Australia deliver? Is Australia up to it? And yet, at precisely the moment when reassurance is needed most, we have a Prime Minister who has not even managed to meet the President of the United States. So it's been 293 days now since President Trump was elected, and yet still no meeting. Now, we know that President Trump, he's not exactly a conventional politician, and that for him, personal relationships are particularly important. I mean, look no further than the positive results that the UK Prime Minister was able to secure for his nation because of his relationship with President Trump. Maybe even more concerning is that we don't even seem to have support from people around President Trump. We know the ambassador, for example, has struggled to make progress on tariffs and the AUKUS review. Now, a meeting isn't just a symbolic thing. It would provide an opportunity to do exactly what we should be doing, which is making the strongest possible case to the United States. We are a proven ally. We have fought together for more than a century. We share intelligence, we share values, and we share risk. Our case should be simple, in that Australia strengthens the United States by being their capable partner in the Indo-Pacific. But to make the case, words are simply not enough, and we need to pull our weight. We need to lift our defence spending. A defence budget hovering over 2% of GDP is just not enough. It's not credible for the risks that we face. The Coalition believes in a clear, costed path to at least 3%, because that is what is required for us to operate and maintain these submarines while not skimping out on other defence priorities. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a critical time for our nation, and so far Labor has failed us every step of the way. They've cancelled projects, they've delayed capability, they've left our Navy shrinking. So during these precarious times, Australians rightly expect their government to step up. AUKUS is too important to fail. Let me repeat that. AUKUS is too important to fail. So I call on the government, get your act together, get serious on defence and secure this agreement immediately.
Yeah. I give the call to Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to speak about the significant role my home state of South Australia is playing in our nation's defence sector and in the AUKUS partnership. The decision to build SSN AUKUS-class nuclear-powered submarines at the Osborne shipyard in South Australia, where I proudly used to work, is a targeted and informed one. At Osborne, we have the knowledge, the workforce and the burgeoning infrastructure that the SSN AUKUS-class submarines need. This is not just a defence acquisition. This is a generational project that will shape our national security, our economy, and build jobs for South Australians for decades to come. The program places South Australia at the very heart of one of the most important defence projects and strategic partnerships in our nation's history. AUKUS is structured around two important pillars. Pillar 1 delivers a fleet of nuclear-powered submarines for Australia, while Pillar 2 serves as a platform for advanced technology cooperation in areas such as cyber, quantum, artificial intelligence, undersea systems, hypersonics and electronic warfare. Together, these pillars provide an optimal pathway to transform the Australian Defence Force into one that can operate at the cutting edge of technology and security in an increasingly complex geopolitical and security environment. AUKUS is at the core of the Albanese government's national security policy, designed to protect our nation, our supply chain, our interests and security, and to keep Australians safe. We need this investment to support the development of an Australian Defence Force with a much greater capacity to project, so that we can deter adversaries, defend Australia, and contribute to regional security and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Why is this so important? Because Australia is an island continent. Our security, our trade and our prosperity relies on safe and open sea routes, and submarines are the most effective way to guarantee that security. Nuclear-powered submarines in particular offer unmatched endurance, stealth and reach. They allow Australia not only to defend our approaches, but also to deter threats before they emerge. The Indo-Pacific is one of the world's most strategically contested regions, and in this environment, Australia must remain a strong and credible partner with our allies, including the US. The SSN AUKUS class of submarines will be amongst the most advanced platforms in the world. They will combine stealth, endurance, strike power and intelligence systems that no conventional submarine can match. With world-class sensors and surveillance capabilities, they will give us the ability to see further, act faster and respond most effectively to challenges in our region. And crucially, AUKUS places South Australia at the centre of this national effort. At Osborne, the submarine construction yard and a new skills and training academy, the STAC, will be established. This phase alone will create up to 4,000 jobs, designing, building and equipping the facilities we need. Once submarine production is underway, a further 4,000 to 5,500 shipyard jobs will be created in South Australia to design, build and sustain the fleet. These are high-value, highly skilled and secure jobs that will endure for decades. So this means opportunities not just for today's workforce but for future generations. Young people growing up in South Australia will be able to see a pathway to meaningful, well-paid work in our great state. Children not yet born will one day train at the academy, mastering advanced skills and helping to defend our nation. That is the scale of the opportunity before us. Yes, this investment is significant. We recognise this. But the cost of being underprepared would be far higher. AUKUS is a generational decision. It strengthens our sovereignty. It deepens our alliances. And it ensures Australia has the capability to deter and defend itself. This is more than just a defence capability. AUKUS is an opportunity to build a future made in Australia by Australians. It is a once-in-a-generational, transformational investment in our security, our industry and our people.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise in support of this motion because AUKUS is one of the most important military defence arrangements that we as a country have ever entered into. Pillar 1, $368 billion worth of nuclear-propelled submarines. I sit here and I listen daily to those members opposite. I heard the member for Wills, as the Assistant Defence Minister, talking about the importance of AUKUS. I hear him talking about the strategic dangers that we now face in this country. And everybody seems to be acknowledging that we are now absolutely in the most geostrategically challenging times since 1945. But I tell you what, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government continues to let AUKUS slide. Now, when AUKUS was first announced in September of 2021, it was announced by the coalition government. It was groundbreaking. As has been said previously, AUKUS provides Australia with a technology that very few countries in this world have, with the exception of the United States and the United Kingdom. They are the crown jewels. This technology represents the crown jewels of defence equipment. And yet, this government still has defence at around 2%, a tick over 2% of GDP. What this government has done is it has pulled funding from Army and Air Force and stuck it into the submarine program. And that's okay to be putting money into the submarine program. We need these submarines, but not at the expense of Army and Navy. Now, the Army and Air Force. The United States has recently come out and said the United States wants its allies to be shouldering the burden more of the defence of the Western world. No longer are NATO countries investing 2% or thereabouts of their respective GDPs. They are now investing 3.5% on defence expenditure and another 1.5% on defence infrastructure. 5% of GDP of NATO countries is now being spent on defence. And yet our Prime Minister says, well, we'll decide how much money we spend on defence. Our most important defence ally, the United States, is saying, Prime Minister, please lift Australia's defence expenditure. Please. We went to an election, the last election, with a commitment of a minimum of 3%, to lifting it to 3%. This government has got to increase its GDP expenditure on defence. It is not business as usual. The times where we are at, you cannot on the one hand say we live in the most geostrategically challenging times since 1945 and still spend 2% of GDP on defence. I would have thought that that was not rocket science, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every country in NATO, with the exception of one, has agreed to lift their expenditure to 5%. And yet here we are, still around 2%, 2.02% I think is the latest figure. And the Prime Minister said, we'll decide. But look at who is saying we need to increase our expenditure. The likes of Angus Houston, former CDF, he's saying, the author of the Defence Strategic Review is saying we need to increase our defence expenditure. Greg Sheridan is saying the same. Peter Jennings is saying the same. Every expert on defence is telling your government you must increase defence expenditure, and yet this government, led by your Prime Minister, is saying we'll decide how much we spend on defence. No one will tell us what to do. It is an absolute debacle. Get real.
Member for Bendigo has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand to speak on this matter of public importance because it gives me a chance to talk about Bendigo and our proud defence manufacturing history. But before I do that, I do want to take a moment just to talk about the Liberal and the National Party's policy that they took to the last election. The biggest problem with their proposal of 3% of GDP was there was no detail of what they were actually going to spend the money on. That's the equivalent of saying, you know what, I'm going to spend $250 at Coles so I get the free delivery, and I end up putting a whole bunch of things in my trolley that I don't really need. You set the target without knowing what you're going to spend it on. You might buy things that we don't necessarily need. That is the problem with the Coalition's policy, setting a target which we may without any detail of what we actually need. What those did when they were in government, when they went to the 2022 election, they had not locked in any contracts for the Bendigo Tallis site. We went to the election in 2022 with those opposite not locking in a single contract for that site. If they had won the 2022 election, the Bendigo Tallis site would have closed. That was despite the fact that we had donated Bushmasters, which are built in Bendigo at Tallis, to the Ukraine, and we had a gap, a capacity gap in the army that those created because they had not secured replacement contracts for Bendigo. They would have seen, if they had won the 2022 election, the Bendigo Tallis site close, ending an era of defence manufacturing. What our government did on winning that election was invest in the site of Bendigo, and in 3 years have invested over $3 million in defence manufacturing contracts into Bendigo Tallis, building the Bushmasters that our army need, to ensure that they continue to have the capability that they need going forward. Not only have we invested in the Bushmasters and securing hundreds of jobs in Bendigo in defence manufacturing, but Bendigo is now down to 2 players bidding for the Strike Master contract. For those who haven't seen it, I have a model in my office. It is a Bushmaster with missiles on the back of it that are aimed to support our army. It is cutting-edge capability based upon what our country needs, based upon what our army needs, and based upon what our navy needs. Now, those opposite are up here ranting and saying that we have dropped the ball. We have not. We are building and investing in the equipment that our country needs, and we are focused on delivering sovereign capability in Australia. Let's just be real about that. We are talking about local manufacturing. We're not talking about cutting sweetheart deals with other countries that see equipment built overseas. We want to prioritise local build. And that's where I want to talk about AUKUS and our commitment. AUKUS is critical to our sovereign capability, absolutely, and we've heard why we need to go down the path of nuclear-powered subs. But what is most critical in AUKUS is the fact that it will create local jobs. Secure manufacturing, we will have the sovereign capability of building subs here in Australia. As a Victorian, I have to say I am jealous of the job creation opportunity that AUKUS will create in South Australia and in WA. And I got to learn firsthand of that opportunity that South Australia and WA will have in terms of jobs, because in the last parliament and in this parliament, I chair the Treaties Committee, where AUKUS came to us in the last parliament and will again in this parliament, where we could actually look at the opportunities that exist under that agreement. It is generational change. Jobs for generation, that jobs for life that we have quite often talked about that have lost in manufacturing, AUKUS recreates it in this country. The program, and we have seen we are on track and delivering under the milestones that we have set. We are dispelling a number of the myths that are out there in relation to AUKUS and ensuring the community of its safety. The jobs alone, the STEM jobs, cannot be understated. 20,000 jobs over 30 years. It's a unique opportunity for generations of Australians, these good, secure jobs. And at the same time, creating the capability that our Navy needs to keep us safe. I really want to acknowledge the work that not just that our Cabinet has done and our ministers have done, but local MPs have done to bring community along with this agreement.
Member for Riverina.
Well, it gives me great pleasure to rise in this matter of importance debate, public importance, about the importance of the AUKUS agreement and greater defence spending to Australia's security and prosperity, moved by the Shadow Minister for Defence, the member for Hume, and it is very much important. And I just listened closely to the member for Bendigo, where she mentioned the Bushmaster, and indeed, she is correct. This is Australian manufacturing at its best. She talked about equipment, she talked about sovereign capability. She didn't talk about people. That's our most important asset when it comes to our defence, and the number of people that we have in defence, we need to lift, and we need to lift it dramatically. The member for New England will follow me, and I'm sure he will use his favourite phrase at the moment, that we need to get as strong as possible, as quickly as possible when it comes to military matters, and we do. We absolutely do. And indeed, with the Bushmaster, I cannot understand why this government, when the previous government made a commitment to providing Bushmasters to Ukraine, delayed that, and they did. And the Bushmasters were very slow in getting to the Ukraine in their fight, their illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And I cannot understand also why we outsourced our national security to a Virgin co-pilot when that particular pilot warned Australia about the Chinese Navy circumnavigating our nation, firing test missiles very close to our open waters, very close to international waters, our international waters. And what we saw then was a situation where China were just mocking us. Not good enough, simply not good enough. AUKUS stands for Australia, UK, US. We have got to realise who our friends are at this important juncture in time, the most critical geopolitical situation we have faced since 1945, and we've heard that the Minister for Defence, the Deputy Prime Minister, has uttered that pronouncement, and he's right. If so, I cannot understand why he's gone to America at the moment and cannot get a meeting with his US counterpart, the Secretary of Defence, Pete Hegseth. I would have thought that would have been pre-arranged before he actually stepped on the aircraft to fly to the United States. This is critical that we meet with the US President. I've been closer to the US President this year than has the Prime Minister at the Pope's funeral. Indeed, I had a conversation with Sir Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister. I had a very good discussion with former US President Biden about trade and military matters in Rome. Quite a lengthy discussion. It beggars belief why our Prime Minister cannot get a face-to-face meeting with President Trump. And this is important. And I appreciate that members have mentioned HMAS Sterling in WA, the Henderson Shipyard in WA, Osborne in South Australia. These are going to be very important naval, shipbuilding and collaborative places to lift our military arrangements. And I'm very proud to come from a unique city, Wagga Wagga, where we have all three arms of the defence, which is quite unique for a regional inland centre. We've got the home of the soldier, Blamey Barracks, where we've got Colonel Gerard Kearns, who I believe has got the most important position in Army because he is leading the new recruits for our nation. If you spend any given time in the Air Force, you'll end up at Forest Hill, RAF Wagga, where air power begins here in Australia. And even though we're a long way from the nearest drop of seawater, we have an important military presence as far as the Navy is concerned, also in conjunction with RAF Wagga. And we are very proud of our military contribution to this nation in Wagga Wagga. But we need to lift our defence spending. We do. And we need to lift our profile, and we need to make sure that we keep cohesion going. Today of all days, when we're kicking out, thank goodness, the Iranian ambassador. We've got a very dangerous situation building, and we need to be very prepared. The price of peace is eternal vigilance.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At its heart, AUKUS is about keeping Australians safe. It is a core pillar of the Albanese government's national security policy by protecting our nation, safeguarding our interests and ensuring that in an uncertain world we have the means to defend ourselves. The National Defence Strategy is clear. We face the most challenging strategic environment since the Second World War, and we face it at a time when our economic connections to the world are deeper than ever. Security and prosperity are bound together. The lesson is simple. To defend our nation physically, economically and ideologically, while contributing to regional stability, the ADF must have greater capacity to project power. Importantly, AUKUS is not just an announcement, it is being delivered. Since March 2023, progress has been real and measurable. That is why we're investing in conventionally armed, nuclear-powered submarines. They will give Australia reach and capability we have never had. They place us alongside only 6 other nations able to operate platforms of this calibre. AUKUS is one of the greatest industrial undertakings in our history. It will create around 20,000 direct jobs over the next 30 years in South Australia. It will underpin industries and supply chains across the nation. To solidify AUKUS this year alone, we have signed the Geelong Treaty with the UK, underpinning SSN-AUKUS cooperation. We have invested $480 million in new skills and training academy in SA, which the member for Sturt and myself attended the sod turning earlier this year with the Premier of South Australia, along with the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence. We have launched an industry-led supplier qualification program, and we have released Australia's first AUKUS submarine industry strategy. Because AUKUS is security, but is also prosperity. A future made in Australia by Australians with skills, training and jobs that will last for generations. This sits within a bigger picture for Australia. The Albanese government has increased defence funding to record levels, the biggest peacetime increase in our history, because this is a partnership that the Albanese government believes in, and we see the benefits of it short and long term. That's why we're backing it in financially. The 2025-26 budget included an extra $10.6 billion over the forward estimates and $57.6 billion over the decade. Defence spending is now 2.04% of GDP, rising to 2.36% by 2033-34. Last year, Defence spent $16.6 billion on acquisitions, a record. This year, it will exceed $17.4 billion. So even when the Coalition gave us hospital pass and slashed defence spending by $20 billion, we are the ones yet again cleaning up their mess. But what would the Coalition know about proper defence policy today? Their election policy on the defence was nothing short of a piece of fiction. And now, having stood up to the Australian public and not provided any detail about where their defence money was coming from or going to, we have the member for Hume saying we aren't spending enough on the GDP. Senator Henderson said it best herself when she stated that the Coalition's policy on defence is just an afterthought. And quite frankly, I agree with the member for Canning himself when he said it was embarrassing to campaign on an election with no defence policy. The opposition should be looking inward and reflecting. What was their plans to do with an underfunded defence force? Would they have ever provided some concrete numbers for the Australian people, or just continue to cross their fingers and hope? Would they have just let our international partnerships and relationships wither and perish? The way I see it, difference cannot be clearer. On one side, the Albanese government, $57.6 billion in new defence funding, record acquisitions, delivery of AUKUS, jobs and skills for Australians. On the other side, confusion, cuts and neglect. The Australian people expect more than rhetoric. They expect results. This government is providing them. AUKUS is how we strengthen our security. Defence investment is how we guarantee our prosperity. It's a simple equation, isn't it? And it's one we believe in, because both security and prosperity together are how we secure Australia's future. Just in closing, I had the very good fortune of being on Talisman Sabre for a week just prior to us sitting. And that was a bloody good example of just how well equipped our defence force is and the cooperation between 19 countries across this globe.
And the member for Spence will withdraw the unparliamentary remark. And I give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the Vegetarius treatise in De Re Militari, there's a very apt thing. It's sivi pacem parabellum, which means if you want peace, prepare for war. You have to be strong to deter people. So he was under the Emperor Valentinian, but sometime before him, in the Million Dialogue, Thucydides in the Peloponnesian Wars of Athens versus Sparta, 416 BC, is another very apt one, which the strong will do what they can and the weak will suffer as they must. Once more, a reinforcement that if you want to protect your liberty, you have to be strong, which is why I always do say you've got to become as powerful as possible, as quickly as possible, and we are not. We are not. And I want to just go to something just briefly to sort of shine some light on that. We have 6 Collins-class submarines. They're from about 1993. They're antiquated, to be honest. China has 79. We have 6, they have 79. We have 3 destroyers, 3, and that's being kind about them. China has 62. We have 7 frigates, and they're very, very dated. China has 58. We have 2 amphibious warfare ships. China has 12 amphibious transports, 32 landing ship tanks, and 32 landing ship mediums. And that's before we get to the 1.3 million people they have in their army. Now, just giving this speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in breach of China's 14 grievances against Australia, both number 7 and number 14. In number 7, these came out in 2020 of the grievances, is we can have no criticisms of China's political system by Australian politicians. Nor, in the grievance number 14, is opacity doing the bidding of the United States. What we have, and when we saw the Wang Yi when he went to Timor-Leste, Solomons, Kiribati, communication with the Cook Island, Vanuatu, to name a few, and then attempts with both PNG and Fiji, was the tactics of the encirclement of Australia. I don't believe that, it's not the Chinese people, of course, it's a communist totalitarian regime. But encirclement means they have the capacity of duress over Australia and put a foot on our throat, and one of the mechanisms that they could enforce is on trading terms. You've got to remember everything you do, whether you realise it or not, is in US dollars if it's traded. US dollars is the trading currency. And as a democracy, we're very lucky it is. But Chinese vision, this came from some bankers from New York who I was lucky enough to be discussing with maybe a year and a half ago in London, is that Chinese will change the RMB as a mechanism of exchange. At that moment, everything in Australia is determined in Chinese yuan. And at that moment, the whole aspect of the Australian economy and the value of everything we have will be turned on its head without firing a bullet. So the threats to us are not just military, but we must be strong to push back against that. Now, what we have to do is understand in becoming as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, is one of the reasons I fight so virulently against things such as net zero, because you can't if you don't have a manufacturing base. Australia's got the lowest manufacturing base in the OECD. So we can't basically manufacture what we require in a time of peril. It's not there. Even the componentry of an artillery shell, whether we can produce everything that's required, is highly dubious. In closing, I want to quote the 35th President of the United States, Dwight D. Eisenhower, 1953-61. "Someday there is going to be a man sitting in my present chair who has not been raised in the military services and who will have little understanding of where the slashes in their estimates can be made in the defence budget with little or no damage. If that should happen while we still have the state of tension that now exists in the world, I shudder to think of what could happen in this country." Now, that was the USA, and for us, it's vastly more dangerous than when he said that. So how are we going? We have not been able to... We've got Richard Marles over in the United States and can't crack a meeting with Peter Heathcote,
England, please
the
use
member,
correct
the
titles.
Defence Minister, and the Prime Minister of Australia cannot meet the President of the United States. This is not good. This is very, very bad, and we are in a dire position which we've got to get ourselves out of.
Member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the very first things that the Albanese Labor government did in its last term of office was the commissioning of the Defence Strategic Review by the Honourable Stephen Smith, himself a former Defence Minister, and Air Chief Marshal Sir Angus Houston. The Defence Minister received that review in 2023 and described it quite rightly as the most ambitious review of our defence force and structure since the Second World War. Everything that has followed, including the Surface Fleet Review, the National Defence Strategy and the Defence Industry Development Strategy, has pivoted from the Defence Strategic Review. And as that National Defence Strategy reconfirms, we confront the most challenging strategic circumstances since the Second World War. And we do so at a time where Australia's economic connection with the world has never been greater. Now, the Centre for Strategic and International Studies has described the AUKUS agreement as the boldest strategic declaration of the 21st century. To deliver on this declaration, the Albanese government has increased defence funding to record levels and that includes record levels towards acquiring new capabilities for the ADF. This is the biggest peacetime increase in defence spending in Australia's history. Labor's 2025-26 budget included an additional $10.6 billion over the forward estimates and $57.6 billion over the decade in defence funding. Defence funding is currently at 2.04% of GDP and will reach 2.36% by 2033-34. Last financial year, Defence had spent $16.6 billion on acquisition, which is the highest on record by over $2 billion. And this financial year, the 24-25, we're on track to spend more than $17.4 billion on acquisition. Now, just for reference, because during the election in particular, we heard from those opposite talking about their own position looking like an afterthought, that the member for Canning at the time saying it was difficult to talk about defence at all during the campaign because they had no policy. And as evidenced by their own MPI today, which they've had a good half an hour or more to speak on, there's probably been only 1 minute or two actually on topic, because they simply have nothing, no detail, no timelines, no idea of where their ideas for money will come from or where it will be spent. By contrast, for Western Australia, we now have a sector that will be only second to the resources sector in terms of the billions that will be spent. Tens of billions, in fact, to be spent on defence capabilities, creating nearly 5,000 direct jobs at the shipyards and 6,000 more, in particular for small to medium businesses, in support of the primes. In addition to this, we'll also see the establishment of the Defence Industry Skills Centre of Excellence at the South Metro TAFE in Perth, which is underpinning the skill development needed to ensure that we have that sovereign capability to meet our defence industry needs. And while at present a lot of the workers in the sector are in professional, scientific and technical areas, we have now got a growing graduating skills trades workers, and they're gaining practical experience being deployed at the US Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and will be returning to Henderson in due course to apply that new expertise and knowledge. Now, many of the new WA defence-related activities and industries are in fact close to the coast, but Hasluck is not being overlooked. In addition to announcing the recent Geelong Treaty between Australia and the UK, which will underpin bilateral cooperation to deliver the SSN AUKUS, and the $480 million investment in the shipbuilding and submarine workforce in South A, there's also a new industry-led supplier qualification program with the Huntington Inglis Industries, or HII, the largest military shipbuilder in the US. And what this means in a practical sense is, for the first time, Australian companies are now qualified and are entering the pipeline. Now, I encourage the member for New England to come and visit Hasluck, because if he had joined me just even last week, to visit Hoffman's Engineering with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Defence Minister and the Minister for Defence Industries, and our WA colleague, the Honourable Papalia, State Minister for Defence Industries, along with Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead and many others. He would have been there to hear the announcement that Hoffman Engineering is now the first qualified Australian company to receive a request for quote to supply its parts into the US supply chain. This is an historic moment for Hoffman Engineering, but also for the country, as it's beginning for the Australian companies directly contributing to the global supply chain, preparing our country to be able to make the parts necessary for submarines, both here and for sustainment of submarines into the future.
Time has expired, and this discussion has now concluded. I call on the clerk for the next item.
Government business, notice number 4, for a motion for the suspension of standing and sessional orders.
Thank you. I give the call to Assistant Minister for Health, Aged Care and Indigenous Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Leader of the House, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Kooyong's private member's business notice relating to the disallowance of item 12 of the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment, Health and Aged Care Measure number 4, Regulations 2024, made under the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Act 1997 on the 24th of October 2024 and presented to the House on the 4th of November 2024, being called on immediately.
Thank you. I'm going to put the question. Yes? Are you seeking, I don't need leave, but are you seeking to speak? Or, no, okay, so I'm just going to put that question first. And all those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and I call on the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment, Health and Aged Care Measures number 4, Regulations 2024, motion for disallowance.
Thank you, and I'm giving the call to member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move that item 12 of the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment, Health and Aged Care Measures number 4, Regulations 2024, made under the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Act 1997 on 24th of October 2024 and presented to the House on the 4th of November 2024, be disallowed. Deputy Speaker, I move this motion to disallow the instrument amending the Financial Framework Act, referred to as the Moderna Partnership, tabled by the Finance Minister in the Senate and then in this House on the 28th of October 2024. Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government struck a deal with Moderna in May 2021 to build a facility in Australia for the domestic production of new vaccines. The Morrison government had failed to procure COVID-19 vaccines in a timely manner. It had lost the vaccine race. It struck a hasty deal without the usual competitive tender to be able to announce that it was doing something, knowing full well that that facility would almost certainly be built too late to contribute significantly to the COVID-19 pandemic response. The terms of the deal were kept secret at the time. We now know that it is a multi-billion-dollar deal in which taxpayers have paid for a facility which is fully owned by Moderna, a facility that, as has yet in 2025, failed to produce a single dose of vaccine for our domestic use. We now know, but only because of the tabling of this disallowable instrument by Senator Gallagher last October, that as part of the Morrison-Hunt agreement, the government has created a streamlined vaccine procurement process exclusively for Moderna's pandemic and non-pandemic vaccines outside the National Immunisation Program. Speaker, the need for pandemic preparedness is still front of mind for all Australians. But this financial arrangement is about more than just preparing ourselves for the next pandemic. It is a commercial leg up for one company in what is a very competitive non-pandemic vaccine market. This arrangement should be revised to ensure a level playing field for the best Australian and global companies to research, develop and manufacture the best medicines for Australians in Australia. It should be disallowed because it circumvents the standards and safeguards of Commonwealth procurement processes on the grounds of protecting human health, when in fact it is actually to be applied to non-emergency medicines. There is a defined and accepted process for the procurement of medicines and medical treatments in this country. There is no justification, no possible justification for non-emergency vaccines sidestepping this process. Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic was the greatest trauma experienced by this country in this century. Thousands of Australians died. Our social and economic life was damaged. Tens of billions of dollars were wasted by the Morrison government on a poorly directed economic stimulus package and on wasteful and opaque spending on diagnostics, PPE and vaccines. We will never know the full extent of that waste because the Morrison and Albanese governments have refused a Royal Commission into their management of the COVID-19 pandemic. Without those lessons, we will inevitably be less well prepared for the next pandemic. And so I'm moving this disallowance motion today in the national interest, in the interest of the health of Australians, the health of our economy, and the health of the democratic institutions that safeguard the national public interest. I'm moving this motion in the interests of transparency, so that a major decision of our government during the pandemic doesn't just slide through this place unnoticed and unquestioned. Do we welcome the Moderna facility in Australia? Moderna in Australia? Yes, we do. Australia's world-class health and medical research capacity, with which I am personally and particularly familiar, makes us an obvious location for world-class pharmaceutical manufacturing. During the pandemic, Moderna's vaccine development was the fastest ever seen globally. And Moderna's mRNA vaccine for COVID saved millions of lives. Do we need to expand our vaccine manufacturing domestically? We clearly do. Right now, only one COVID-19 vaccine is available in Australia. That's Pfizer's Comirnaty JN.1. The Albanese government actually decided not to replenish supplies of Moderna mRNA vaccine in late 2024. Those unable to receive mRNA vaccines have been unable to access any form of COVID vaccine in Australia since July 2024, and this has caused a lot of distress to those people who are keen to access the Novavax vaccine. We know that 2 COVID-19 variants are currently active in Australia. A recent COVID wave affected more than 200 aged care facilities. Most older Australians have not been immunised for 6 months or more. Does government investment in sovereign capability for medicine production domestically make sense? Yes, it does. Our pandemic experience has shown us that the risks of global supply chain interruptions, and they've shown us the importance of building expertise and capacity for research and manufacturing onshore, and for safeguarding our resources. Australia imports 90% of its medicines. We have ongoing shortages of medicines for ADHD, for diabetes, for palliative care, for HRT, antibiotics and more. For years I have been pushing for more support for local medicines production, which we could facilitate through schemes like the Future Made in Australia. But we have no certainty that putting this very large egg in this single basket is going to help our pharmaceutical industry, our vaccines industry, even just our mRNA industry, strengthen and diversify, that it will provide continuity of local vaccine production before and after this contract expires in 2032. We don't know if the government has looked at other options open to it under the existing facility establishment agreement, options such as expanding expenditure for research and development or for manufacturing for research rather than vaccines, options which could have significant spillover benefits for Australian medical research capability and for our commercialisation skills. Do we need to support medical research in Australia? We certainly do, which is why I've been asking the Minister to immediately release funds from the Medical Research Future Fund to universities and medical research institutes which are struggling in a time of decreased local funding for research and development, at a time when support of Australian medical research by the NIH and other US sources has decreased by $368 million in this year alone. So why is this deal so concerning? Australia's decades-old system of vaccine procurement ensures that safe, effective and cost-effective vaccines are purchased and provided to the Australian people. The government's arrangement with Moderna is the biggest change to vaccine procurement in Australian history. It gives a massive commercial advantage to one company by making a multi-billion-dollar contribution to the construction of a new single facility and to servicing of its operations, with no transparency as to what stake, if any, we have ownership of that infrastructure and the ongoing operations of the facility. It gives the one single company access to expedited procurement processes, remembering that it takes on average 3.8 years for the PBAC to approve new vaccines in this country. And it gives, in doing so, this agreement disadvantages other vaccine manufacturers. It creates a disincentive for other companies to invest or expand here. In seeking to build capacity, we are potentially stifling it. Deputy Speaker, it's wholly appropriate that governments invoke human health considerations during a pandemic. During the COVID-19 pandemic acute phases, both Pfizer and Moderna benefited from alternative health technology assessment processes. We needed those expedited pathways because of the long-standing issues with medical regulatory pathways in this country. Those issues persist. To its credit, this government commissioned the Health Technology Assessment Review in 2022, but it reported in May 2024, and is still not scheduling implementation of its recommendations until 2026. That is too slow. We need faster medication approvals. We need to ensure that we are better prepared for the next pandemic. Now is the time to improve the TGA, the PBAC and AMSAC, not to build cutouts for our favoured partners. We don't know what HTA criteria and assessments will apply to the vaccines produced by this facility. We don't know how they're going to vary from the standard processes, but we do know that the government has actively disapplied the usual rules around competition, value for money, merits review and regulatory impact assessments. And this special treatment, remember, is not just for pandemic vaccines. It specifically includes non-pandemic vaccines. There is no possible justification for this carve-out. The usual safeguards for procurement should apply. The usual standards of best product at best value should apply to non-pandemic vaccines produced by the Moderna facility. Deputy Speaker, giving a single commercial entity a sweetheart deal undermines competition. Companies which didn't receive taxpayer gifts upfront do not have the same capacity to invest. A business environment characterised by uncompetitive deals is an active deterrent to other companies which might be considering capitalising on Australia's medical research expertise. Companies which are considering investing locally in the research and development required to bring new and improved products to our market. A guarantee to a single company to fast-track its approvals for their product while their competitors wait 3 years or more for the same approvals is anti-competitive. It's a deterrent to new research and development for which we will all be the poorer. We need our governments to always act in the public's best interest, with honesty and transparency, and that is more important than ever when it comes to healthcare. The people in this place should be asking, what is in the best interest of the people of Australia? With this deal, what is being promised to the Australian taxpayer in 2021, in 2025 and beyond? How can we guarantee a fair and equal playing field for business investments in this country? How can we encourage research and development and build sovereign capacity for medicines production when we're committing to these sorts of deals? How do we best protect and preserve the health of all Australians. To that end, Deputy Speaker, I move that this instrument be disallowed, to give the Parliament of Australia an opportunity to investigate these really important questions and to act transparently and in the best interests of the health and well-being of our constituents.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise in support and to second this very important motion from the member for Kooyong, because it goes to the very heart of accountability, transparency and trust that decisions made by government are in the public interest. Deputy Speaker, we should all be very grateful to the member for Kooyong for bringing this issue to the attention of the House, because decisions that were made back in COVID times were decisions that were made under the spotlight, under the pressure, under the uncertainty of a global pandemic. We are no longer in that situation. We know, Deputy Speaker, that Australians value transparency and fairness in government, and this includes procurement and most especially spending on health. These values were not swept aside during the pandemic. In fact, they were more important than ever. During the COVID-19 pandemic, governments across the world made huge asks of their people, and we were no different here in Australia. When governments ask such big sacrifices of their people, then governments must also uphold the faith. That means acting with integrity and being open to scrutiny. In this case, we're talking about the deal between the former Morrison government and international company Moderna to build an mRNA manufacturing facility at Monash University in Melbourne. In May 2021, under pressure over vaccine supply, and I was here in the Parliament at that time, there was enormous pressure. The then Health Minister, Greg Hunt, announced the government would test the market for domestic manufacturing. Now, only two credible bids emerged: Australia's CSL and the internationally owned Moderna. By December 2021, the Morrison government had entered a confidential agreement with Moderna to build the facility. Now, we know very little about this deal. How much are we as taxpayers spending? What are we getting for our money? What guarantees do we have? We were told this plant would be operational by the end of 2024, producing up to 100 million doses of vaccines for COVID, influenza, RSV and more. This was a significant national investment during an unprecedented crisis. But the details were, and alarmingly continue to be, hidden from the Australian public. And the question is why? The Parliament and the public do not know what Australia is paying, how much vaccine we are guaranteed, or on what terms. And that's simply not good enough. This was a decision made by the Morrison government, but critically, this secrecy continues now into this Labor government. In October 2024, the government tabled a legislative instrument creating what it calls the Moderna Partnership. These regulations grant Moderna exemptions from the usual Commonwealth procurement and assessment processes. So what we're debating today is whether the Parliament should draw back the curtain on the Moderna partnership between Moderna and the Australian government. Deputy Speaker, it is our role as parliamentarians to ensure scrutiny of governments and the decisions of ministers. And thanks to the member for Kooyong, that's exactly what we're doing today, exactly what this motion is all about. The government has committed to annual minimum purchases of Moderna's vaccines. However, remarkably, those vaccines will not undergo assessment by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, for which, for decades has ensured Australians received the safest and best medicines at a fair price. Instead, the government has proposed an independent health technology assessment pathway. But this pathway has not yet been established. So, one multinational pharmaceutical company has been granted a regulatory light touch. But this light touch won't be available to Australian firms or indeed to other vaccine producers. Why? Australia's vaccine procurement system is one of the most robust in the world. It ensures vaccines are safe. It ensures they are cost-effective. And it ensures Australians can have confidence that their government is acting in the public interest. By exempting Moderna from these long-standing processes, the government risks undermining that very confidence. During the height of the pandemic, extraordinary measures were justified. We needed vaccines fast, and the government rightly used its discretionary powers. But we are no longer in this emergency phase. The member for Kooyong has pointed out so clearly why we need to be now putting great scrutiny on this very decision. Australians deserve transparency. At the very least, they deserve transparency. They deserve confidence that their government is buying vaccines fairly, openly, and ultimately in their interests. The government must release the details of this multi-billion-dollar deal. It must ensure that all vaccines, regardless of the manufacturer, are subject to rigorous, transparent assessment. And this government must reaffirm its commitment that public money will always deliver public health for Australians and not the financial interests of international big pharmaceutical corporations. And so, Deputy Speaker, I am very pleased to second this motion. I support it, and I'm very grateful to the member for Kooyong, and every member of this House should be grateful to her too, for bringing this issue to our attention and demanding of us to do our jobs and to scrutinise this. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too rise in support of this disallowance motion of the member for Kooyong, and thank her for bringing it to the House. Speaker, it's not a race. We all remember those 4 words from the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison during the COVID-19 pandemic. They symbolised a government that was unprepared and slow to act. So after failing to promptly secure COVID-19 vaccines for Australians, the Morrison government, under pressure, struck a rushed deal in May 2021 with the US pharmaceutical company Moderna to build a domestic mRNA vaccine manufacturing facility. This was a $2 billion deal done behind closed doors with no transparency, no scrutiny and no accountability. Not one detail was made public at that time. Even now, we don't fully know what taxpayers got for that money. What we do know is this. To date, Moderna has not produced a single dose for the Australian market from its new facility. The deal bypassed our proven, robust systems for ensuring quality, safety and value. Moderna's vaccines were exempted from assessment by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, or PBCAC, the very committee responsible for determining whether medicines are safe, effective and worth funding through the National Immunisation Program. This decision has created a parallel procurement process exclusively for Moderna, fast-tracked, exempt and unexplained, yet the Albanese government has forged ahead with it. It's a decision that has drawn serious concern from leading public health experts and regulatory bodies. Professor Peter Collignon of the ANU has said that the PBAC process is critical, not just for safety, but also to ensure value for money and informed comparison between vaccine options. PBAC Chair Robin Ward warned that speeding up distribution must not come at the cost of fairness, access or safety. Australian manufacturer CSL offered to produce vaccines at a lower cost. They recently invested over $1 billion in a Melbourne facility, but they haven't been offered the same fast-track regulatory path. This deal puts CSL and other local innovators at a distinct disadvantage. So we are now at risk of creating two systems for vaccine approval in this country, one for a single foreign multinational and another for everyone else. This is anti-competitive and it undermines the integrity of Australia's medical procurement processes. While sovereign manufacturing is vitally important for our country, existing safeguards and regulatory checks must not be disregarded. Let me remind the House that this 10-year agreement commits successive governments and taxpayers to purchase Moderna's vaccines for years to come, regardless of evolving science, emerging options or changing needs. The fact that the Australian National Audit Office has launched a formal inquiry into this deal speaks volumes. Speaker, we are not just talking about vaccines here. This is about how government procurement power should be used to create a healthier population and a stronger economy. Just last week, the government hosted the Economic Reform Roundtable to discuss productivity and innovation, and yet we still have this deal. And our Future Made in Australia has overlooked the health and medical innovation sector, one of our greatest economic opportunities. We have examples of world-leading Australian innovation, Cochlear, ResMed and others who succeeded because they had access to research support, regulatory integrity and, importantly, fair competition. We must not create a system where one multinational receives preferential treatment while local companies are left to wait 3 years or more for approval. That is not smart investment, that is a barrier to innovation. The Australian public agrees. 9 in 10 Australians support investment in local companies producing medical products. They want transparency, fairness, sovereign capability, not secret deals. This comes at a time when the government is currently undertaking a strategic examination of research and development to grow our core science and innovation capability. If we are serious about building long-term prosperity and sovereign capability, we must disallow backroom deals that go against these very principles. Speaker, this is not about opposing mRNA technology. This has been transformative, but innovation must be supported by fair, transparent and accountable processes. One that ensures competition, builds local capacity and safeguards public trust. We need smarter investment, not secret deals. We need robust systems, not parallel ones. We need to support Australian innovation, not undermine it. For these reasons, I strongly support the member for Kooyong's disallowance motion and thank her for moving it in the national interest. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the opposition won't be supporting the disallowance motion for the reasons that I'll outline. The Medina 10-year strategy partnership is about sovereign health security, future pandemic preparedness and growing Australia's world-leading medical research sector. It was commenced by the former coalition government with the support of the Victorian Labor government and finalised under the Albanese Labor government in August of 2022. The agreement will result in Australia being able to make up to 100 million world-leading mRNA vaccine doses a year in the event of another pandemic or health emergency. This provides the capacity and the capability to protect against evolving strains of COVID-19 or new respiratory diseases that emerge into the future. Medina was selected through a full and exhaustive cabinet process on the basis that it was the only bid that had an existing mRNA vaccine technology. As part of the partnership, Medina will maintain a world-class facility ready for rapid deployment in the case of future endemic or pandemic threats. The facilities will also have the capacity to support Australia with the support of domestically manufacturing mRNA vaccines against common seasonal respiratory viruses, pending TGA approval. All vaccines supplied from the facility will need to be approved by the TGA, the ATAGI, and undergo health technology assessments, as is the case with other vaccines supplied in Australia. It will make critical and regional hubs for mRNA technology development and production, bolstering our local biotechnological sectors. Successive national governments,
an independent Holton review and the COVID-19 response inquiry all have identified the need for sovereign manufacturing capability to respond to future health threats. Medina was established in Melbourne, enables Australia to be one of the few countries worldwide with end-to-end mRNA-based vaccine manufacturing. The final framework regulation gives legal effect to the partnership between the government and Medina and has been in place since 2022. I acknowledge the member for Kooyong, but given the agreement commenced under the coalition government and is being implemented by the Labor government with bipartisan major party support, we will not be supporting a disallowance to avoid this agreement. For companies like Medina and the whole pharmaceutical industry across Australia, predictability in government policy is essential, and it provides the certainty needed to invest in Australia, create the jobs and grow our medical and research capabilities. The Coalition is committed to delivering that sustainability and stability.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to recognise the member for Kooyong and her deep expertise and professional background that she brings to this place, and acknowledge that it is something of deep interest to her. However, the government won't be supporting the disallowance, and I'll explain why. The motion moved by the member for Kooyong seeks to disallow item 12 of Schedule 1 to the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment, Health and Aged Care Measures Number 4, Regulations 2024, made under the Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Act 1997 of 24 October 24. The item underpins the government's expenditure on Australia's onshore manufacturing capability and pandemic preparedness. Mr Deputy Speaker, the government supports transparency and accountability. In this instance, there are genuine reasons why the precise details of the agreement between Moderna and the Commonwealth must remain confidential. The fact is that the agreement between Moderna and the government secures more than just vaccines. In supporting the development of a domestic manufacturing capability, the arrangement promotes Australia's sovereign capability, resilience and pandemic preparedness, Australia's onshore production of vaccines using mRNA technology, a technology which was successful in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the enhancement of Australia's research and manufacturing ecosystem and workforce to support our world-class capabilities to develop and produce the next generation of medical technology. The agreement is a part of a three-way 10-year arrangement ending in 2032 between the Australian Government, the Victorian Government and Moderna. It is the reason why Australia is now one of a few countries in the world with an end-to-end mRNA vaccine manufacturing capability. Like other vaccines, and I think this point will be particularly relevant to the member for Kooyong, vaccines manufactured by Moderna and supplied under the agreement with government must be approved by the Therapeutic Goods Administration for quality, safety and efficacy. These principles will not be compromised, and I want to emphasise this point. The Moderna vaccines must also be assessed by the Australian Technical Advisory Group on Immunisation, and importantly, the vaccines are also subject to an independent health technology assessment consistent with the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee guidelines. These assessment arrangements for Moderna onshore vaccines are the result of significant negotiations between the Department and Moderna and are commercial in confidence. The agreement was established in line with the Australian Government's legal obligations and policy mandate and completed in accordance with the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act 2013. Moderna Australia's manufacturing facility was completed in late 2024 with regulatory approvals now underway. Registration and supply in Australia will only commence following approval of the manufacturing facility and vaccines by the TGA. This is a crucial investment in a domestic manufacture of vaccines in Australia and our preparedness for future pandemics, and for these reasons the government will oppose the motion from the member for Kooyong.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for McKellar and Kooyong as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 9, noes 59. The matter was resolved in the negative. Order. If members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall move to the matter of reports.
So that's one thing, is like the TJA is going to be like, yes, fake's bad, but there's been no nuance.
Give a call to the member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to present reports of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement of the 47th Parliament.
Is leave granted? Give a call to the Minister.
Leave is granted.
I thank the Minister. Leave is granted. The member for Wide Bay may continue.
I present the following reports of the Parliament Joint Committee on Law Enforcement of the 47th Parliament. Examination of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission Annual Report 23-24 and examination of the Australian Federal Police Report Annual Report 23-24, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement connected to the reports.
Is leave granted? I call the Minister.
Leave is granted.
I thank the Minister. The member for Wide Bay may continue.
Thanks, Speaker. I rise as Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement to present the committee's report from the 47th Parliament examining the Australian Criminal Intelligence Annual Report 23-24. The report was presented out of session in the Senate in late March 2025, the day before the prorogation of the previous Parliament. The ACIC provides vital intelligence and policing information to protect Australia from serious criminal threats. The committee is charged with providing parliamentary oversight of the ACIC, which is especially important given the coercive powers available to the agency. As part of this work, the committee examining each ACIC annual report examines each ACIC annual report and raises a range of contemporary issues with its officials at a public hearing. I'm pleased to report that the committee did not identify any major areas of concern. The committee's review highlighted several important areas of work being pursued by the ACIC, including the completion of Tranche 1 of the National Criminal Intelligence System, the National Police Checking Service, which processed its largest number of checks since its establishment at over 7.2 million in 23-24, the integration of data into the Australian Firearms Information Network, and the creation of a National Firearms Register. The register is an important measure that will benefit law enforcement outcomes and improve community safety. The committee appreciates this as a complex and multifaceted initiative to provide real-time data which will uplift current state-based systems, some of which are paper-based. The committee will continue to monitor the progress with the program, which is expected to be operational in mid-2028. The independent review of the ACIC was released in November 2024. The report stated that the ACIC is inhibited from fulfilling its intelligence mandate by a lack of clarity about its role, complicated legislative frameworks and uncertainty about its funding. The review's 29 recommendations provide a blueprint for comprehensive reform to the ACIC. This reform will modernise not only the Commission itself, but also its enabling legislation, the Australian Crime Commission Act 2002. The committee also examined a range of other issues relating to the agency's performance, including its staff retention, employee census results. On the latter, the committee commends the ACIC for efforts in the area of staff wellbeing, with the recent census showing wellbeing initiatives, including a staff counsellor, have been welcomed by staff. I commend the ACIC's officers for their valuable contribution to the Australian law enforcement and community safety. I also thank them for their assistance with the committee's oversight process, as well as my fellow committee members for their constructive approach to the committee's work. I commend the committee's report to the House. Deputy Speaker, I rise as the Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement to present the committee's report from the 47th Parliament examining the Australian Federal Police Annual Report for 2023-24. The report was presented out of session in the Senate in late March 2025, the day before the prorogation of the previous Parliament. I'm pleased to report that the committee did not identify any major issues of concern. As Australia's national policing agency, the AFP protects Australians and Australia's interests. Some key achievements in 2023-24 included the seizure of 31.3 tonnes of illicit drugs and precursors at the border or domestically, assisting overseas police to seize 41.8 tonnes of illicit drugs and 318 people charged with criminal offences, with 121 people charged as a result of child exploitation investigations. The inclusion of the AFP's annual report of key operations as case studies is helpful to increase understanding of the complexity, length of time and cooperation required for some investigations. Operation GAIN was a successful example of international cooperation where the AFP increased engagement with the Turkish authorities, which, assisted by the AFP, with the assistance of the AFP, arrested 42 people, 18 of whom were high value to Australian law enforcement, with assets of more than 25 million restrained by Turkey. The AFP's most important asset is its people, and the committee was updated on several initiatives to improve recruitment and wellbeing. The committee also received an update on the initiatives to meet the sworn female workforce target of 30% by 2028, which was enforced in 2021. As at December 2024, the figure was at 26.6%. The SHIELD program commenced in 2021 and supports all past and present employees, reservists and others, and their families. It provides confidential, personalised care for all members, focusing on education and prevention, including regular health checks. The AFP told the committee that the SHIELD program has been well received. Given the importance of this program to staff wellbeing, the committee will use the next reporting period to focus on what direct measures and evaluation methodology is in place for SHIELD. In the next reporting period, the committee intends to look at the methodology for the annual staff surveys, as a full staff survey is only conducted every 2 years. In 2023, the survey focused on wellbeing. The committee will examine the approach to surveys where some factors such as senior leadership and leadership more generally are only included every second year, and whether this approach will result in a timely response to emerging issues. This is particularly the case as the survey did not occur in 2024 as planned. I commend the AFP for its continuing to perform well in a complex operating environment to protect the safety of Australians. I wish to thank the AFP officers who gave evidence to the committee, and also my fellow committee members for their contribution to the committee's important oversight role. I commend the committee's report to the House.
Thank you, Member for White Bay, and I call the clerk. I don't think there's any other.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, National Health Amendment, Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
Speaker, the original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I'll call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the biggest weekends of door knocking for me during the campaign was when I had the pleasure of announcing that Sturt would be getting an urgent care clinic, a walk-up, fully bulk-billed centre residents can go to when they need something urgently but don't need to go to hospital. That weekend I met Natalie, who works in healthcare administration, managing urgent care clinics in South Australia. When I told Natalie that Sturt would be getting an urgent care clinic, there was not one in Sturt at the time, Natalie let out an audible cheer. Because Natalie knows that urgent care clinics work. Over 1 million visits by Australians tell us that, and that is why we are opening more, 50 more, including in Sturt. Urgent care clinics were new to David, who I also met whilst I was door knocking in my electorate of Sturt during the campaign. David was elderly and had fallen and injured his hip. He took a while to answer the door due to his mobility, and when he did answer it and we got chatting, he told me that he was in pain and he couldn't get in to see his general practitioner. I told him about urgent care clinics and that the way they worked was that he could simply attend one on a walk-up basis, be seen by a doctor on a bulk billed basis, and get a prescription for pain medication if one was required. At the time, there was not an urgent care clinic in Sturt, and David's nearest urgent care clinic was in Para Hills, a taxi ride away. Despite that, David said that urgent care clinics sounded pretty good and was very relieved to hear that Sturt would soon be home to an urgent care clinic and that the people of Sturt could access walk-up, bulk-billed services without placing more strain on the hospital system in circumstances where they couldn't get in to see their preferred general practitioner. David was right. It not only sounds like a good idea, it is a good idea, and 1 million visits from the people of Australia tell us that it is a good idea. And another good idea, as we know, Deputy Speaker, is cheaper medicines, which form part of the suite of measures for making healthcare more affordable and more accessible to all Australians. Urgent care clinics, more doctors and nurses, more bulk billed places, more investment in women's health and mental health medical centres, in addition to cheaper medicines, are good for the hip pocket. They are good for the health and well-being of all Australians, and as we know, they are good for the economy, because a healthy population drives a productive and successful economy.
The member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025, a bill which will deliver tangible cost of living relief to millions of Australians by reducing the maximum pharmaceutical benefits scheme co-payment from $31.60 to $25 from the 1st of January 2026. Deputy Speaker, this is a welcome step. It will save families hundreds of dollars a year, and it will make essential medicines more accessible to those who need them most. This government has done a lot to make medicines more affordable. In the last term of government, it brought in the 60-day prescription policy, which allows up to 12 months of medication at a time from a single script, with 2 months' worth being dispensed at a time. This was a welcome change, which is expected to save more than $1.6 billion over 4 years for patients on stable doses of medication living with chronic conditions. I have to say, though, that we've had relatively low uptake of the scheme to date. Only 21% of eligible medicines were dispensed as 60-day scripts by the end of last year. But the policy, despite that, has already saved consumers more than $110 million. If uptake increases to 50%, annual savings could exceed $310 million for patients and $297 million for the government, primarily through reduced dispensing fees. Deputy Speaker, I have to take some credit for this government savings because I was the first person to raise this issue, the possibility of this policy change in the House, when I asked the Minister if he would consider it in early 2023. I was grateful for the government for considering the measure and adopting it. Like this bill, it was aimed at making things easier for Australians dealing with pretty significant cost of living pressures. But while this bill is a positive move, it is not enough. It is a band-aid on a system which requires comprehensive reform. As a paediatric neurologist who worked in our public health system for more than 3 decades, I know firsthand the importance of timely access to affordable and effective treatments. I also understand the frustration of patients and clinicians when access to life-threatening therapies is delayed or denied because of outdated, opaque and slow approval processes. The waits are simply too long in our system. The average wait for approval under the Therapeutic Goods Authority, 12 months. For a clinical trial, at least a few months. Long months when you've got patients desperate to get access to an exciting new possible therapeutic. For PBAC approvals, 22 months. For MSAC approvals, 12 to 14 months. And horrifyingly, the average time for approval of a new vaccine under the National Immunisation Program from the time of TGA approval until it is listed on the NIP, 1,375 days. That is 3.8 years. Deputy Speaker, I experienced those timelines at first hand when, after leading world-first clinical trials in children with severe neuromuscular conditions at the Royal Children's Hospital, I had to go cap in hand to the TGA and the PBAC and fight to have new medications and gene therapies approved and funded. It took years of advocacy with families and with pharma to secure access to those treatments for all Australian children. That is a false economy. We are talking about the health of Australians. Just last week, I met with a constituent who recently tried and failed to have an agent fast-tracked under our PBAC. The agent was actually TGA approved years ago. He was just trying to get it funded by the PBAC. He had spent $1 million trying to get that approval. It failed because the government would not negotiate significantly on price. He's been offered the chance to reapply under the standard approval pathways, but he asked the very appropriate question of why he would bother. Why would he spend more of his money doing that with very limited chances of success? We are not rewarding those who are doing their best to bring new treatments to this country. I've also heard recently from constituents whose children have been unable to access proton therapy. This is the best form of radiotherapy for brain tumours and many other forms of cancer. Despite attempts to bring it to our country, and despite failed attempts by the South Australian and Victorian governments, proton therapy is still not available in Australia. That means that our children with brain tumours have to go overseas to access it. After their parents, these are parents who are under stress, who are dealing with the critical illness of their children, have had to jump through the endless hoops of the medical treatment overseas program to get them there. I often hear as well from Deputy Speaker, from constituents who are frustrated that they cannot access the medicines that they need. I've just spoken in this House about the many constituents who would like to access Novavax vaccines for COVID, can't do it. The PBS listings that have been announced in this year's budget are a step forward for women's health. We've been hearing ad nauseum from the government about new listings for oral contraceptives, menopause and endometriosis. That's fantastic. But if those women's HRT agents are unavailable, they they find themselves having to settle for a poor alternative at a higher price. And they're not alone. Hundreds of medications are in short supply in this country at any one point in time. I've heard from palliative care physicians who can't get hold of the right forms of morphine for patients who are in pain and who are dying. I've heard from parents who can't get their kids' ADHD medications. I've heard of people who can't access the cardiac medications and the antibiotics that they want, need and deserve. Both yesterday and today, I've met in the House with vaccine providers who have discussed their frustration with the barriers to access to approvals and funding in this country, particularly with respect to the mishmash of federal and state support for immunisation programs. I've often heard in Kooyong and in Canberra from constituents and carers frustrated by the variability of vaccine schedules from state to state and the variable funding of administration of vaccines by councils or by community pharmacists in different territories and states. Deputy Speaker, the Health Technology Assessment System is the backbone of how we assess, approve and fund new medicines and new medical technologies in Australia. The Health Technologies Assessment Review was commissioned by the Department of Health in 2021 in response to a report from the Joint Standing Committee into Health, Disability and Ageing. That review was released in 2024 and it exposed critical shortcomings in how Australia evaluates and funds new medicines and technologies. Those issues directly affect the speed and the ease with which Australians can access novel life-saving therapies. The review called for a more transparent, more timely, more patient-centred approach to the evaluation of new treatments. It recognised the need to better incorporate real-world evidence, consumer input and health equity into decision-making. In response to that review, which was released, as you remember, in late 2024, the Health Technology Assessment Review Implementation Advisory Group was established in November 2024. But there has been very limited progress since that time. Patients are still waiting. Their parents, or their people who care for them, are still waiting. Clinicians are still waiting. Researchers and industry are still waiting for action on the HTA review. We cannot afford to wait any longer. The fact is that the PBS system, which we all treasure, has recently come under significant and renewed attack from large international pharmaceutical companies, which have successfully mobilised the US government to apply pressure here and in other countries with schemes similar to the PBS. Those companies have variously criticised our PBS for allowing generic medicines to compete in the market, for freeloading by contributing insufficiently to the cost of research and development of new drugs, and for taking years to approve new medicines and thereby creating a massive backlog of approvals. Now, the Albanese government has rightly defended the PBS, and I think everyone in this place would do that. But the fact is that our therapeutic goods approval bodies would benefit by being beyond reasonable criticism, because the criticism that they've received is reasonable. They are slow and they are overly administratively burdensome. So this bill, while it is important, does not address the systemic delays that prevent Australians from accessing new therapies. It does not fix the bottlenecks in the TGA, the PBAC or the MSAC. It does not ensure that our health system is ready to evaluate and fund the next generation of personalised medicines, digital health tools and breakthrough therapies. Cheaper medicines are good, but faster access to the best medicines for all Australians are better. We need a system that recognises the complexity and wonder of modern medicine, one which is agile enough to respond to emerging health needs, one which puts patients, not bureaucracy, at its centre. And so I urge the Minister for Health to prioritise the full and urgent implementation of the HTA review's recommendations. Madam Speaker, I do support this bill, but I also call on this parliament to look beyond it, to build a health system which is not just cheaper, which is smarter, fairer and faster, because Australians deserve more than just cheaper medicines. They deserve the best medicines at the right time at a price that they can afford.
I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am very pleased to rise and speak in support of this bill before the House tonight, the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill of 2025, because at its heart, this bill is about something simple but powerful, making sure people can afford the medicines they need. Not in theory, not in a few years, right now, in the middle of cost of living crunch when every dollar matters. And this is a bill that goes to the core of what we value as Australians: fairness, equity, and the belief that no one should have to compromise their health because of what's in their wallet. We know the price of essentials has been creeping up, whether it's at the grocery shop, the electricity bill, or the fuel gauge. For far too many Australians, that pressure has been including the pharmacy counter. And for many Australians, medicines are a significant cost of living pressure, affecting women at almost twice the rate of men. In fact, in 2023-24, nearly 1.2 million Australians delayed or did not fill a script because of the cost. That's not just a number. That's real people, mums, dads, grandparents, having to make an impossible choice between their health and their household budget. And I've had countless conversations in Newcastle with people who've told me they've had to delay filling a script or of cutting tablets in half to make them last longer. Imagine being told by your doctor that you need a full dose to stay healthy and then having to take the risk of halving it because you simply can't afford the next box. That's not how a world-class health system should work. And we shouldn't have to gamble, you shouldn't have to gamble with your health just to keep the lights on. And that's what this bill is designed to fix. This legislation is practical and targeted. It will cut the maximum PBS co-payment. That's the most you'll pay for many common medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. And this bill will also keep the co-payment freeze for concession and card holders going even longer. So pensioners, veterans, others on those fixed incomes know that they're not going to be hit with these price hikes. And these are practical changes that mean immediate savings for households without undermining the pharmacies that are so critical in our health system. This is smart, sensible reform that balances affordability for more than 5.1 million patients with sustainability for providers. I always like to bring these big national reforms home, literally, and look at what they mean for Newcastle. Since Labor first reduced the PBS co-payment last year, Novocastrians have saved more than $10 million from more than 1.2 million scripts. Under Labor's cheaper medicines bill for a $25 co-payment maximum, they'll save millions more. That's pensioners in Wallsend who can now afford every script on the GP's list. It's young parents in Mayfield who don't have to choose between asthma medication for their kids and paying the water bill. It's people with chronic conditions, diabetes, high blood pressure, mental health needs, who can stay on track with their treatment instead of ending up in hospital. And we know that the flow-on effect, healthier people, fewer preventable hospital visits, and a health system that works better for everyone. These are the kind of flow-on effects we really want to see. And when you take the financial stress out of filling a prescription, you improve lives. You take the pressure off the hospital system, something that every government and every hospital administrator wants to see. It's worth pausing for a moment here to look at the difference in approach between the Albanese Labor government and those opposite, the coalition, when it comes to health. Labor's record over the past 3 years speaks for itself. More free and cheaper medicines sooner, with a 25% reduction in the number of scripts a concessional patient must fill before the PBS safety net kicks in. the largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS, with the maximum cost of a general script falling to $30 from what was $42.50, and now with this bill going down even further to just $25. We've had the 60-day prescriptions, saving time and money for millions of Australians with ongoing health condition. Freezing the cost of PBS medicines with co-payments not rising with inflation for all Australians for the first time in 25 years. Tripling the bulk billing incentives for GPs, helping to keep care affordable and accessible, and opening Medicare urgent care clinics right across the country, including one near Newcastle at Charlestown there, so people can get seen quickly without an emergency department wait. We're expanding access to life-saving scans and tests under Medicare, and now let's compare that with the track record of the coalition parties. They froze Medicare rebates for 6 long years, pushing up GP costs and forcing more people into emergency departments. They knocked back proposals for cheaper medicines when they were in office, keeping prices higher for patients. They cut hospital funding and picked fights with the states instead of fixing them. They also, back in my part of the world, closed GP access after hours services, the only kind of access to bulk billing that many people had in our region. The difference is crystal clear. Labor strengthens Medicare and makes medicines cheaper. The Liberals and the National Party weakened Medicare and let prices soar. So let's be clear. When you reduce the cost of common medicines like cholesterol tablets, antibiotics, blood pressure meds, antidepressants, you're delivering relief where people actually feel it. This isn't about a one-off bonus or a token gesture. It's money back in people's pockets every single month. And for concession card holders, pensioners, veterans, people doing it tough, that relief is locked in for years. Every dollar matters, especially now, and this bill delivers real, practical help. I want to take a moment to shout out to the incredible pharmacists and pharmacy teams that we have in Newcastle. They are so much more than dispensers of medicines. These are people who know their communities inside out. They know their customers by name. They notice when someone seems a little off and they check in. They go that extra mile for people who might be struggling because for so many, the local pharmacy is the most accessible point of care. In suburbs right across Newcastle, our pharmacies are community health hubs. They're where people go for advice, for their flu shots, for wound care, for emergency contraception, for support managing chronic conditions. For some people, particularly those in vulnerable circumstances, the pharmacy might be the only face-to-face health professional they see regularly. And let's not forget the role they played during the pandemic, keeping doors open, providing vaccines, answering questions, calming fears. They were a lifeline then, and they continue to be now. So when we talk about cheaper medicines, these are the people that will be administering this important measure. Cheaper medicines only work if there's a trusted pharmacist there to provide them, and in Newcastle we are so lucky to have some of the very best. This bill is also part of a bigger picture, a vision for a health system that is accessible so you don't miss out on the care because of cost, sustainable so that GPs, pharmacists, nurses and hospitals can keep delivering world-class care for generations to come, and affordable so people can afford to stay healthy. Labor believes in Medicare as the cornerstone of universal health care, and this bill strengthens that foundation. We're not just responding to the immediate cost of living crisis, although that is critical. we're also laying the groundwork for a future where people can get the care they need when they need it without worrying about the bill. And that's what Labor governments do. We strengthen Medicare, we make medicines cheaper, and we make the health system fairer for everyone. So to my colleagues across the chamber, this is a moment to put politics aside and back something in that will make a tangible difference in every single electorate. This bill delivers relief for families and pensioners under cost of living pressures. It delivers health outcomes that keep people well and out of hospital. It delivers a stronger, fairer Medicare for the future. This isn't a symbolic vote. This isn't about securing political points. It's about people and about good health outcomes for our communities everywhere. There's 150 of us here in this lower house representing millions of Australians, and I am pretty certain there would not be one seat sitting in this chamber that didn't have constituents who want to see affordable, reliable access to high-quality healthcare under a Medicare system. People who are right now standing at the pharmacy counter wondering if they can afford every script their doctor has prescribed. They're the people we're trying to help now. People who are choosing between a blood pressure tablet and a bag of groceries. People who are cutting their tablets in half hoping it will get them through to the next payday. That's the reality for far too many Australians. And every one of us in this chamber has the power to change that reality for the better today. Because health should never be a luxury. It should never depend on the size of your pay packet or the postcode where you live. It should be universal, affordable and accessible for every person who calls Australia home. That's what this bill is about. It's about saying clearly your health matters more than profits, more than politics, more than anything else. And then let me say this again. Cheaper medicines are not just good policy, they're good economics. Keeping people well keeps them out of hospital. It keeps people at work. It keeps families strong. It takes pressure off an already stretched health system. More importantly, it's the right course of action. A government is ultimately judged by how well it helps those who need a hand. And this bill does exactly that. It makes life that little bit easier. It makes life that bit fairer. It makes life healthier. To those opposite, I say, do not block this. Do not delay this. And do not play politics with people's health. Support this bill. Stand with families doing it tough. Stand with the pensioners and veterans. Stand with every Australian who deserves access to the medicines they need without breaking the bank. That is why I'm proud to support this legislation. It's Labor values in action. Fairness, compassion and practical help when people need it most. Thank you.
For Newcastle, I call the member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on this legislation, and it's a great privilege to be able to speak on the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. And of course, when you think practically about this legislation, Deputy Speaker, I think about it through the lens of the lived reality of so many Australians right now. So many Australians today are struggling with the financial pressure of finding the balance between the costs of their housing, being in a position to either afford their mortgage or their rent, going to the supermarket and being able to fill up a basket of groceries and make choices about whether they're going to be able to pay at the ATM, then go on and, of course, make other tough financial decisions from car payments to the cost of petrol, and, of course, essential items like medicines and being able to afford to go to the doctor. At every point along that transaction journey, people are faced with acute choices about trade-offs and priorities in their life. And nobody ever wants to face a moment in their life where the choices between their health and well-being, the longevity of their life, and the fullness of their capacity from being able to afford access to affordable medicines and healthcare. And that is always the basis in which this Parliament is seeking to debate health legislation, is how we empower people, one, to take agency and responsibility for their health and well-being, but also to find the right balance so that we can make sure that no Australian ever faces that tough choice. But there is no point pretending that as part of the ongoing conversation around what is sustainable for the future of the country, that there is always a tension in doing so, because we know there are medicines that don't get listed on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. Not every medicine that's available is listed by the current government, despite their commentary, and nor has it been by every previous government in the past, nor will everyone or every treatment option into the future, because some are too expensive for the realities and the costs, and because of the innovative impacts that it may have and the experimental nature. So we always take a sober, balanced approach to turn around and say to Australians, we need to make sure that we're meeting you to achieve the best outcome we can achieve for every Australian, to advance Australia fair, for want of a better phrase, without wanting to be twee about it. And so the current government has said that that price is going to be $25 per script to be able to achieve the best outcome, to maximise choice, and for people to be able to get access to the conditions, to medicines they need to manage conditions. And of course, the demand is real. Nobody's disputing this. We're living longer, healthier, happier lives. And in so many ways, that's a beautiful and wonderful thing. The idea that only a few generations ago that people might be taken out by conditions which can now be managed as a chronic condition, with support or access to medicines that were innovated that simply didn't exist only years ago. But it comes at a cost, and we want to support Australians to manage that cost. So, the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, which of course is part of a bulk purchasing arrangement of government, helps millions of Australians every single year go on and afford the medicines they need, to go to a simple pharmacy after they've seen their doctor and get a dispensing of a medication so that they can get the support and treatment they need, and meet it with a co-payment so that they can then go on and get the assistance that they need to be able to manage their own care pathway. And of course, it's working with pharmacies, with pharmacists, with their doctors, particularly through primary health care, not just that we get the best health outcomes for patients, though we do. In addition to that, we manage the best care pathways for patients, but of course we also reduce the overall cost for the health system and stop the risk over time that people graduate up to the tertiary system and find themselves in hospital. So we all win when people take responsibility for their lives, their healthcare pathways, and get the best outcome. That's why the Coalition has always been such a strong supporter of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. I remember the time I was last in Parliament, and one of the most tragic things was during the previous terms of Labor governments. And they deprioritised listings of medications on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme because they wanted to prioritise other avenues of the health system to do things like boost the pathways for unions to tax their take, but at the expense of access to medicines for vulnerable Australians. And one of the proudest things that was done over that period from 2013 through to 2022 was to increase the volume of medications, often for rarer conditions, for people who were simply left behind by previous Labor governments, for rarer conditions that often led, tragically, Deputy Speaker, to a death sentence, whether it was particular types of cancers or rarer conditions that weren't traditionally part of the mainstream. We all understand the importance of things like cholesterol medication and other types of statins and the like that are often used by Australians on an everyday basis. But when it's those rarer conditions where it can often be the difference between not just the slow corrosion of somebody's well-being, but the very difference between life and death. When those medications are able to be listed because we have a strong economy, a balance sheet, but more importantly, a government that understands that when you have those things in alignment, you have the capacity to be able to provide the health services that Australians need on the margins, you build a better nation. So this legislation is before the Parliament, and of course, when it gets voted upon and it will pass, it will be a moment where we reduce the price of access to $25 for a script. And it will mean that it will reduce the cost of living pressure for millions of Australians so they will be able to fill out their scripts. It will mean that they will find it easier in an environment where they'll face less pressure on their cost of living choices in the short term. But because real wages, once adjusted for inflation, have not risen for nearly 15 years, so many Australians will still not be getting further ahead. This is just an adjustment to reflect the reality that Australians are not getting ahead no matter how much and how hard they work. So yes, it gives hope, but it does not give the long-term sustainable hope that Australians need so that we can look forward to the future with confidence. The only basis you will have long-term hope for the future is if we have a change of government where we get a reckless spend-a-thon government out of the government benches and you see a return of a coalition government that is prudent, responsible and prioritises putting the service delivery of Australians first, that makes the long-term sustainability of the budget its priority and puts Australia in a position of strength and economic growth so that we can deliver the dividends to Australians to be able to afford access to the health, education services, and that includes the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, so that those who are marginalised, vulnerable, or in a situation of need are in the position to be able to afford the health services that they so desperately need. Because sitting behind any conversation around access to medicines is so many small businesses. When I go around the electorate of Goldstein and I talk to many of the community pharmacies in Goldstein, when I speak to the community pharmacies of Goldstein, what I hear is the aspirations of so many small businesses. And like all small businesses in the electorate and, of course, across Australia, they're facing real and significant challenges in the current economic environment. They face problems around skills and access to labour. They face the challenges around cash flow, and of course they pay energy bills too, and rising energy costs, and of course of regulation and of tax. Yep, all right, some pharmacists are doing okay because they've studied hard and they've put themselves in a position to be able to earn a good income. But that doesn't change the fact that they've made a huge investment in themselves, and often they're the very basis of their business, Deputy Speaker, and once you remove them, that community pharmacy can disappear. So they're not just providing a good service for themselves, but for the community as well. And the expectation increasingly is not just that they're providing a service on a commercial basis, but increasingly a public service for the rest of the community, particularly through primary care. And despite the boasts of the Prime Minister, who comes in here occasionally with his Medicare card and says that no matter who you are in this country, no matter where you go, you never need anything more than that, I'm afraid the lived reality of Australians in just about every corner of this nation is that if you turn up to a doctor's GP clinic at the moment, you definitely need your Medicare card and your credit card. Certainly in the electorate of Goldstein, that's the reality, Deputy Speaker. And so therefore, so many people turn to their community pharmacy and say, is there a way you can provide me with the assistance and support? And increasingly, pharmacies are on the front line of primary care need. And what they need more than anything else is certainty and clarity for their long-term sustainability so that they can invest in their own future. People like Simon Rankin from the Sandy Pharmacy in Sandringham, he's been a long-term provider in the community and done an amazing job. There's people like Leah Bartolotta at Hampton Discount Chemist, or Lily and Avizia Jarowski at Dendy Village Pharmacy, or Rebecca Nguyen at the Chemist Warehouse in Brighton, Eric Upton at East Brighton Pharmacy, Simon Kenny and Stephen Moran at Direct Chemist Outlet in Elsternwick have made a huge investment in their own future. Leah Bartoletta and Damien Gantz from Chemist Warehouse in Elsternwick, or Retta Trang Nguyen, who's from Chemist Warehouse in Cheltenham. David Wong at McKinnon Pharmacy and Post Office, or Jeffrey Kirshner, who's from Ormond Amcal Pharmacy. Malcolm Cosgrove and David Zislet at Beaumaris Pharmacy, Andre Beck at Bayside Pharmacy, Yu Chung Shao from Garden Vale Pharmacy, Daniel Leon Fleischer from Priceline Pharmacy in Caulfield, Paul Carassis, who's from Seaview Pharmacy in Beaumaris, Elizabeth and Francis Fong from Bentley Centre Pharmacy, Alexander Prufus and Richard Needham from Bentley Corner Pharmacy, Stephen Zakis, Asman Haroon and John Huen from Chemist Warehouse in Bentley, Stephen Christopoulos and Connor McCanty from Priceline Pharmacy in Bentley, Kima Cho Cheng, Wang and Bin Zhao from Priceline Pharmacy Bentley East, Paul Pham from Nelson Pharmacy Brighton East, Alan Bernhardt from Hawthorne Road Pharmacy East Brighton, and Michael Schapp from Sol Patterson Chemist Elsternwick. And what you hear from these small businesses in the electorate, Deputy Speaker, people who are backing themselves and investing in the growth of their community, and more importantly for the primary care services in their community. And of course, they're also new Australian success stories in many cases, people who have been part of a migration either as first or second generation who have invested in themselves and for the future of their community and their success. And they just want to get ahead and support others, and we should be wishing and willing them on. And I would have thought that this Parliament wants to provide them with the clarity and certainty to be able to do so. Just like patients need certainty from this Parliament too. Because when I think about the benefits of the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, it goes so much to older patients in our community as well. So many pensioners I talk to in Goldstein talk increasingly about the trade-offs they're making around access to medicines as part of their broader challenge of cost of living pressure, particularly in managing the chronic conditions and increasingly managing the realities of comorbidities, and across increasingly multiple stages of life, where people are taking multiple medications that only increase as people get older. Many years ago, the Productivity Commission did a study which looked and assessed that around a third of a person's entire health expenditure occurs in the last few stages of their life, and it's no surprise. So people need support, they need care, and they need care within their community. And a community pharmacy provides that care and support. But it can only do so if it has clarity and certainty to provide the support that the community needs, that they have to run a viable business, and to build the relationship with the patients they so desperately need. And of course, for it to be affordable and accessible as part of a long-term sustainable solution for our country. And the only way you're going to achieve that is if we have a change of government that seeks to achieve the best interests of economic growth, long-term sustainable budget management to deliver the future success of this great nation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I dread when I pick up my medication and there are just a few tablets left, because that means I need to refill, and that costs me money I don't always have. That's what Jess from Airport West told me when we were talking about Labor's plans to make medicines cheaper. Jess lives with a chronic condition and she doesn't have a choice about whether she takes her medication. Without it, her condition worsens. Without it, her quality of life slips away. And Jess is not alone. Thousands of Australians live with chronic conditions that demand regular medication. Blood pressure tablets, diabetes treatments, asthma puffers, antidepressants, medicines that aren't luxuries, medicines that aren't optional, medicines that save and sustain lives. But for too long, medicines have been priced as if they were a choice. And too often, people like Jess have had to make impossible choices. Do I refill my prescription or do I pay the power bill? Do I take my medication today or do I stretch it out and hope I can get through the week? Do I put my health first or make sure I have food to eat? Deputy Speaker, in a country like Australia, we should not have to choose between People should not have to choose between their health and their household budget. Now, we've heard many colleagues talk about 2004, a year of nostalgia, blockbuster movies, iconic songs and the rise of new tech. But you know what else was true in 2004? Back then, the maximum cost of PBS medicine was $25. And here's the frustrating part, though. For the nearly 2 decades after, the costs have kept going up, while wages of everyday Australians barely moved. Medicines went up, bills went up, rent went up, wages stagnated. That was the reality before Labor came to power in 2022, and that's why this legislation matters so deeply, because this government is changing that reality. From January 1 next year, the maximum cost of general PBS medicine will fall again from $31.60 to $25. For the first time since 2004, medicines will cost no more than $25. That's not nostalgia, that's real relief. That's Labor delivering. And as Gretchen Winters once famously said in the 2004 film Mean Girls, that's so fetch. Let's be clear, this is not a minor shift. This is 20% cut to the cost of medicines, a reform that will save people in my electorate of Maribyrnong $10 million. For families in Maribyrnong, that's more money for groceries. For students, it's less stress balancing casual shifts and study. For pensioners, it's the difference between dignity and despair. If you rely on a script each month, or if your household has 2, 3 or even 4 prescriptions to manage, these savings stack up quickly. This is relief where it counts, at the pharmacy counter, in people's wallets and in people's lives. In Maribyrnong, I think of the families on tight budgets in Essendon West, students working double shifts in Moonee Ponds, seniors in Avondale Heights feeling the pressure of fixed incomes. And I think of our migrant communities who often face language barriers, cultural barriers and financial barriers to healthcare. For them, this is not just about cost, it's about fairness, it's about dignity, it's about equity. Recently, my office spoke with Fatima, a woman in her early 30s from Mascot Vale, living with a neurological disorder. Because of her illness, she can't maintain long-term work, and the cost of her medications have been a constant strain. Alongside this medication, she also takes antidepressants, and together these costs add up quickly. For Fatima, every dollar counts. This price cut isn't just welcome, it's life-changing. These medications aren't luxury. They're essential to her health, her dignity, and her ability to live well. And this legislation recognises that. And that's the truth. Access to affordable healthcare is not a privilege, it is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is another chapter in Labor's long story of building, strengthening and defending Medicare, and undoing the damage of the decade that came before us. A decade of cuts, a decade of neglect, a decade of government that never truly understood that healthcare is not a commodity, it is a human right. Since 2022, Labor has been repairing that damage. On medicines alone, we've already delivered the biggest price cut in PBS history, from $42.50 down to $31. Introduced 60-day prescriptions, saving people time, money and hassle. Reduce the number of concessional scripts needed before hitting the PBS safety net, meaning free or cheaper medicines sooner. And the frozen PBS co-payments for pensioners at just $7.70 until 2030. That's Labor's record. And with this legislation, we go further. Because not only does Labor protect Medicare, we continue to strengthen it. Now, some have asked, will this stop pharmacies from offering discounts on top of their price cut? The simple answer is no. Discounting will remain. Pharmacies in Moonee Ponds and on Keilor Road and Military Road, all of whom will keep supporting locals with affordable medicines while being a part of this bigger solution. Lauren, a local pharmacist in Flemington, welcomed me into her store and proudly showed me how her and her team are part of the solution. She spoke with passion and genuine care for her community, highlighting the specialist services like compounding medicines and delivering vaccination programs in aged care homes. Lauren told me how excited she is about this legislation, how it will benefit the people of Flemington in her community and build on the other reforms like the 60-day prescriptions and the freezing of the co-payment. What struck me most is how she has transformed a tiny shopfront into a community-focused pharmacy, one that deeply cares for the people it serves and is driven by genuine desire to improve their health in practical, everyday ways. Lauren, like so many healthcare professionals, is the backbone of Medicare, and we must work with Lauren and all healthcare professionals to keep strengthening it. That's what partnership looks like. That's what practical reform looks like. Deputy Speaker, the principle guiding this government is clear. No Australian held back, no Australian left behind. Yet for too many, healthcare has been a source of great stress. Too many people have skipped a script to cover rent. Too many parents have delayed refilling a prescription so they can buy school uniforms. Too many Australians have ignored chronic conditions because the costs were just too high. That's not Medicare. That's not who we are. That is the Americanisation of healthcare. That is a legacy of those opposite. By lowering medicine costs, we're not just helping people make ends meet. We're keeping people healthier. We're keeping people out of hospital. We're helping people stay in the workforce, support their families, and live longer, better lives. Cheaper medicines aren't just good for the household budget. They're good for our health system. They're good for our economy. They're good for Australia. Deputy Speaker, this is bigger than just medicines. This is about Medicare. This is which is a Labor creation, that green and gold promise, the universal shield that means no matter your income, no matter your postcode, no matter your background, you can see a doctor. You can get the treatment you need to live a healthier, happier life. Medicare is part of our identity. It's part of our story. And this government will never stop protecting it, strengthening it and renewing it. Because that's what good governments do. They listen and they deliver. So today, this Parliament takes another step forward. A step that helps Jess in Airport West refill her medication without fear. A step that helps Fatima in Ascot Vale manage her prescriptions and pay her next utility bill. A step that helps Lauren in Flemington continue to deliver affordable medicines to her proud local community. This is Labor delivering for all Australians. This is Medicare protected and strengthened. This is the power of government working for everyday people. Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill.
And I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Maribyrnong just spoke about a government that is focused on strengthening universal health care, and I want to present a slightly different version of what's happening in a community not that far from Maribyrnong in southeast South Australia, my hometown of Mount Gambier. But before I do, the bill, commendably and with bipartisan support, reduces the cost to clients for filling prescriptions. And I say commendably, and of course it has the bipartisan support in this place, and those opposite spent much of last term telling us it was a real cost of living saving, and it is a cost of living saving. It's just perhaps unfortunate. At the same time, people were being told about a saving on their prescription, their energy bills were doubling and tripling, not to mention their mortgages, etc. But let's park that for a moment. Let's talk about the community of Mount Gambier. It's in my electorate of Barker. It's South Australia's second largest city, and it's not that far from Melbourne, or at least in relative terms. There are 4 clinics, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I received a call this morning from a local journalist with the ABC saying, Mr Paston, are you aware of a circumstance where all 4 clinics in Mount Gambier have closed their books? Now, I don't know if those opposite understand what closing their books in a medical clinic represents, but let me give you a real-world example. Your child's sick, you're new to our community, and thankfully our community is strong and vibrant and people are coming to our community. You pick up the phone and you ring clinic number 1. The first question is, Are you a client of this practice? No. Well, we can't see you. We're full. You pick up the phone, you're in clinic number 2. You're presented with the same question. Same response, same outcome. Clinic number 3. By this stage, you're probably feeling a bit stressed. But you ultimately get to clinic number 4 and they say, look, sorry, we've also closed our books. And those opposites will say, that's fine, we've got a solution for communities like yours, Mr Passon. Urgent Care Clinic. We opened one of those in Mount Gambier, and true you did, those opposites. True you did, to much celebration and acclaim for the relevant minister, who himself is a South Australian, who I'm sure is aware of the community of Mount Gambier. But you know what happened in June of this year? The Urgent Care Clinic in Mount Gambier closed. It's currently closed. You can get on your device and type Urgent Care Clinic Mount Gambier, and it says temporarily closed. Now, it's been temporarily closed since June. The operator that those opposite decided should run that facility fell into administration, and the administrator, after running the troubled urgent care clinic for 4 months, by the way, this urgent care clinic was never open the hours that it was meant to be open, but that troubled care clinic was ultimately closed by the administrator. So in Mount Gambier, if you're looking to see a GP, you can't go to the 4 clinics, their books are closed. You can't go to the urgent care clinic, it's literally closed. So what do? Well, I don't know. Because when I was asked that question by an ABC journalist today, I said, I don't know what you do right now, but I can tell you how we've got here. And he said, how? Why? Well, obviously there are issues with the urgent care clinic, but let me take you back to 2022. A newly crowned Labor government is elected, the Minister for Health appointed, and his very first action as the Federal Minister for Health, people at Mount Gambier do want him to help, by the way, Health, was to change the distribution priority area for GPs. Now, how is that relevant, you might say? Well, let me put it to you this way. Our nation has determined over the course of this debate, and this debate around GP shortages, and the member for Grey has joined us, and he would know more than most. This issue is as acute. In fact, it's more an issue in his electorate than his mine. But when it's becoming an issue in places like Mount Gambier, it's an issue everywhere across regional South Australia. Like I said, Mount Gambier is the second largest city in South Australia. But we, over the course of this debate, have determined that certain areas in our country, and in the member for Grey and my case, in our state, are in need of special assistance when it comes to attracting a GP workforce. And so we've created these, if you like, special zones. And what that meant is that foreign doctors could be encouraged on visas to come to Australia, but they would need to practice inside those zones. So as I said, the very first action for the Minister for Health in 2022 in his official capacity was to change that priority area distribution list. And what he did was he included Adelaide in that priority list. And on that day, the day that it came into effect, 2 of the 4 clinics I've mentioned earlier in my contribution, their office managers rang me and said, Tony, we just want to tell you what the real-world impact is on the decision that's just been taken. And I said, don't tell me. Doctors have tendered their resignations. Exactly what had occurred. Because, of course, the only thing tying those foreign doctors to our community was the obligation that they practice in those areas. That was the point of the legislative instrument. But if you make it that Mount Gambier, Millicent, any other regional town starting with M that might be in the member for Grey's electorate is treated the same way as Adelaide, then of course the small number of GPs that we have relative to our population size are going to make that decision. Melrose, there we go. And you know where they went, these doctors? They went to Marion. Marion in Adelaide, that very, very disadvantaged local community. I mean, please. But that is the consequence here. Those opposite will get up, as the member for Maribyrnong just did, and give us a fantastic dissertation about universal healthcare and how important it is and how this was a great Labor legacy. What the member for Maribyrnong doesn't say that over the term of the last government, bulk billing rates actually went down. Now, I'm loath to mention bulk billing rates in my contribution because almost no one in my electorate is able to access a bulk billed GP consultation. They're very difficult to get hold of. The reality is the majority of people pay gaps, and in some cases very substantial gaps. And personally, I think it's a real flaw in this system that I could be a well-heeled individual living in a well-heeled suburb of Adelaide and drive 15 minutes to a bulk billing clinic. And I could be one of the poorest South Australians living in a very marginalised community, a long way from services otherwise, in a community like Mount Gambier where the urgent care clinic is closed and I have to fork out a $40, $50, $60, $70 gap. Someone needs to explain to me where the equity of that is, because it doesn't feel that equal or equitable to me. Now, far be it from being that member of Parliament who grumpily points out all the problems, I'm going to suggest a solution if I could. And that is to undo what the Minister for Health did in 2022. He stripped Mount Gambier of its special status, and as a result, GPs left that community, a community that, as I've said previously, is the second largest in South Australia. But remove Adelaide from that distribution priority area designation. A capital city shouldn't be in that category. It's unfair to ask communities like mine to effectively compete with a city of 1.4 million people. That's the first thing the Minister for Health can do. The second thing he can do is expedite the reopening of the urgent care clinic in Mount Gambier. As I said, it's been closed since June. There is a tender process going on, but let's get it done and get it done quickly. As an aside, I should tell you that the local PHN, when they told me that they were going to allocate it to a particular individual, I warned them that I thought allocating it to an existing GP practice with limited doctor numbers was going to lead to challenges, and indeed that's what happened. But expedite the reopening of the urgent care clinic in Mount Gambier. And the final thing, and this is directed at everyone in this place. There are so many young people studying in regional South Australia. I'm sure the member for Grey knows some brilliant young students in his communities. I certainly know some of mine. I know how passionate they are about health and health-related studies. But too many of them, even with high ATARs, are culled away from the process of studying medicine because they're subjected to subjective testing, interviews in inverted commas, the GAMSAT testing for aptitude and these things. Having grown up in a regional community, having left it to study because the degree I wanted to pursue wasn't available in the community I grew up in. I can tell you that the strongest links are those familial and friend-based relationships that draw you back to a community. The member for Grey, one example. I'd suggest to you the member for Barker, another. Having got my degree, I was working in Adelaide, all my friends were living in the regions. At one point, I simply walked in to the law firm I was working in, sat down with the partner I was working for and said, I'm off home. And he said, for how long? And I said, forever. And he said, don't be silly, you'll be a partner of this law firm one day. And I said, that's not where I want to be, champ. I want to be home with my people. And so I tell that example, not dissimilar to the member for Grey's experience, because young people who grow up in a regional community are much more likely to return to it after studies. So I appreciate that we're doing our best to educate young people in medicine and other health disciplines in regional communities, and that is admirable. That is admirable, and we should do more of it. But the very first thing you need to do, if you want more rural generalists to return to practising in the country, is give the opportunity to country kids. Give the opportunity to more country kids, because I'm not saying that every single one of them will return and become a local GP or even better, a specialist living in regional South Australia and operating their practice in regional South Australia. But I'm confident you massively increases the chances of that taking place. And I think it's something that we need to do more. And there's no paucity, can I tell you, of young people who are smart, with the right attitude and aptitude, living in regional communities who want to do this. So it's incumbent on all of us. We can't solve this problem long-term without more GPs. I'll end my contribution by saying, as I said at the beginning, cheaper medicines is something that has bipartisan support. I don't want to end up in a situation where the only healthcare available in some communities is your local pharmacist, but that is the case right now. I began with that new arrival to Mount Gambier, ringing with a sick child around the 4 clinics and being told there's no room at the inn. Right now, the only place they can go is their pharmacy. I'm glad they can, but it's not good enough.
Call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, cheaper medicines are literally saving lives. Cheaper medicines mean Australians doing it tough don't have to choose between filling their shopping cart, filling up their petrol tank, or filling a script. The plan to make cheaper medicines even cheaper is a tangible cost of living measure being delivered by the Albanese Labor government. We are delivering cheaper medicines for all Australians because the size of your bank balance shouldn't determine the quality of your healthcare. I'm delighted to be part of a government that is delivering the largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. We're winding back the clock 20 years because from the 1st of January next year, PBS prescriptions will cost Australians no more than $25, which is the cost of a script in 2004. I'm proud to be part of a government that has introduced 60-day prescriptions, saving time and money for millions of Australians with an ongoing health condition. And I'm so proud that this government has frozen the cost of PBS medicines, with co-payments not rising with inflation for all Australians for the first time in 25 years. This means pensioners and concession card holders in my electorate of Gilmore, which has one of the highest number of aged pensioners of any electorate in the country, will continue to benefit with their PBS medicines to cost $7.70 until 2030. Residents on the New South Wales South Coast have already benefited from Labor's cheaper medicines, saving $12.5 million on the cost of their scripts during our time in government. Our 60-day scripts have been a huge success, with more than 2.3 million scripts dispensed in Gilmore. People in my electorate and right across the country who are living with conditions like high cholesterol, osteoporosis, diabetes, epilepsy, glaucoma and Parkinson's disease are saving money and saving time. And fewer trips to their doctor and pharmacist means freeing up more GP appointments. And we know how busy our health workers are, especially in rural regional areas like mine. Deputy Speaker, it's Aussie families, including children, that are benefiting from our cheaper medicines. From April 1, children with brain cancer have had access to affordable treatment options under the PPS. Glioma occurs in the brain and spinal cord and is the most common cancer of the central nervous system in children. Symptoms can include seizures, headaches, vision changes, memory loss, poor balance and difficulty walking. Around 130 Australian children each year are expected to benefit from the listing of Tafinlar and McKinst, which work together to slow down or stop cancer cells from growing. Without the PBS subsidy, these families could be burdened with paying more than $178,000 for just 1 year of treatment. Imagine the devastation of having your child diagnosed with brain cancer, having to quit your job, pay medical costs and also pay for travel and accommodation if you live in a regional area like mine, then having to find tens of thousands of dollars for medicines to save your child's life. What an absolutely massive help these PBS listings are for parents dealing with trauma of caring for a child undergoing brain cancer treatment. From March 1, Australians with Cushing's syndrome, leukaemia and women needing contraception and menopause support also have access to new and expanded cheaper medicines under the PBS. Previously, there has been no PBS alternative for the treatment of Cushing's syndrome, and the listing is expected to benefit around 75 patients each year. Without this subsidy, they might pay around $119,000 per year of treatment. The listing of Blintio will be expanded to treat more patients with B-cell precursor acute lymphoblastic leukemia, a type of blood cancer. Without subsidy, patients were paying around $229,000 per course of treatment. Osteoporosis is a chronic disease which makes your bones more likely to break, and the addition of Evenity as a first-line treatment of severe osteoporosis to the PBS will benefit around 9,000 patients each year. Without the subsidy, patients may pay around $4,800 per course of treatment. Now, eligible patients will pay a maximum of $31.60 per script or just $7.70 with a concession card. And from January 1, they'll pay no more than $25 per script. Omjara, a cancer drug discovered by Melbourne scientists, is one of only a handful of Australian drug discoveries to be approved for use in the United States and Australia and is now PBS funded. It is now available on the PBS for the first time to treat myelofibrosis, a rare and debilitating bone marrow cancer in patients. Around 1,900 patients accessed a comparable treatment for this condition in 2024, and before the PBS subsidy, they were paying around $70,000 per year of treatment. Deputy Speaker, after losing my dad to coronary heart disease when I was just 21 years old, I know it is vitally important that Australians have ready and affordable access to the latest treatments. Sadly, heart disease is Australia's #1 killer, with one life claimed every 12 minutes. Cardiomyopathy covers a number of diseases that affect the heart's ability to pump blood around the body and, if left undiagnosed and untreated, can lead to heart failure. That's why I'm so pleased that we've added 2 new treatments, Camzyos and Vindamax, to the PBS, which will benefit around 5,000 people each year. These life-changing medicines are now more affordable thanks to the Albanese Labor government. I'm so delighted also to be part of the first majority-woman federal government in Australia's history, and proud we are delivering more choice, lower costs and better health care for women, with new and amended PBS listings for women's cancer medicines, contraception, endometriosis, menopause and IVF treatments. For too long, women have struggled to get support in health systems that were not built for them. The Albanese Labor government is changing that. Women have asked our government to take their healthcare seriously, and we have listened. We know that women often have complex and expensive health needs across different stages of their lives. These conditions that impact on their ability to work, raise a family, and even stay in relationships. A new contraceptive pill hasn't been listed on the PBS in more than 30 years. From the 1st of March, some of the most commonly used contraceptive pills, Yaz and Yasmin, means 1 in 3 Australian women aged 18 to 39 who use the combined oral contraceptive pill will save hundreds of dollars each year. On May 1, Celinda, a progesterone-only pill that can be used by women who cannot take contraceptives with estrogens, was listed on the PBS for the first time as a new contraceptive option. More than 100,000 Australian women will benefit from this listing each year, who, without subsidy, might pay more than $250 for a year of treatment. And after more than 20 years, 3 new menopausal hormone therapies will be listed on the PBS, which will benefit about 150,000 women who otherwise might pay between $400 and $670 a year. We know about 1 in 7 Australian women suffer from endometriosis, and it is just fantastic that they now have access to Ryoco, a new treatment option for patients who cannot get adequate relief from other hormonal treatments and painkillers. Without the subsidy, women could pay more than $2,700 for a year of treatment. For some women, one of their greatest dreams is becoming a mother, and to face the double burden of fertility issues and financial barriers to IVF can be heartbreaking. We are changing that. Australian women undergoing IVF now have access to earlier and more affordable fertility treatment, with the Albanese Labor government funding the use of Pergoveris from the earliest stage of the IVF journey. Sadly, 1 in 7 Australian women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime. Last year, more than 3,000 Australians died from breast cancer. That's 9 people every day. It's really great news that Australians diagnosed with a type of metastatic breast cancer now have access to a life-prolonging treatment under the PBS. And HER2 provides a new treatment option for patients who have this advanced stage of cancer that cannot be removed surgically or has spread to other parts of the body. Around 1,700 Australians are expected to benefit from this listing each year, who without subsidy might pay more than $160,000 for a course of treatment. Ovarian cancer is the 6th most common cause of death from cancer among women in Australia, and tragically, only half of the women diagnosed with ovarian cancer will survive 5 years after diagnosis. Symptoms can often be confused with other health conditions, so many women are diagnosed with advanced disease when the cancer has spread and can be difficult to treat. The listing of Lynparza on the PBS has proved an additional treatment option for around 200 women each year. Without subsidy, niraparib would cost patients around $130,000 per course of treatment. These listings build on Labor's record $573 million investment in women's health and will improve the quality of life for hundreds of thousands of Australian women. Adding these medicines to the PBS will provide doctors with more options to care for their patients and ensure Australians can access the latest treatments. Reducing the general patient co-payment from $31.60 to $25 will benefit Australians now and into the future. This is a more than 20% cut in the maximum cost of PBS medicines, which will save Australians more than $200 million each year. 4 out of 5 PBS medicines will become cheaper because of our government's $689 million investment. Pensioners and concession card holders will continue to benefit from the freeze to the cost of their PBS medicines, with the cost frozen at $7.70 until 2030. The Albanese Labor government has committed to keeping medicines cheaper for Australians, helping to ease the cost of living burden on households and helping people live healthier lives for longer. I support this bill because there's no doubt for many years meeting the healthcare needs of people in my electorate of Gilmore has been a real challenge. I know that, and that's why I've been working really hard to improve our local health services as part of our wider commitment to strengthening Medicare. I'm proud to have lobbied for and opened the doors of the Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, which has provided more than 17,000 patients with free, urgent but non-life-threatening care over the past 20 months. We're extending the hours at the Batemans Bay Clinic, and tomorrow tenders, or this afternoon actually, I think it's just gone out, tenders are being called for the operation of the new federally funded Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Nowra. It's so important to provide free access to healthcare for people with just their Medicare card. The urgent care clinics take so much pressure off our busy hospital, emergency departments and local GPs. We've opened a walk-in free Medicare mental health centre at Moruya, and we're elevating the Nowra Mental Health Hub to a full Medicare mental health centre, which will provide locals in the Shoalhaven with the free mental health care they or their family need. And it's so important that we have headspace to support our young people at Nowra, Batemans Bay and most recently at Kiama. As a woman and a mum, I was so pleased to have secured funding for the new Southeastern Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic at Milton, which is really helping women from right around the South Coast access the care they need with just their Medicare card. I'm really proud to see this clinic helping women in our community, and it's paving the way for an additional 32 clinics opening across the country that will provide specialist support for conditions like endometriosis, IBS, prolapse and heavy or painful periods. In other exciting news, construction is underway on Australia's first Aboriginal-owned birthing on country facility, which will provide a culturally safe midwifery service on the South Coast. As the member for Gilmore, I am certainly proud to have delivered many health services for my region, because healthcare is something that I've always been passionate about and will continue to fight for.
And I call the member for Lyme.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in favour of the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. As I've said many times during the election campaign and since I was elected, there are more instances than not where this place comes together to agree on good policy and good initiatives. Too often our work in this place is judged on the argy-bargy of question time. This breeds cynicism, a chasm that this parliament must try and bridge. This bill and this policy initiative is one of those occasions where MPs from across the chamber are coming together, and I'm pleased to be able to lend my support for cheaper medicines for Australians. We are fortunate in this country to have the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme and, for the most part, the means to pay for it, something I hope Australians never take for granted. There are many places in the world where the cost of medicines is out of reach for their citizenry and out of reach for their governments to afford to pay for it. Here in Australia, over 5,200 medicines are subsidised by the Australian government to make them affordable and accessible when and where they are needed. Under the PBS, patients contribute a general co-payment towards the cost of their PBS subsidised medicine, with the Commonwealth paying the remainder of the cost. This year, the co-payment is currently $31.60 for general patients, with this bill seeking to reduce the PBS general co-payment to $25. The amendments contained in this bill are in line with the commitment of the Coalition at the last election to guarantee cheaper medicines and lower the PBS co-payment to $25. It will ensure Australians have more affordable access to medicines and treatments they need at a time when healthcare has never been more expensive. As a 54-year-old woman experiencing menopause, my hormone replacement treatment medicine has become a godsend to function like a normal person. Before I went on HRT, night sweats and hot flushes were the bane of my existence, keeping me awake through the night, tired during the day, and a little panicked as when the heat would rise through my body, distracting me from the work at hand. It was embarrassing and at times debilitating, but with my medication, these symptoms no longer haunt me. Around 3 million women are in the age bracket to be in menopause, so the menopause medicines listed on the PBS, including the 2 I take, which were only added to the PBS in February this year, now to become even cheaper, will hopefully make a big difference to them as they have to me. Deputy Speaker, of course, the reduction in the co-payment has to be taken within the broader context of the cost of living crisis facing Australians. While the government is giving with one hand, it is taking from the pockets of everyday Australians in so many ways. This government's policies have seen electricity prices up by 32%, gas prices up by 30%, rents up by 20%, insurance up by 35%, food up by 14%, health costs up by 15%, and education costs up by 17%. Anglicare reports full-time minimum wage workers are left with just $33 a week after essentials to get by. That's not a cost of living crisis, it's a cost of survival crisis. With the oldest electorate and one of the poorest electorates in this country, these statistics are very real and felt acutely in my electorate. I know so many people are having to make difficult choices they simply shouldn't have to make. Putting food on the table, putting the heater on during the day during winter, which medicines are absolutely necessary, which ones are not. More families are being forced to delay or avoid refilling their scripts or seeking health advice because they just can't afford it under this government. In fact, 8% of Australians delayed or went without their prescription medication in 2023-2024 due to cost concerns. We all want this initiative to land in the pockets of hard-working Australians, but my concern is that it will be washed away by other ever-increasing price rises created by this government's policies. Policies like its pursuit of intermittent power that will cost trillions, do nothing to deal with climate change, damage our natural environment and only make our country weaker and poorer. Deputy Speaker, the PBS forms a critical component of Australia's health system. It has been a scheme that has largely had bipartisan support. Both Labor and the Coalition have made improvements to it over time. In government, the Coalition made 2,900 new or amendment listings on the PBS to provide more Australians with affordable access to potentially life-saving or life-changing medicines or treatments. This was at an overall investment of around $16.5 billion. By listing these medications on the PBS, we ensured that Australians have access to affordable, life-saving medications that would have otherwise cost them thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars without the subsidy. The Coalition was committed to our long-held policy of listing all medicines on the PBS that were recommended by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee when we were in government. This is in stark contrast to the Albanese government, who stopped listing new medicines on the PBS last time they were in government because they simply ran out of money. This government's poor economic management meant they did not list new medicines for severe asthma, chronic pain, schizophrenia, blood clots, IVF, endometriosis and prostate conditions on the PBS. The Albanese government has now repeated history by imposing a cap on the number of medicines that can be considered for listing on the PBS, leading to harmful delays. In November last year, almost 50 medicines were deferred from consideration for listing on the PBS under the watch of the government, creating further delays for patients waiting for affordable access. This is because the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, the expert body that recommends medicines for listing on the PBS, implemented a cap on the number of medicines they could consider for listing at each meeting. They did this because they have not been adequately resourced under this government. There is no doubt that this mess has caused delays for patients waiting to access potentially life-saving or life-changing new medicines or treatments at an affordable price. We're also seeing some concerning delays in the listing of new medicines on the PBS under the government, including for women's health. Before the election, the government announced the listing of an important medicine for endometriosis, Ryoko, on the PBS, which was good news for women suffering from this chronic condition across the country. However, Ryoko had been recommended for listing on the PBS more than a year before the government made this announcement. This means that the government waited more than a year to list a potentially life-changing treatment for women suffering from endometriosis. That's just not good enough. It's absolutely critical that Australian women have affordable access to the medications and treatments they need, especially right now as they face record-high healthcare costs. Deputy Speaker, health is one of the major concerns on the mind of Lyne residents. In my discussions on doorsteps and at my weekly mobile offices, it is one of the most often raised issues, next to the state of the roads across the Hastings, Mid-North Coast and Hunter regions, and more recently, the impact of the May flood and help with the recovery. I'm very concerned about the level of access to health services across the Lyne electorate. From access to a GP to services offered at local hospitals, it's clear that we need more investment by the New South Wales State Government and the Australian Government in local health services. Now, during the election, after listening to the concerns of my electorate, I called for an urgent care clinic in Taree. Sadly, the government refused to match it. It was no easy decision to single out Taree, given the demand for such a facility from a number of Lyne communities. Prior to making my public commitment for an urgent care clinic in Taree, I spoke at length with the member for Mole Lakes, Mrs Tanya Thompson MP, about her work in securing funding for a New South Wales government-funded urgent care clinic in Foster. Now, I fully back the community's call for a public hospital in Foster, but it's clear that while ever there is a Labor government in New South Wales, Foster will never see it. An urgent care clinic for Foster and Tuncurry communities under either the state or federal model of delivery could be a stopgap until a change of government. My view was that I would seek Commonwealth funding for it if the member for Mole Lakes had been unable to secure state government support. I knew she was working hard to do so, and it's great news for our area that she was successful with her persistent lobbying and advocacy for the funding of a Foster Tuncurry health facility. I note the member has today called for the Minns government to provide more details on when it will be delivered. Dollars in the budget don't deliver services in a community. At this juncture, however, me doubling up on a funding commitment would be unfair to other locations in my electorate in desperate need. I also explored the potential for a federal urgent care clinic for Bulahdelah. Through my work with the former member for Lyne, the Honourable Dr David Gillespie, I was well aware of the community's push for a multi-purpose centre over many years. I know that Bulahdelah needs additional primary care services with its elderly population, and through the work of the Bulahdelah and District Health Action Group, led by the amazing Anne-Marie Barry, it had been actively advocating for an MPS facility. But with the sale of the old nursing home to the Stroud Community Lodge and its commitment to reopen it, the MPS model became much harder to fund. Further, the federal government's urgent care clinic model requires a larger population base as compared to those delivered by the New South Wales State Government. As such, I support the delivery of a state-funded urgent care facility in Bulahdelah. This led me ultimately to my decision about Taree. Bulk billing rates over the last 3 years have fallen by 10%. It's becoming harder to see a doctor urgently, and Manning-based hospital needs respite to focus on more critical care, particularly with the disruption from the redevelopment. An urgent care clinic could provide urgent relief and better support the urgent primary care needs of locals with the added benefit of bulk billing. I've spoken with the Hunter, New England and Central Coast Primary Health Network regarding the urgent care clinic in Taree, and they've confirmed to me that Taree is a location they support. I called for the urgent care clinic in Taree as part of my first speech, imploring the government to work with me to deliver one. And I followed up with a request to the Minister for Health in writing to seek his support in attaining an urgent care clinic for the Manning. The response from the Minister was disappointing, with the Albanese government committing $1.4 billion over 7 years to establish and operate a total of 137 Medicare urgent care clinics, while leaving a gaping hole between Coffs Harbour and Newcastle, a healthcare chasm that my electorate sits squarely in the middle of and undoubtedly must bear the brunt. Now, the letter from the Minister, which I have here, details a phone line that's meant to replace the urgent care clinic, hardly the sort of service that the government has been spruiking in this parliament since we returned. Whilst the response from the Minister's office was disappointing, I am hopeful and I look forward to working with the Minister to bring about this goal and welcome any opportunity for collaboration in order to see the realisation of an urgent care clinic for the people of Lyne. I recently met with representatives of the Great Lakes Carer Support Group to discuss the potential for a Medicare mental health centre in the Lyne electorate. The volunteer group supports parents, family members and friends dealing with people with mental health challenges and the lack of services in the Great Lakes area. The stories they shared with me about the lack of support was heartbreaking. People in desperate need of support, but turned away from the base hospital with nowhere to go to get the urgent care they need. So many families are struggling to deal with their loved ones' mental health issues or suicide attempts without support. A person has to reach crisis point before there is any support available. There are now no permanent psychiatrists at Manning Base Hospital Mental Health Unit. Namula House doesn't have the resources it needs to provide community-based care. The group believes that a Medicare mental health centre could bridge the gap in services. But just like with the urgent care clinics, the government seems to have missed our area on the map, with no centre between Coffs Harbour and the Central Coast. Again, I hope the government will engage with me to work towards a service on the Mid-North Coast. Deputy Speaker, a great deal more than this single piece of legislation is required to improve the health outcomes for the people of my electorate. Indeed, a great deal more than this legislation is required to ease the immense economic pressures that burdens Australians. But I recognise that this is an important measure that will be of benefit for a great many people, and I therefore commend it to the House.
I thank the member for Lyne. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for the Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker.
For Hunter.
I rise to contribute to the debate on the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025. As members of Parliament, our job is pretty simple when you strip it back, Speaker. We are here to improve the lives of people that we represent. One of the most direct, practical and effective ways to do that is to make it easier for people to get by, to make life cheaper, and that's exactly what this bill does, Speaker. We are a country that takes pride in our healthcare system. We love the fact that no matter where you live, no matter how much money you earn, you can get the care you need. We are proud to the point of patriotism, that when you walk into a pharmacy to pick up your script, you can get the medicine you rely on without being sent broke. Because access to medicines should never, ever be a choice between going broke and staying alive. The reason we have been able to do that, and the reason Australians can access medicines cheaper than almost anywhere else in the world, is because of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, the PBS. It puts a cap on the cost of listed medicines so that they stay affordable, reliable and within reach of every Australian. Right now, the cap is $31.60. If you have a script for the PBS listed medicine, that is the most that you will pay. It is already a great system, Speaker, but we can do better. And this bill reduces the cap down to $25. That means when you pick up a PBS medicine, you will not pay any more than $25, Speaker. Now, $6.60 might not sound like a lot at first glance, Speaker, but let me put it into perspective for everybody here. If your six-pack of beer dropped down from $31.60 to $25 overnight, the whole country would be rejoicing, wouldn't they? I can see you over there. People would be lining up around the block. Or, take it another way, Speaker. If you need 3 scripts a month, under the current cap, you'll be paying $95 a month. Under this new cap, it drops to $75. That's almost $25 of savings every single month. Over a year, that's more than $230 back in your back pocket. That's $230 you could put towards your electricity bill, your rego, your groceries, or just have a bit of breathing space, Speaker. And that's just for one person. Across the country, this adds up to more than $200 million saved by Australians every year. And that is not a small thing. That $6.60 really does make a big difference. That's what a real difference looks like. Think about it this way. This is a 20% cut to the maximum cost of a PBS medicine. We all know what happens when there's 20% off at a sale at the shop, Speaker. I know my wife does. Try finding a park on the Boxing Day sales. People will battle traffic, wait in lines and fight over car spots to save 20% on clothes and TVs. Well, unlike the Boxing Day sales, this is not just a one-day special. This is a permanent 20% saving on something that you actually need, your health. And Speaker, in some ways, this is the closest thing to time travel we can give Australians. The last PBS medicine costs no more than $25 was back in 2024, the year Facebook launched. Back when most of us were walking around with flip phones and the indestructible Nokia 3310s. Back when I didn't have this luscious beard, Speaker. We've come a long way since 2004, and it's about time medicine prices went back there too. This bill builds on the work that we've been doing since 2022 to make medicines cheaper. In 2023, we delivered the largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS, slashing the maximum cost of a general script from $42.50 to $30. I know firsthand how much that change meant because people tell me about it when I'm in and around the Hunter, and I'm sure you do in your seat too, Speaker. Take Henry, one of my constituents. Henry is on 6 regular PBS medications for diabetes, cholesterol, blood pressure, arthritis pain and stomach issues. Before 2023, Henry was paying $42 per script. That added up to $255 per month, every month, just on medications. This is not a great spend. This is not a luxury. This is the cost of managing his health and staying alive, Speaker. When we dropped the price to $30 per script, Henry's monthly bill fell by $180 to $180. That was a saving of $75 every month or $800 every single year. And it completely changed the way he managed his health and also his finances as well. He told me in the past, when money was tight, he would skip the pain medication to save on a bit, putting himself through way more pain than he ever had to. That meant flare-ups, less mobility and more stress. Now, because of that change, he doesn't have to skip his meds. He can afford to take the treatment his doctor prescribes to him. In fact, with the money he saves, he's even started paying a fortnightly physio session to help him manage his arthritis. He tells me he's walking most days now and feeling better than he has in years. That is the power of cheaper medicine, Speaker. It did not cure Henry's condition and never will, but it did give him the tools to manage it. It gave him dignity. It gave him independence. It gave him a better quality of life. And when this $25 cap comes in, Henry will save even more. Who knows, he might be able to start at the line of a marathon before long. Speaker, let me bring this home to the Hunter. We have families in Cessnock who are already making tough choices about which bills to pay first. We have pensioners in Kurri Kurri who are stretching every dollar of their fortnightly pay. We have young families in Singo juggling mortgage repayments and childcare costs. And across Lake Macquarie, into Morisset and Toronto, I meet people every week who tell me the cost of medication is one of their biggest worries. When the price of a script drops from $31.60 to $25, that is genuine relief for these families. It means a mum in Dora Creek can afford both her asthma inhaler and her kids' new school shoes. It means a retiree in YE doesn't have to skip blood pressure medication to keep the lights on. It means a young tradie in Branxton can pay for his pain meds he needs to keep turning up on the tools every day of the week. This is not abstract. This is not numbers on a page, Speaker. This is real money in the hands of real people in our communities, and it makes a massive difference. But we have not stopped there, Speaker. We have introduced 60-day prescriptions, cutting the number of trips to the pharmacy in half for people with chronic conditions. That saves money and very, very importantly saves them time as well, because we're all time poor, Speaker. We all know that, and that's why that is so, so important. We have frozen the cost of PBS medicines so that co-payments will not rise with inflation. This is the first time that has happened in 25 years. We have delivered more free and cheaper medicine sooner, and we've reduced the number of scripts concessional parents need to fill before the safety net kicks in by 25%. We have locked in a freeze on concession medicines costs, so pensioners and concessions card holders will not pay more than $7.70 a script until 2030. And this makes a huge difference to the households that are already stretched by the cost of living. Because we're committed to cheaper medicines, 4 out of 5 PBS medicines are now cheaper. That's thanks to the $689 million investment from our government, an investment that goes directly into the lives and the pockets of ordinary Australians. It is important to note that this bill also protects discounting pharmacies that currently offer discounts. Will still be able to do that, so even with the new $25 cap. That means consumers can still shop around and benefit from competition, and pharmacies can continue to offer better deals for their communities. So this is not just a win for patients, it's also a win for pharmacies who play such a vital role in our local communities, especially in regional and rural areas like mine in the Hunter. Speaker, we have heard the phrase, new year, new me. I know I've said it a few times. Ignored it many times too, Speaker, but I'm trying to do better here. So in 2026, it's going to be a new year and a new PBS, because on the 1st of January 2026, this change comes into effect. No more than $25 for a PBS script. And unlike most New Year's resolutions, and I'll put my hand up for this one is guaranteed to stick, because with the support of this House, it will be the new law of the land. Speaker, this is Australia. In this country, we believe in affordable access to healthcare, and affordable medicines are a vital part of that. If you rely on medication to manage a condition, you live your best life. Your ability to access it should never depend on how much money is in your bank account. It should depend on the fact that you are an Australian and you have a government that puts people first, not the profits of big pharmaceutical companies. This bill makes medicines cheaper, it eases the cost of living pressures. It helps people live longer, live better, and just be around for our families and our loved ones. And that's why I proudly commend this bill to the House, Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the member for Hunter. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, tonight I want to talk about my friend Ken. Ken lives in Yeronga, in my electorate of Moreton. Ken is a long-term resident of Brisbane's south side. Ken raised his family on the south side in Brisbane, and Ken is a bastion of our community, someone who has been deeply involved across the community for many, many years. Ken is also one of the millions of Australians who relies on medicines every day. And that's what this bill is all about, because those who rely on medicines deserve to have accessible and affordable healthcare. And when I talked to Ken about what cheaper medicines meant for him and his hip pocket, he told me that he saves $62 every month. That's not with this legislation in place. That is already, he saves $62 every month from Labor's position, from Labor's legislation to already make medicines cheaper. And can I tell you that people across Moreton are saving $9,700,000 has already been saved because of a Labor government when it comes to cheaper medicines. The Albanese Labor government's primary focus is providing cost of living relief, and we are delivering on that promise day in and day out. And this legislation, the National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill, will implement a cost of living measure that benefits everyone. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or the PBS, is the mechanism that enables this. All of us here have experienced the positive impact of the PBS, from cheaper everyday medicines, to life-changing access to very expensive medicines, to 60-day scripts saving us both time and money. And Deputy Speaker, in preparation for this speech tonight, I decided that I would call my dad because my mum is a diabetic and my dad, who's recently been through cancer and recovered after a long bout of chemo, has also been in a bit of the wars, having pneumonia following that bout of illness. And what happened when I talked to my dad is he said, "Why do you want to know?" He then said, "I take a lot of medicines and I don't know what they are." But when we spoke for a little bit longer, he eventually got to the place where he started to talk about the medicines that he could remember he and Mum taking. And this is the list that he could get out. He said that they take Nexium. He said that Mum takes Dimacron, Diabex and Glyzambi. And when we looked each of those up, they are all PBS medicines. And so despite the fact that he couldn't remember what medicines they necessarily took, and this is something that many people in our communities face, what was clear is that his medicines and my mum's medicines were cheaper because of a Labor government. The formerly expensive medications, such as the ones that my mum and dad take, are made affordable thanks to the PBS. The current co-payment for a PBS medicine is $31.60, and from the 1st of January 2026, my dad, you, Deputy Speaker, my mum, me, everyone sitting in this chamber tonight will pay no more than $25 for a PBS medicine. In fact, millions of Australians will benefit when they purchase their everyday medication. The PBS is a crucial part of Labor's ongoing commitment to making healthcare affordable, and its creation is central to the Labor story of social care, fairness and equality. Because when it comes to PBS medicines, when it comes to the accessibility and affordability of healthcare, it is what Labor does. It's in our DNA, it's in our bones, it's in our blood. And Labor has always taken a very clear stance that healthcare should be affordable and accessible. The Curtin Labor government first attempted to legislate to subsidise various antibiotics in the mid-1940s, but it was deemed unconstitutional by the High Court. The Constitution was subsequently amended, paving the way for the Chifley Labor government to introduce an initial version of the PBS in 1948. And at this time, free medicines for pensioners and 139 life-saving and disease-preventing medicines were made free of charge to the general public. This initiative was reflective of core Labor values and a vision for a fairer Australia, one where every person, regardless of their financial circumstances, could live with dignity and with security. In 1953, the PBS was established under the National Health Act, which this bill amends. And in 1960, the PBS became more comprehensive, offering a wide range of medicines. The legacy of these decades of work is that we cannot imagine Australia without a PBS and its provision of affordable medicines to all. Because the PBS is not only something that is cherished in this country, it is something that is the envy of the world, ensuring that medication, ensuring that healthcare is something that you don't have to worry about when it comes to your hip pocket. It is our responsibility to uphold and build on this legacy, to ensure that the PBS remains sustainable and continues to support Australian families. And we talk about, when we talk about threats to healthcare in this country, the biggest threat to healthcare in this country has always been those sitting opposite, those sitting on the other side of this chamber. And when you compare the legacies of Labor and the Coalition, what becomes clear is that Labor has always prioritised healthcare. And whether it's PBS medicines, whether it's investing in Medicare, whether it's making sure that women's healthcare is prioritised, it is Labor that has always led the way. And when you compare those, you can see an incredibly stark difference, Deputy Speaker. Because while Labor was creating Medicare, we know that the LNP and those opposite cut from healthcare. While Labor was investing in bulk billing, we know that those opposite tried to introduce a co-payment. And while Labor ensures that everyday healthcare is made accessible, whether that be through urgent care clinics, whether that be through increasing bulk billing, whether that be through making sure that medicines are cheaper, those opposite continually cut from critical health services that Australians rely on every day. It's a goal echoed by the 2022's National Medicines Policy, which is the aim of providing equitable, timely, safe and affordable access to high-quality and reliable supplies of medicines and medicine-related services for all Australians. And medicine affordability is the foundation of Labor's approach and the objective of this bill. As at the end of June 2024, there were 930 medicines being subsidised by the government. That is 930 individual, accessible, high-quality, safe and affordable medicines. In recent months, we've seen numerous additional medicines added, and these include medicines for breast cancer, diabetes, endometriosis and depression, to name just a few. The financial relief is significant. Around 8,500 Australian women suffering from endometriosis could save more than $2,300 a year from the listing of specific medicines on the PBS. Similarly, around 50,000 women a year who use Yaz and Yasmin contraceptive pills, which are now on the PBS, will pay nearly 1/4 of the original amount annually from the 1st of January. And Deputy Speaker, it's incredibly fitting that the member for Cooper is in the chamber today, because the member for Cooper was absolutely instrumental in bringing forward a $500 million investment in women's health, the largest investment that this country has ever seen. And I had the great privilege of hosting the member for Cooper in my local electorate in Brisbane, in Fairfield. And what we did in Fairfield was we talked with people in their homes. We talked to them about what investing in healthcare like that meant. We talked to them about the largest investment in women's health, and we talked to them about how life-changing it was to invest in oral contraceptives, to invest in support for menopause, to invest in making sure that women's health is top priority. And around 150,000 women will save up to $370 per year from next January with the listing of 3 new menopausal hormone therapies. Speaker, these are just a few of the examples of the cost of living relief that the PBS and this reform will provide. For some, the PBS listing is even more meaningful. It is simply life-changing and potentially even life-saving. Under the PBS, medicines that were prohibitively expensive become affordable. And this is the case for patients with prostate cancer who, without the subsidy for Talzenna and Standy would have to pay over $100,000 per course of treatment. The medicine Retivomo is used to fight a type of non-small celled lung cancer, and under the PBS, patients avoid a course of treatment that can cost $280,000, and there are many such more examples. And my apologies, Deputy Speaker, I definitely have messed up the pronunciation of that medicine. But can I tell you,
very well.
you do not need to be able to pronounce what the medicine is to get the $25 cap on cheaper medicines.
Indeed.
And that's important. The PBS is not an exclusive club. All Australian residents who hold a current Medicare card are eligible to access the PBS. Citizens of countries with reciprocal health arrangements, such as New Zealand and the UK and Ireland, are also eligible. And the numbers clearly illustrate the scale of the PBS. In 2023-24, over 226 million subsidised prescriptions were dispensed. The government contributed $17.7 billion, patients contributed $1.6 billion, and the patient co-payment contributes to the sustainability of the PBS. This bill is the Albanese Labor government's fifth wave of reform to ensure medicines are cheaper. It cuts the costs of PBS medicines, and the last time medicines cost no more than $25 was in 2004. And 2004 was a long time ago. We know it was a time when Shannon Noll was on top of the charts. Some think that he might still should be. We know that it was a time for me when I was at university, when I was wearing pleated denim skirts. And while some things should come back, Deputy Speaker, not all of them should. In July 2022, the Albanese Labor government implemented a $480 million reform. The 25% reduction in the number of scripts a concessional patient must fill before the PBS safety net kicks in. And this has seen pensioners save over $500 million. General patients also benefited with a decrease of around $80 to their threshold. A $625 million investment in January 2023 enabled the government to announce the largest cut to the cost of medicines in PBS history. And to start this year off, Labor froze the costs of PBS medicines, with co-payments not increasing with inflation for the first time in 25 years. All of these measures strengthen Medicare. All of these measures stand alongside Labor initiatives to increase rates of bulk billing, to train more doctors and nurses, and open more urgent care clinics. At last count, there were 87 across the country, and there are plans for an additional 50. I'm delighted, Deputy Speaker, to have an urgent care clinic in my patch in Oxley and one just across the road at the PA Hospital. These are health initiatives driven by Labor that help people every day. And they are health initiatives that make sure that people have access to more affordable healthcare every day. Speaker, the PBS is a trusted and essential part of our national fabric, and it is a Labor invention. It is Labor that has always prioritised healthcare, and whether it's Medicare, whether it's cheaper PBS medicines, whether it's expanding bulk billing, whether it's making sure that women's health is at the forefront of our funding, whether it's making sure that every day people have access to healthcare, is part of who we are and part of what Labor will always do for this country.
Yep. I thank the member for Moreton. I must say your pronunciation is so good, you clearly will be a future health minister. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the National Health Amendment Bill, also known as cheaper medicines. Speaker, let me take you back to 2004. Unlike the member for Hunter, my beard was there, though less grey, and still remarkably patchy. I had more bounce. My favourite song was From the Sea by Eskimo Joe, and at the time I was still playing basketball in the NBL. I would ask the people of Australia not to hold this against me, but I was playing for the New Zealand Breakers. If it makes you feel any better, we won significantly less than we lost. The other important thing about 2004, though, was that it was the last time PBS medicines cost no more than $25. Under this bill, the maximum cost of medicine on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme goes down from $31.60 to $25. When these changes come into effect on the 1st of July 2026, we will be delivering on a key commitment made at the last election. And I can tell you this will be welcomed by many, many locals in my electorate and right across the country. When I was on the doors, at the markets, or just talking to people in the street, there was always people come up to me to talk about how hard the cost of living was and how that impacted their health. To many locals in my electorate concerned about the cost of living, let me say this. We hear you. I hear you. The Anthony Albanese Labor government hears you and responds. And this is why the government has been working hard to address some of the key challenges facing Australian households. We've already legislated tax cuts for all Australian taxpayers. We've delivered cheaper childcare. We've brought in more funding for GP bulk billing. We provided help to people to pay their energy bills, and work is well underway to help more Australians buy or rent their own home. We've overseen raises to the minimum wage for workers across the country. We're protecting flexible working arrangements and penalty rates. And in the last sitting, we passed a 20% cut to HECS, a change that I will remind everyone the Liberals didn't feel the need to vote for. There's also work underway to support more cheap and clean energy. There's a commitment to punish supermarkets who are price gouging. Delivering cheaper medicines is one part of this larger push from our Labor government to help make the cost of living manageable. It is also a change that will make a lot of people's difference to people's lives, their reliance on medicines. So this is what the bill will mean. There will be a 20% cut in the maximum cost of PBS medicines, which will save Australians over $200 million per year. 4 out of 5 PBS medicines will become cheaper because of our government's $689 million investment. Pensioners and concession card holders will continue to benefit from the freeze to the cost of their PBS medicines, with the cost frozen at its current level of $7.70 until 2030. That's the cost of living support Australians expect and deserve. It's the Australian idea of the fair go, allowing people to live with dignity and not be afraid of the fixed cost in their lives that medication can represent. This bill builds on the important work the Anthony Albanese Labor government has already done to make medicines cheaper. That's right, we have form. In July 2022, we announced more free and cheaper medicines sooner, with a 25% reduction in the number of scripts a concessional patient must fill before the PBS safety net kicks in. In January 2023, we announced the largest cut in the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS, with the maximum cost of general script falling from $42.50 to $30. From September 2023, we started delivering 60-day prescriptions, saving both time and money for millions of Australians with ongoing health conditions. And most recently, we of course announced freezing the cost of PBS medicines, with co-payments not rising with inflation for all Australians for the first time in 25 years. In my electorate alone, this has meant that people in Leichhardt, as of the 31st of July 2025, have saved over $8.8 million under our cheaper medicine policies. And that is the nitty-gritty of the numbers. They make the policy. I don't live in a policy. I live in Leichhardt. And there are real-world applications to this. So think about that for a moment. $8.8 million. That is money back in people's pockets. Money that people can spend to take the family to the movies. Make sure that the kids' Christmas is a little better, not dealing with that stress. Don't have to be afraid that if something happens to the car, or the hot water system blows up, or in the case of Cairns, the air conditioner goes on the fritz, which is much more serious. It's reducing stress in life. And as we know, if your health is poor and money is tight, this can make recovery harder. This bill helps address that. It's assisting people living in remote places, like my electorate, only having to travel once every 60 days into town to get rather than their monthly pickup for their prescriptions, saving time and money and keeping people at home longer. Spend any time in any remote community and they will tell you they live in the best place on earth. This gives people more time where they want to be. It's new medicines on the PBS and a focus on women's health that is an area that has been ignored for far too long. This is giving women the care they need and deserve New contraceptive pills have hit the PBS, treatments for perimenopause, giving women an ongoing conversations regarding menopause, HRT, and allowing further understanding of issues such as endo. People with complex and chronic conditions are supported by the PBS safety net kicking in sooner. This provides peace of mind that the bills won't keep piling up in what can be a very, very trying time. Investments in primary health care, including in community-controlled entities which deliver culturally appropriate care, because we know that primary health care is the guardrail at the top of the cliff, not the ambulance waiting for you at the bottom. And this now includes a commitment to mobile cancer screening on the Cape and a focus on work preventing FASD. People's dignity is at the forefront of every decision made. People don't want to feel punished for having a health condition because you should never have to choose between your meds and a meal. These are the real-world outcomes that are benefiting people right now, benefiting them physically, emotionally and financially. And it's work like this that shows why Australians trust Labor to make Medicare stronger. Labor built Medicare. Labor protects Medicare. Now Labor is expanding Medicare. $8.5 billion committed to ensure more bulk billing. Cheaper medicines, heaps in hospitals, funding urgent care clinics right across the country, including a new one for my area in the northern parts of Cairns. Better access to health care for women, those from the LGBTQI+ community, people living in regional and rural remote communities, and of course Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Better health care. This is what Labor governments mean. This is what they've always meant. It's who we are. It's also what we continue to fight for. Let us not forget the alternative, though. There is a reason the public don't believe the LNP when they say they support Medicare. It might be that there have been massive funding cuts to hospitals under previous LNP governments. It might be that previous LNP governments in Queensland decimated the public service, including frontline health workers. It might be that every time we have an LNP government, they always have the same fever dream and seek to privatise Medicare. Leaving the LNP in charge of Medicare is akin to leaving Jason Voorhees in charge of summer camp. Just like Jason, the LNP are quiet, but give them a chance and they will cut and slash everything they can. And in both cases, I very much doubt whether the Australian public wants to clean up the mess left behind. The LNP have shown time and time again, Medicare and our health services are not something they are willing to support or value. As Maya Angelou told us, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Australians aren't fools. They know the LNP is not focused on their health. I couldn't believe during the campaign how many people would come up to me worried about what might happen if the LNP had won, what they might do to Medicare. If you're in an emergency, you want a well-funded and high-quality health system. If you have a chronic condition, you want high primary health care when you need it. And if you're comparing the pair, there really is no choice. Only a Labor government will make Medicare stronger and health care more affordable. Like I said before, there are a lot of ways we are doing this and will continue to do this, be it the urgent care clinics, which have been a roaring success, or if it's more funding for bulk billing, whether it's more support for the LGBTQIA+ community to allow them access to health care, whether it's making sure culturally appropriate care is available to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. All of these things and so much more build up a better healthcare system and a stronger Medicare. This bill is to deliver more cheaper medicines, and really it's just the important next step. Cheaper medicines are good for your hip pocket and good for your health, and your health is the most valuable thing you will ever have. The PBS has always sought to ensure that medicine you need is available at the price you can afford, and now this bill ensures that ideal moving forward. That quintessentially Australian ideal of the fair go continues. This bill is critical to help deliver cheaper medicines and more cost of living support for Australians. This bill will ensure that people are able to maintain dignity and that they never have to choose between meds and a meal. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Leichhardt. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to begin with a story about Mary, a single mother of two living in Kippa-Ring. Mary manages a chronic condition and fills 4 PBS prescriptions a month, one for herself and the others for her children. Under the current system, that's over $1,500 a year just for essential medications. With the new $25 cap, she'll save $300 annually. That's the difference between covering the medicines her children need and stretching her already tight budget even further. I met a veteran in Bracken Ridge named Joseph, who had a concession card and had been paying just $7.70 per script. That rate has been frozen until 2030, protecting him from rising costs, allowing him to plan his finances without the fear of unexpected raises. These stories show how policy translates into genuine relief, and how savings that might look small in isolation can add up to real freedom, peace of mind and financial stability. I'm proud to champion this reform in Parliament. It reinforces what I've always believed, that healthcare should not be a privilege for the well-off, but a guarantee for all, regardless of income. Starting from January 1st, the people of Petrie will be able to fill their PBS prescriptions for less, a change that will make a real difference for people with diabetes, high blood pressure, chronic pain, mental health conditions, and so much more. Imagine walking into your local pharmacy, like Terry White in Margate, where Chris Campbell and his incredible team have been serving the community for years. They know their customers by name. They know the medications their patients rely on, and they go above and beyond to make sure everyone receives the care and guidance they need. I had the pleasure of visiting Chris and the team recently, and I was truly impressed. They walked me through their pharmacy, showing me not just the prescriptions, but the personal connections they've built with their patients. Community pharmacists have tough conversations with their patients every single day. Patients that are having to choose between filling their scripts or paying for groceries. I saw firsthand the care and compassion of Margate Terry White that they show their patients, explaining dosages, offering advice, supporting families in ways that go far beyond filling a script. Their dedication is incredible, and their passion for helping the community is clear in every interaction. It's moments like this, in meeting local heroes like Chris and seeing the human side of healthcare, that make policies like the $25 PBS cap feel even more powerful. Because it's not just numbers on a page. It's about people being able to afford the medications they need, and about local pharmacies continuing to provide the exceptional service without compromise. I left feeling inspired and excited to work further with them and to hear more of the stories about the difference affordable medicines are making to their patients, and to keep advocating for initiatives that support both our local healthcare providers and the families they serve. This is community in action, and the savings are remarkable. Australians will save up to $6.60 on each prescription. Collectively, over the next 4 years, the cut will put $689 million back into the pockets of patients. The money being saved isn't going to the checkout counter at the chemist, but is instead helping people pay the bills, cover their mortgages. These savings will quickly make a difference, especially for patients with multiple regular prescriptions for essential medicines. These are the people that need it most. For every script filled under this policy is a small act of relief. But when you add them up, millions of scripts, millions of dollars saved, it paints a clear picture. This is a government that's delivering meaningful, practical change. Not slogans, not empty promises, but real relief for millions of Australians right when they need it most. This is what good policy looks like. Real, tangible savings, millions of times over for people who need it most. In Petrie, where hardworking families, pensioners, modest income households make up a large part of our community, this policy will put healthcare within reach. Whether you rely on one medication or several, the new cap ensures that you are not going without to afford. The new cap ensures you're not going without to afford the medication you need. PBS medications have not cost $25 since 2004. Now, I don't know about you, but I was 10 years old back then, and life looked a little different. In 2004, my mum would yell at me, "Get off the internet, I need to make a phone call." We were still burning our favourite songs onto CDs, and most of us were still on MSN Messenger, poking our friends with nudges. If you had a mobile phone, it probably flipped open and you had to press the number 7 once, the number 2 twice, and the number 7 again 4 times just to type out PBS. 2004 feels like a lifetime ago. But that's also how long Australians have been waiting for medicines to be this affordable again. And thanks to Labor's reforms, from January 2026, we're winding the clock back. Not on technology, thankfully, but on the price of PBS medicines. Back to the cheapest they've been in more than 20 years. And this time, you won't need dial-up internet to access this benefit. It is very rare that you see prices go backwards. Year after year, costs usually go up, not down. That's true for most things in life, whether it's rent, groceries, or petrol. And for decades, the cost of filling a script has crept higher and higher. That's why this reform is so remarkable. Labor isn't just slowing the rise, we're turning it around. We're bringing the cost of medicines down. That means that for the first time in a generation, Australians will walk into their pharmacy and pay less than they usually do. Think about that for a moment. At a time when families are under pressure from the cost of living, the Albanese Labor government is doing something unusual, something that goes against the grain. We're making medicines cheaper, not more expensive. This is one area where the government has delivered concrete relief where it matters most, right in your medicine cabinet. The PBS is deeply important to both our government and Australia. It is one of Australia's most important health programs. It ensures that every Australian can access essential medicines at the price they can afford. Without the PBS, Australians would face the full cost of life-saving medications, costs that could be hundreds or even thousands of dollars each year. Why is this so important? Because medicines aren't a luxury. They're often the difference between full, long, healthy life and suffering. The PBS is the cornerstone of fairness in our healthcare system. It doesn't just treat symptoms. It protects families, reduces stress, and gives Australians the peace of mind knowing that help is there when they need it most. Australia is fortunate to have the PBS because many countries without a system like this struggle to make medicines affordable. In so many other countries, patients often pay hundreds of dollars for a single prescription. And it's not uncommon for people to skip or ration their medicines simply because they cannot afford them. Families are forced to make the impossible choices between medicines and other essentials. The PBS protects Australians from that harsh reality. It guarantees that whether you live in Narangba, Woody Point or Deception Bay, you can get the medicines you need without breaking the bank. It's not just a safety net, it's a lifeline, a guarantee of fairness, and a reason why Australians can stay healthier and live longer. In short, the PBS is more than a scheme. It's a commitment that healthcare is a right, not a privilege, and that no Australian should ever be left behind when it comes to medicine. The PBS supports Australians and has for close to 8 decades now. We are proud of our track record of not just maintaining but strengthening this system, delivering Australians access to the best medicines available from around the world at affordable prices, prices that we're making even more affordable. The PBS isn't the only healthcare initiative we're strengthening. We've tripled the bulk billing incentive, ensuring that more families can see a GP without worrying about the bill. We're building more Medicare urgent care clinics so Australians can get care close to home instead of waiting for hours in a hospital emergency department. We're investing in the biggest expansion of our health workforce in history, training the next generations of doctors, nurses and midwives. These aren't just policies. They are practical, lasting changes that mean when you and your family need care, you'll be able to get it. Affordable, accessible, universal. That's Labor's vision for healthcare, and it's a vision we are delivering. Accessible healthcare is who we are. In my electorate, Peninsula residents will shortly be able to walk into the Medicare Mental Health Centre and get the mental health support they need without spending a cent. All you need to access this local mental health support is your Medicare card. One of the most important protections we've delivered is for those who need it most, our pensioners, our veterans and our concession card holders. Right now, they pay just $7.70 for a script under the PBS. And under Labor, that cost will remain frozen right through until the end of the decade. That means no matter what pressures hit household budgets, the most vulnerable in my community can fill their prescriptions knowing that the costs won't go up. For someone living on a fixed income, that certainty is priceless. I think of the pensioner in Bald Hills living on a fixed income, or the carer in Mango Hill balancing household bills, or the veteran in North Lakes managing chronic pain. For each of them, this freeze is peace of mind. In Petrie, more than 40,000 people hold a concession card. That's tens of thousands of pensioners, seniors, veterans, and people on low incomes who rely on affordable medication. For them, the Labor government's decision to freeze the cost of the PBS concession scripts at $7.70 until 2030 isn't just good policy, it is a lifeline. It means security. It means certainty. It means that they can go to the pharmacy knowing that the price of their medication won't creep year after year. And when you add it all up, that's tens of thousands of households in Petrie who will be healthier, more secure, less stressed because of Labor is putting people first. Take Rose, a Redcliffe pensioner who wrote to my office. She fills six scripts a month for arthritis and other health issues.
Order. It now being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And the member will be given the opportunity to complete a speech at a later date. Thank you. And I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, tonight I want to put an issue that is really important to Australian businesses, Australian community and to the Australian economy on the table, and that is access to small and medium business financing. Because it's not working in this country, it needs to be much better, and this is an issue that we just have not been discussing enough in this chamber, and I believe needs serious attention from across the parliament. So let's talk about why this matters. We know that small and medium businesses employ 42% of the workforce in the private sector. There are 2.5 million small businesses in this country, and they contribute $500 billion to the economy. Now, I know from my own community how important our small and medium businesses are. But the truth is, when you talk to them, whether they be family shops that are being passed on between generations, or whether that be innovative businesses that are going to be the next big or medium businesses, they are not having access to capital that they need, and we, I think, collectively need to turn our minds to it. Now, I don't have all the answers. I want to put this on the issue on the agenda. Let's start with bank lending. So around in the sort of early 90s or late 90s, around 2/3 of bank lending went to business, 1/3 went to mortgages. Forward for all these few years now, around 2/3 of bank lending goes to mortgages and only 1/3 to businesses. Australian businesses are struggling to access capital from our banks. We demand higher securitisation, more likely to ask you to put your house on the line if you're going to get a small business loan than in other countries. And what happens when small businesses can't access loans from the banks? They just go to other providers and just have to be charged much higher rates. And so my question is to this House is this a good idea? Is it a good idea that our small businesses are not able to access capital so easily? Is it a good idea that, on aggregate, we're seeing lending to medium and large firms growing around about 30% in the last 5 years, while small business hasn't even budged? These are issues that face our economy. They are issues that I hear about constantly from Wentworth, including from people that I recently surveyed on this issue. And I think this is an issue that I want to see the Economics Committee address and investigate. The second type of business I wanted to talk about in terms of access to capital are those venture firms, those firms that are expected to grow fast and could be the big businesses of the future, those really super innovative firms. And what we have seen is that Australia's actually pretty good at building those firms. Actually, Australia has more unicorn companies per, unicorn meaning $1 billion valuation per dollar invested than anywhere else in the world. But despite this, despite our success at building these companies, we actually don't have a lot of capital that flows into this sector. We have around a third of the capital in the venture sector compared to the US per capita. We have around half of the venture sector capital of the UK. And what we're seeing in the big institutional areas of investment, like superannuation, they're actually reducing their allocation to venture high innovative firms than they were in the past. That's actually around halved. The super funds have around halved their allocation to venture in the last 10 years. And I've heard from industry sources that no big super fund has invested in a new venture fund over the last 5 years. Basically, the door is closed. And I come back to this question of productivity and supporting our most exciting and innovative businesses and saying, if they are struggling so much on finance, how can we be sure that we're backing all the businesses that we can for the future? I think we can be sure that we're not. Now, how to investigate this? I held a roundtable recently with a bunch of venture firms, and I was grateful that the Minister for Industry, Tim Ayres, also attended. And there were really important discussion, I think, in terms of regulatory hurdles. Things like RG97 and Your Future, Your Super, the structure of those two programs, which disincentivises access, investment in venture firms. Now, let's be really clear. This isn't about trying to give money, from super funds for dud investments. Private equity and venture capital has had on average a 15% return over the last 10 years compared to 10% for the ASX. So if there is more responsible investing in those sectors, we could actually expect to see increased retirement savings for Australians, which is what super should all be about. So as I said from the start, I don't have all the answers on this, but I know that there is a problem. I know that some of the super fund regulation plays into that, but there's a much bigger question of how can we get access to capital to venture firms, and that's why the Economics Committee and the government need to be pursuing this issue, and I'll be pursuing it.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to pay tribute to David Stratton. David Stratton was much more than a film critic. He was a committed champion of Australian cinema and a trusted guide to the world of cinema beyond our shores. He was also a constituent, a Blue Mountains local since 1991, and a valued member of our community over the following decades. From his 18-year stewardship of the Sydney Film Festival, bringing international cinema to Australia, to his thoughtful reflections on the movie show and at the movies, he helped shape the way we think about film. With his collaborator of 28 years, Margaret Pomerantz, he modelled the art of respectful, intelligent and constructive disagreement. Above all, David Stratton backed our filmmakers, often before the rest of the world caught on. He made sure that our best stories, our landscape, and our voices were celebrated as part of a great global tradition of cinema. In announcing his passing, David's family invited people to celebrate his life and legacy by watching their favourite movie, or his favourite movie of all time, Singing in the Rain. Glenbrook Cinema presented a special screening of that film in his honour. It was sold out. Mount Vic Flicks in Mount Victoria also remembered David, recalling that he introduced the first film the current owners screened there 12 years ago, Singing in the Rain. And since then, they said, he continued to be generous with his time and knowledge, never tiring of us asking his thoughts on new films or being a special guest speaker at many events. In that time, we came to know David as a lovely, funny and generous person, and we're incredibly lucky to have had him as part of our journey. The Edge Cinema in Katoomba, which he often visited, recognised that his deep knowledge and passion inspired generations. I extend our community's deepest condolences to his family, friends and colleagues. And as Special Envoy for the Arts, I acknowledge David Stratton's lifetime of service to screen culture. Speaker, in my first speech to Parliament, I recognised and thanked an absolute Labor stalwart and a supporter of mine from my first foray into federal politics in 2010, Susan Elfert. Today, I want to again pay tribute to her, honour her life and mourn her recent death. Susan mentored and guided me and so many lefties in the Blue Mountains and was the most loyal comrade as my Vice President of our Macquarie Federal Electorate Council and then became President when I was elected. A Wenty and Bullaborough resident, Susan was passionate about social justice, the law and the environment. As a founding and ongoing member of the Labor Environment Action Network, LEAN, Susan played a key role in educating branch members about environmental policy and building support for ambitious climate change action and protection for the environment. I think outgoing LEAN co-convener Felicity Wade described her perfectly when she said, "Fierce, sharp, committed, loved the environment, and she backed people." Susan certainly did back people. In a membership movement, she backed people and supported them to find their voice. I feel very grateful to have had her backing. Speaker, the Blue Mountains has lost an arts champion with the death of Mary Catherine Travis, an irrepressible, witty and warm person with a huge understanding of arts, advocacy and administration. Among many things, she was theatre officer and youth and puppetry officer at the Australia Council Theatre Board in the 1980s, a business manager for the Sydney Dance Company and an independent consultant. She worked with theatres, writers, visual artists and arts agencies. Mary was a pioneer of arts advocacy. She was the founding executive director of Arts Action Australia, establishing the first Arts Advocacy Day in 1990. On spending time with Mary at an arts forum I held in the Blue Mountains many moons ago, the then Shadow Arts Minister said to me, "Wow, you really do have people who know about the arts." Mary was chuffed to get that feedback. And Mary gave generously of her time and energy to the Blue Mountains East Timor Sisters, helping to fundraise to repair cyclone damage at a primary school in Timor-Leste. Not long before she died, Mary was celebrated in a glowing portrait by Dr. Janet Saunders at the Blue Mountains Cultural Centre. And I'm so proud that she got to see herself glowing on that beautiful painting.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My electorate of Hinkler is hurting due to a worsening skills shortage and inaction from this Labor government. While a hand-picked few met here in Canberra with the Treasurer and Prime Minister for a 3-day roundtable, the predetermined outcomes are simply more spending, more debt and the threat of more taxes. While the Canberra meeting unfolded, I spent 2 days with the Honourable Scott Buckles, the Shadow Minister for Skills and Training, to hear the real stories directly from manufacturers, business owners, Chamber of Commerce and training providers in the Hinkler electorate. I thank the member for Wright for the time that he took to listen to my community. Together we hosted a series of meetings, visited manufacturers and yes, regions like Hinkler are delivering and driving the nation's productivity. But Mr Speaker, the skills shortage continues to bite badly. David Coe recently purchased a well-known mechanics in Bundaberg, Trolson's Mechanical. Mr Coe simply can't find enough trade-qualified people to work on vehicles and teach new apprentices the trade. These teachers, the skilled workers, are understandably chasing higher wages in the mines, leaving a shortfall of experience in our regional communities. Mr Speaker, the Brisbane Olympic Games is less than a decade away. Queensland now more than ever needs a strong, skilled workforce to deliver infrastructure and services. Yet instead of tackling the skills and training crisis head-on, Labor is presiding over a 60-year low in productivity. The Treasurer has simply run out of ideas. When the Coalition left office, we had more than 400,000 apprentices and trainees in the system. Today, there are 100,000 fewer. This is leaving Australian businesses high and dry. Labor is failing both employers who are desperate for skilled workers and the young Australians who deserve opportunities. Under Labor, the pipeline of skilled workers just isn't there. The Hinkler region has some of the hardest working businesses in the country, just like Trolson's Mechanical. These operations must be supported to expand, to grow and to teach the next wave of tradies the art of the trade. But instead, like so many regional employers, they're struggling to find the skilled staff they need. It's holding them back, and it's holding back my region of Hinkler. Labor has no real plan on productivity or training. Australia needs more than words and a meeting behind closed doors in Canberra. That doesn't help Bundaberg and Hervey Bay businesses. What we need is a proper plan to build a skilled workforce and back regional communities. Mr Speaker, Monday the 18th of August is an important date for many locations across Australia, including my region of Henkler. Vietnam Veterans Day is commemorated on the anniversary of the 1966 Battle of Long Tan. Major services were held in Hervey Bay and Bundaberg, and I had the privilege of laying a wreath and speaking in the country town of Childers. The service was held at the site of a World War I Krupp 210mm howitzer cannon. You can't miss it, right in the middle of town. The ISIS RSL sub-branch invited me to pay tribute and thank those who served in Vietnam, the ones who fought for the freedoms we enjoy today. As the federal member for Henkler, I am forever proud to represent a region with a rich history of standing up and fighting for Australia. Childers has always had stories to tell from all conflicts. So many men and women from the rural community have served with pride. And while the trauma is very real and the pain lives on, it is in moments of commemoration we come together to pause and reflect on the lives lost and the immense life-changing sacrifices made. The Department of Veterans Affairs nominal rolls records 255 Vietnam veterans from the Henkler electorate. According to these accounts, there were 32 veterans who came from Childers, 4 from Howard, 2 from Pyalba, 2 from Bargara, 215 from Bundaberg, but 32 from Childers. Again, such high representation for a country town. The Vietnam Veterans Day service in Childers honoured the role that nurses made in the Vietnam War. The service of female nurses in the conflict is largely forgotten. This is despite their significant contribution. Locally in Henkler, as a community, much is and has been done to rectify this. We are fortunate to have the Bundaberg War Nurses Memorial near the Bundaberg Base Hospital. While it honours those who served in the First and Second World Wars, in July of 2022, the Bundaberg District Women's Veterans Group ensured the names of nurses from my region who served in the Vietnam War were added. Aussie nurses saved thousands of lives from both sides, routinely working 12-hour shifts 6 days a week, despite earning only 2/3 of what the equivalent male officer earned. Mr Speaker, I would sincerely like to thank the ISIS RSL sub-branch for hosting a memorable commemoration service and for ensuring that all who served in the Vietnam War are remembered now and forever. Thank you.
The question is the House to now agenda. Give the call to a member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. When I was 16 years old, that was a long time ago, I have to leave school because my family did not have enough money to pay for my school fees. But a few days later, my maths teacher, Mr. Lee, helped to pay for my school fees. I was lucky and returned to class. Mr. Lee paid both my Form 4 and Form 5 school fees. Without his support, I would not have finished my high school. When I first learned about Mr. Ted Powell, donation of $100 million to Murdoch University, I, like many others, could not believe it. This is the largest donation to a university in Western Australia, and it is one of the largest ever donations to Australian universities. But what also touched my heart was how Ted had, before this donation, supported 150 students to go to Murdoch University through his Red Door Foundation. These students were like me, facing financial hardship and in need of a helping hand. Like my maths teacher did for me, Ted stepped in and helped these students obtain their education. Education changes lives. This $100 million gift will completely transform Murdoch University's veterinary school and the education Australia veterinarians receive. Along with the school, there is animal hospital, livestock, and large animal centers, working vet farms, and other research centers. Many of my constituents have used the animal hospital for much-loved members of their families. The veterinary school is a major part of life at Murdoch and in our community. Soon, that school will completely redevelop with a 9,600 square meter state-of-the-art facility, new facility. The new school will support 50% more vet students. This new school will form the heart of a new conservation and life science precincts that recognizes the link between human, animal, and environmental health. It will expand on important biomedical research. It will attract top global talents and experts. Our next generation of veterinary professionals will have a world-class opportunity right here in Tangney. The Red Door Foundation was founded in 2010 by Ted and his late wife, Dee, to give to a worthy causes. Ted was a very successful business, and he ran a good business from Hong Kong and Southeast Asia before he and Dee migrated to Australia in 2005. Dee was an animal lover, and Red Door Foundation was named after Red Door cats. Together, Dee and Ted started the scholarship at Murdoch and supported programs like Leadership WA, Kundanup College, and the Salvation Army. When Dee passes away last year, Ted thought about what he would do with his assets. In supporting the redevelopment and expansion of Murdoch Vet School, Ted is supporting both education and health for years to come. His generosity will have a big impact to our next generation of veterinary professionals and specialists. It will also serve WA agriculture and environmental sectors. I want to thank Ted for his generous donation to Murdoch University and for his encouragement of others with wealth to find responsible way to give back. Ted will be closely involved as a veterinary school is redeveloped. And he told me he will continue with the Red Door Foundation scholarship, continuing to be the helping hand for students who need it most. Thank you, Ted.
The question is the House to know. Jenna, give the call to the member for Monash.
Mr Speaker, in triumph and tragedy, there's someone who always turns up for regional Australia, and that's the local newspaper. Across towns and regions throughout Australia, the local paper weaves the threads that hold communities together. It shares in the triumphs, grieves in the losses, and tells the stories that truly matter to everyday people. It's where a teenager reads their name in print next to a goal they scored for the first time in the sports pages. Everyday volunteers are celebrated, and the births, deaths and marriages of a town are enlivened with photographs, congratulations and condolences every week. Local news keeps people connected, not just to events, but to one another. There are an array of senior Australian journalists who started in regional media, like Sunrise co-host David Woywood from Win News in Gippsland, and The Age and Sydney Morning Herald's Europe correspondent Rob Harris, who started at the Latrobe Valley Express. In my electorate of Monash, we have the South Gippsland Sentinel Times, the Warragul and Druin Gazette, the Latrobe Valley Express, the Phillip Island Advertiser, the Trafalgar News, the Foster Mirror, the Mirraboo North Times and the Bass Coast Post. They are locally funded, they are professional journalists, they are important to the community fabric of our region. Above editor Yvette Brand's desk of the Warragul and Druin Gazette hangs a plaque that reads, "A good local newspaper is one of the best public assets that any district can possess." It's a quote by their founding owner and editor, Albert Harvey. The Warragul and Druin Gazette is more than 127 years old. The Latrobe Valley Express is celebrating 60 years this year, and editor Liam Durkin has been running 6 decades in 6 weeks. The South Gippsland Sentinel Times has been going for 51 years. So seriously does editor Michael Giles take the role of the local newspaper, he trekked to Canberra for the maiden speech of my predecessor 25 years ago and came back up again last month for mine. The Phillip Island and San Remo Advertiser newspaper first appeared in 1896 as a title called the San Remo Times and Phillip Island and Bass Valley Advertiser, making its first edition over 128 years ago. Eleanor McKay is the editor. Regional journalists show up to meetings no one else attends. They ask tough questions. They cover the bushfire alerts and they stay to report the aftermath long after the flames are gone.
We've seen some recent threats to local newspapers, from teal donors astroturfing online newsletters to skew readers across to common causes and candidates, through to the move online for the gazetting of government publications. Support has been committed by the federal government, but it's been slow out of the gates in securing the future of regional journalism. The government's own website states the News Media Assistance Program sets out a framework and measures to support public interest journalism and media diversity in Australia. On the 12th of December 2023, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts opened consultation on the News Media Assistance Program. Submissions closed back in February 2024. The news map design is still awaiting finalisation, and the successful funding applicants are still waiting to hear from the government. The mandated minimum commitment of $3 million per year for 2 years from 2025 to 26 for regional newspaper advertising across the total Commonwealth media advertising spend has gone nowhere. We are now going on over 2 years after the government said it would address this issue. It was back in early March 2024 when Meta announced it would not renew its deal with Country Press Australia and other Australian publishers. The news bargaining incentive is a solution that enjoys broad industry support. Consultation has yet to begin, let alone the draft legislation. I am calling on the government to finalise this process by the end of 2025 to ensure that Meta, TikTok and other platforms join the negotiating table in good faith. Country Press Australia has confirmed that regional and local news industry outlets would strongly oppose any changes to Australia's world-leading copyright laws to allow AI companies to further access and use copyrighted content without permission or payment. There has never been a more important time to support our regional and local publishers. I'm calling on the federal government to get its act together and come good on commitments made which are well past their due date. Thank you.
The question is the House will now adjourn and give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of paid parental leave. I'd like to thank the member for Canberra for raising this motion in the House earlier today and take this opportunity to congratulate her on her pregnancy. I represent an extremely fast-growing community in Melbourne's west. Our parks always have children playing in the playground, parents taking their babies for a walk in the pram, and extended families having a barbecue to celebrate a birthday. The suburbs of Rockbank, Aintree and Truganina have the second highest birth rate in Greater Melbourne. In the city of Melton, 58 babies are born a week. That is 58 families who are navigating life with a newborn each week. Whether you're a first-time parent or this is your third child like the member for Canberra, the first year of a baby's life can be both incredibly joyful and incredibly challenging. And specific challenges for women come alongside it, as mums are more likely to take significant breaks from the workforce, lowering their projected income, as well as the household budget. We know that when families are given the time to adjust to life with a newborn, the entire household benefits. That's precisely why we are giving all parents in the Gorton electorate and around Australia two additional weeks of paid parental leave. My sister Emily, my sister-in-law Stephanie, my cousin Hayley are all on paid parental leave at the moment. It's an incredible busy time for my family. I'm really proud of the Albanese Labor government increasing paid parental leave to 24 weeks from the start of July this year. And we're upping it again, Speaker, to 26 weeks in July next year. This change will make a significant difference to so many families in my electorate, including my wonderful cousin Hayley, who lives in Taylors Hill. Hayley and her fiancé Joshua welcomed their beautiful baby Reed into the world late last year, and Hayley is currently on primary parental leave. Hayley and Joshua are a part of their local parents group, facilitated by the Melton City Council. It's such an important group where they can meet other locals with babies of a similar age, compare milestones and stay connected. An additional 2 weeks of paid parental leave will make a tangible difference to Hayley and Joshua's household budget. Speaker, it's not easy adjusting to parenthood, whether it's baby number 1 or 3, and it's not easy to make those sacrifices in both our careers and our family life to navigate the fog of those very early days. Women know it best. On this side of the House, we believe that women shouldn't have to abandon their careers and income stream to give their kids the best start in life, but too often women do. the national gender pay gap is sitting at 11.5%. Women historically earn less. Women are more likely to take significant breaks in their careers, putting them on the back foot when they re-enter the workforce. Women are less likely to be promoted into higher paying management roles, and women have less savings in their super when they retire. The gender super gap is about $50,000 for Australians nearing retirement. That's why it's so important that we've legislated paying super on paid parental leave. Paying super on Commonwealth parental leave pay will boost a mother of two's retirement savings by about $14,800. It will narrow the gender super gap by about a quarter. And this is what happens when we elect women. Women's issues become the forefront of the government's agenda. And I couldn't be prouder to be part of a Labor government made up of over 56% women. Because when we elect women, we legislate on women's issues. And these reforms are for the betterment of the entire family union. Because when both parents have access to parental leave, everyone benefits. By increasing the amount of leave parents can take at the same time from 2 to 4 weeks, we are making sure that both parents bond with baby and support each other through this very challenging period. And it is challenging. Research shows that since former Prime Minister Julia Gillard introduced paid parental leave scheme in 2011, the likelihood of mothers experiencing postpartum depression has decreased. The research also found that this improvement was particularly significant for first-time mothers and for mothers who did not have access to paid parental leave through their employer. At the Caroline Chisholm Society in Caroline Springs, I've spoken to caseworkers who have intimate knowledge of these challenges as they care for our local families. It's an incredible local service which aims to assist vulnerable families, empowering them to live their lives with dignity and independence, and allowing parents to feel equipped, supported, and ready to handle challenges. These parental leave reforms mean that every family, no matter the income or marital situation, are supported through this formative period to bond, to grow, and to heal. Speaker, this is why on this side of the House we will defend and strengthen paid parental leave, because parents, like those in my electorate, are counting on us.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Well done. Good speech.